Combine twin stick shooting with unique coloring mechanics and you get #Funtime by Quantum Astrophysicist Guild. Earn bonus points by coloring the playing field, explode enemies in your path, and upgrade your ship for lengthier runs and more mayhem. Fight to become president in the ludicrous alternate reality of Election Year Knockout by Exceptional Games, where elections are decided through boxing. Witty and playful cartoon caricatures line up against your new third party. Defeat them all and take over. The princess must travel through the wild countryside to establish her own castle after leaving home in Princess Castle Quest by Piggyback Studios, a unique puzzle adventure game with a complete level editor for creating your own puzzles. Revitalize puzzle platforming adventures in zero gravity. Humanity has abandoned Earth, leaving all of the animal kingdom to fend for themselves. Space Otter Charlie and his sea otter friends set out to design a shuttle and follow humans into space by Wayward Distractions. Sail Forth by David Evans and QAG is a procedural sailing adventure about classic naval action and exploring beautiful scenery. Embark on a journey through varied environments, grow your fleet, and do battle with pirates, sea monsters, and the sea itself. Start as a seed and grow into a beautiful plant, and lay down your roots by Potatoes Are Not Explosive. Collect water, raise up your stem, and collect energy to produce flowers and one day, a seed of your own. Combine twin stick shooting with unique coloring mechanics and you get #Funtime by Quantum Astrophysicist Guild. Earn bonus points by coloring the playing field, explode enemies in your path, and upgrade your ship for lengthier runs and more mayhem. Fight to become president in the ludicrous alternate reality of Election Year Knockout by Exceptional Games, where elections are decided through boxing. Witty and playful cartoon caricatures line up against your new third party. Defeat them all and take over. The princess must travel through the wild countryside to establish her own castle after leaving home in Princess Castle Quest by Piggyback Studios, a unique puzzle adventure game with a complete level editor for creating your own puzzles. Revitalize puzzle platforming adventures in zero gravity. Humanity has abandoned Earth, leaving all of the animal kingdom to fend for themselves. Space Otter Charlie and his sea otter friends set out to design a shuttle and follow humans into space by Wayward Distractions. Sail Forth by David Evans and QAG is a procedural sailing adventure about classic naval action and exploring beautiful scenery. Embark on a journey through varied environments, grow your fleet, and do battle with pirates, sea monsters, and the sea itself. Start as a seed and grow into a beautiful plant, and lay down your roots by Potatoes Are Not Explosive. Collect water, raise up your stem, and collect energy to produce flowers and one day, a seed of your own. Combine twin stick shooting with unique coloring mechanics and you get #Funtime by Quantum Astrophysicist Guild. Earn bonus points by coloring the playing field, explode enemies in your path, and upgrade your ship for lengthier runs and more mayhem. Fight to become president in the ludicrous alternate reality of Election Year Knockout by Exceptional Games, where elections are decided through boxing. Witty and playful cartoon caricatures line up against your new third party. Defeat them all and take over. The princess must travel through the wild countryside to establish her own castle after leaving home in Princess Castle Quest by Piggyback Studios, a unique puzzle adventure game with a complete level editor for creating your own puzzles. Revitalize puzzle platforming adventures in zero gravity. Humanity has abandoned Earth, leaving all of the animal kingdom to fend for themselves. Space Otter Charlie and his sea otter friends set out to design a shuttle and follow humans into space. By Wayward Distractions. Sail Forth by David Evans and QAG is a procedural sailing adventure about classic naval action and exploring beautiful scenery. Embark on a journey through varied environments, grow your fleet, and do battle with pirates, sea monsters, and the sea itself. Start as a seed and grow into a beautiful plant, and lay down your roots by Potatoes Are Not Explosive. Collect water, raise up your stem, and collect energy to produce flowers and one day, a seed of your own.
Hello and welcome everyone to day 2 of Seattle Indies Online. I'm your host, Mac and Cheese Please, here with my co-host RicJur. With us today we have Seattle Indie President Tim and Seattle's Indies board member Sarah. Are you guys excited for day 2?
Totally, yeah. Can't wait. I mean, we have a little something for everybody today with arcade action games, you know, a sailing game, some Zen-like puzzle games, boxing games. It should be a really fun day.
A good mix of everything.
Absolutely.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be an awesome day today. Get to check out a lot of indie games. It's going to be really fun.
Yeah, so tell us about, oh, sorry, go ahead. Sarah, please, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say we're showing 6 games today, and we'll be also for the next 2 Saturdays, and we'll be going all the way up until 3:30, so there's lots of content.
Lots of great content, lots of great games. What type of games are we going to be seeing today? Tim, you mentioned a couple of them. Do you have any favorites, anything you're excited about?
I mean, it's hard for me to pick a favorite as the one of the organizers here. I'm excited to see all the games and see all the devs get a chance to come on our stream and talk about their work and what they do and why they like Seattle Indies and what 6 means to them.
Yeah, definitely. We saw a lot of games last week. Last week was the first day, and this is day 2. It's a little different. Last week we had a lot of food-centered games, a lot of puzzle games, but this week is going to be a huge mix.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be good for people, I think, to see a lot of different styles of games that people are making here in Seattle. It's not all just one type. We have many different types of games that people are working on, and it's going to be exciting to watch today.
And a diverse group of developers too. Some of them are on their own. Other ones have just like a little grouping of friends that come in and help. And it's really cool that I think some of them met through Seattle Indies as well. And so you just group together, right, and make links with people and just build a game.
Yeah, I think it speaks to the all the different types of people that are part of the Seattle Indies community, that we have people who are full-time indie devs, people who are working other positions and doing like hobbyist game dev on the side, or doing both, working indie game dev in their full-time job and making games on the side. So yeah, all kinds of people, all different sizes of teams and different types of production. Quite a few that started in game jams. So I think it's going to be exciting to hear the developers' story and the stories of the games as well.
Yeah, we have a couple of games that will be on display in the upcoming weeks that started at game jams. We have Deleveled that just launched this week on all the major platforms that you'll be able to see on week 4. That actually was one of the prize winners at the Seattle Indies Game Jam back in 2018. And now they've spent the last couple of years working on it and made it into an actual full product, which you can actually go buy right now. And you'll be able to see on the 4th week of 6 online. And I think we also have Breakpoint coming up. I can't remember what week that is, but that also started at last year's Seattle Indies Game Jam and is on its way to becoming a full-fledged product as well. So those are exciting things to see when we make those events, and people make a game that they end up working on until, you know, it actually becomes a product.
For those who might not know, what is a Seattle Game Jam? What do you do? How do you get involved?
Basically, when normal times, we all meet up at a venue. Like most of our game jams are held at the Pacific Science Center. We spend a weekend from Friday till Sunday making a game based on a theme that we usually announce at the start of the jam. People either come with ideas or get inspired by the theme and come up with ideas on the spot and form a team, and then spend the next 48 hours making some sort of playable game that's usually a pretty small slice of gameplay that may or may not end up working, but it's always a fun time, and people get to meet and learn new things about the development process and make games together, and it usually ends up being a really fun time.
And when is the next one that someone can get involved with?
So we have online jams happening now, and our next one actually starts next Tuesday. It's called Jamming the Curve, that we're working on with IndieCade, the National Academy of Sciences, the CDC, and Georgia Tech, and it's based on the ongoing pandemic, and people are going to be able to use real-world simulation modeling to make games to help spread information and better practices, I guess, around dealing with the pandemic. And there's cash prizes involved. You can find it on itch.io/jammingthecurve. Sign up, so you can still sign up now, and it starts on Tuesday, September 15th.
Do we have a link for that so we can post it in the chat for everybody?
Yeah, we can post it in the chat at some point here today, for sure.
Sweet.
And you also wanted to mention the Patreon. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we have multiple places you can find out about Seattle Indies goings on our website, seattleindies.org. We're on Meetup, Facebook, Twitter, and we also have a Patreon where people can support us from as little as $1 to as much as you want, really. Every little bit helps. We are a 501c3 nonprofits run by volunteers like myself and Sarah, and many other organizers who help us run our events when we do in-person events, and even these online events, we have help. And donations, the Patreon money goes to helping us with the overhead of running the nonprofit, basically.
We also have our Seattle Indies social is coming up this Tuesday. So it's a good place to like pop in and meet people and see what we're all about. And those have been on Zoom since the start of the pandemic. And all the information for those is on our Facebook page.
Yeah, and we also have a very active Discord server where we have been doing some of the other regular meetups. Like today at noon, there will be our indie support group meetup, which is where people get together and work on their games. And some of the games that you end up seeing at 6 end up getting a start at indie support group, where people meet and start a project and work together on games, which is what we're all about.
Oh, it's so awesome that there's...
That is so awesome.
Yeah,
And
that
with
everybody
today,
can come
we
together.
are going to... Oh, I'm sorry.
Nope, go for it.
I was going to say, with today, we are going to be talking to a ton of devs, and we do want to solicit questions in the chat. So if you guys have any questions at any time for the game devs of the games that you're seeing, please ask them in chat, and we'll get an answer from the devs today. So I'm very, very excited about that. We have hashtag Funtime coming up next. Is there anything else we want to talk about right before we get going?
I think we're all set. I hope you both have a great day today hosting, and look forward to seeing all the games and all our developers.
And we'll be hanging out in chat too, so you can answer any questions about the Seattle Indies throughout the day, or help get your questions up to the devs so they get answered.
Perfect.
Absolutely.
Thank you, guys. Up next,
Thank
we
you.
have
Thank you.
hashtag Funtime.
Quantum Astrophysicist Guild and One God Games present Octothorpe Funtime, literally the most innovative
Stop.
game.
What?
That's what it says here in the...
No one knows what an octothorpe is, man. Just say it normally, like normal, for normal people.
Okay, sure, yeah. Like if you're an abbreviation for pounds of Funtime, literally the most innovative.
Say hashtag?
Number sign then? Pound sign, like an old,
Hashtag.
What even is a hashtag?
And action.
Hashtag Funtime! Literally the most innovative thing to ever happen in video games since video games is here to blow your entire mind up forever! Kablam! It's a color puzzle twin stick action backflip, pack, flip, jam-packed with rad bad flip stick features like a super unique color swapping mechanic that uses colors, an upgradable ship you can upgrade with upgrades for your ship, and limitless replayability thanks to tons of distinct modes like survival mode, time survival mode, time attack mode, open mode, escape mode, waves mode, zones mode, Funtime mode, Octothorpe mode, and 54 challenge levels, all set to a Beat Sync original soundtrack that will blow you out of your...
No, there's no Octothorpe mode.
Yeah, but I just...
Action!
You want leaderboards? Good, because you got leaderboards! Backed up by a super deep scoring system that you'll need help from your parents or legal guardians or and whichever to figure out. Leave it up on Lodo Funtime is ultra. Hashtag Funtime is ultra colorful. Block-rocking super exotic colors like blue, green, red, and even yellow. With a super unique color swapping mechanic unlike anything that's ever been seen before since the heat birth of the observable universe. Use those colors to kick flip enemy floor tiles, dodge enemy fire, kick enemy butts, and renegotiate manifold high-structure strategic narratives with
Wrecking
OMG, WTF, BBQ, a wrecking ball! And some kind of energy lasso thing! And explosions with the addition of lots of explosions! And a smiley face and explosions and lasers and fire and bullets and explosions and space and
Toss in 1 or 2 particle effects. A dash of super chill relaxy pants. Breathe in, breathe out, lay back. And you get
knots and crosses, fracture, sharp, space, hex, comment, square, hash, pack, crunch, waffle, punch, scratch, mesh, flash, octothorpe. Hashtag Funtime!
good, right? How'd I do?
You're fired.
Quantum Astrophysicist Guild and One God Games present Octothorpe Funtime! Literally the most innovative
Stop.
game.
What?
That's what it says here in the...
No one knows what an Octothorpe is, man. Just say it normally. Like normal, for normal people.
Okay, sure, yeah. Like if you're an abbreviation for pounds of Funtime! Literally the most innovative...
Say hashtag?
Number sign then? Pound sign, like an old,
Hashtag.
What even is a hashtag?
And action.
Hashtag Funtime! Literally the most innovative thing to ever happen in video games since video games is here to blow your entire mind up forever! Kablam! It's a color puzzle twin stick action backflip, pack, flip, jam-packed with rad bad flip stick features like a super unique color swapping mechanic that uses colors, an upgradable ship you can upgrade with upgrades for your ship, and limitless replayability thanks to tons of distinct modes like survival mode, time survival mode, time attack mode, open mode, escape mode, waves mode, zones mode, Funtime mode, Octothorpe mode, and 54 challenge levels, all set to a Beat Sync original soundtrack that will blow you out of your...
No, there's no Octothorpe mode.
Yeah, but I just...
Action!
You want leaderboards? Good, because you got leaderboards! Backed up by a super deep scoring system that you'll need help from your parents or legal guardians or and whichever to figure out. Leave it up on Lodo Funtime is ultra. Hashtag Funtime is ultra colorful. Block-rocking super exotic colors like blue, green, red, and even yellow. With a super unique color swapping mechanic unlike anything that's ever been seen before since the heat birth of the observable universe. Use those colors to kick flip enemy floor tiles, dodge enemy fire, kick enemy butts, and renegotiate manifold high-structure strategic narratives with
Wrecking.
OMG, WTF, BBQ, a wrecking ball! And some kind of energy lasso thing! And explosions with the addition of lots of explosions! And a smiley face and explosions and lasers and fire and bullets and explosions and space and
Toss in 1 or 2 particle effects. A dash of super chill relaxy pants. Breathe in, breathe out, lay back. And you get
knots and crosses, fracture, sharp, space, hex, comment, square, hash, pack, crunch, waffle, punch, scratch, mesh, flash, octothorpe. Hashtag Funtime!
good, right? How'd I do?
You're fired.
Quantum Astrophysicist Guild and One God Games present Octothorpe Funtime! Literally the most innovative
Stop.
game.
What?
That's what it says here in the...
No one knows what an Octothorpe is, man. Just say it normally. Like normal, for normal people.
Okay, sure, yeah. Like if you're an abbreviation for pounds of Funtime! Literally the most innovative...
Say hashtag?
Number sign then? Pound sign, like an old,
Hashtag.
What even is a hashtag?
And action.
Hashtag Funtime! Literally the most innovative thing to ever happen in video games since video games is here to blow your entire mind up forever! Kablam! It's a color puzzle twin stick action backflip, pack, flip, jam-packed with rad bad flip stick features like a super unique color swapping mechanic that uses colors, an upgradable ship you can upgrade with upgrades for your ship, and limitless replayability thanks to tons of distinct modes like survival mode, time survival mode, time attack mode, open mode, escape mode, waves mode, zones mode, Funtime mode, Octothorpe mode, and 54 challenge levels, all set to a Beat Saber original soundtrack that will blow you out of your...
No, there's no Octothorpe mode.
Yeah, but I just...
Action!
You want leaderboards? Good, because you got leaderboards! Backed up by a super deep scoring system that you'll need help from your parents or legal guardians or and whichever to figure out. Leave it up on Lodo Funtime is ultra. Hashtag Funtime is ultra colorful. Block rocking super exotic colors like blue, green, red, and even yellow. With a duper unique color swapping mechanic unlike anything that's ever been seen before since the heat birth of the observable universe. Use those colors to kick flip enemy floor tiles, dodge enemy fire, kick enemy butts, and renegotiate manifold high structure strategic narratives with
Wrecking
OMG, WTF, PDQ, a wrecking ball! And some kind of energy lasso thing! And explosions with the addition of lots of explosions! And a smiley face and explosions and lasers and fire and bullets and explosions and space and
Toss in 1 or 2 particle effects. A dash of super chill relaxy pants. Breathe in, breathe out, lay back. And you get...
Knots and crosses, fracture, sharp, space, hex, comment, square, hash, pack, crunch, waffle, punch, scratch, mesh, flash, octothorpe. Hashtag Funtime!
Drink that.
Good, right? How'd I do?
You're fired.
Quantum Astrophysicist Guild and One God Games present Octothorpe Funtime, literally the most innovative
Stop.
game.
What?
That's what it says here in the...
No one knows what an Octothorpe is, man. Just say it normally, like normal, for normal people.
Okay, sure, yeah.
Link it's your abbreviation for pounds of Funtime, literally the most innovative...
Say hashtag?
Number sign then? A pound sign, like an old...
Hashtag.
What even is a hashtag?
And action.
Hashtag Funtime! Literally the most innovative thing to ever happen in video games since video games is here to blow your entire mind up forever! Kablam! It's a color puzzle twin stick action backflip, pack, flip, jam-packed with rad bad flip stick features like a super unique color swapping mechanic that uses colors, an upgradable ship you can upgrade with upgrades for your ship, and limitless replayability thanks to tons of distinct modes like survival mode, time survival mode, time attack mode, open mode, escape mode, waves mode, zones mode, Funtime mode, Octothorpe mode, and 54 challenge levels, all set to a Beat Saber original soundtrack that will blow you out of your...
No, there's no Octothorpe mode.
Yeah, but I just...
Action!
You want leaderboards? Good, because you got leaderboards! Backed up by a super deep scoring system that you'll need help from your parents or legal guardians or and whichever to figure out. Leave it up on Lodo Funtime is ultra. Hashtag Funtime is ultra colorful. Block rocking super exotic colors like blue, green, red, and even yellow. With a duper unique color swapping mechanic unlike anything that's ever been seen before since the heat birth of the observable universe. Use those colors to kick flip enemy floor tiles, dodge enemy fire, kick enemy butts, and renegotiate manifold high structure strategic narratives with
Wrecking.
OMG, WTF, PDQ, a wrecking ball! And some kind of energy lasso thing! And explosions with the addition of lots of explosions! And a smiley face and explosions and lasers and fire and bullets and explosions and space and
Toss in 1 or 2 particle effects. A dash of super chill relaxy pants. Breathe in, breathe out, lay back. And you get...
Knots and crosses, fracture, sharp, space, hex, comment, square, hash, pack, crunch, waffle, punch, scratch, mesh, flash, octothorpe. Hashtag Funtime!
Drink that.
Good, right? How'd I do?
You're fired.
Quantum Astrophysicist Guild and One God Games present Octothorpe Funtime, literally the most innovative
Stop.
game.
What?
That's what it says here in the...
No one knows what an Octothorpe is, man. Just say it normally, like normal, for normal people.
Okay, sure, yeah.
Link it's your abbreviation for pounds of Funtime, literally the most innovative...
Say hashtag?
Number sign then? A pound sign, like an old...
Hashtag.
What even is a hashtag?
And action.
Hashtag Funtime! Literally the most innovative thing to ever happen in video games since video games is here to blow your entire mind up forever! Kablam! It's It's a color puzzle twin stick action backflip, pack, flip, jam-packed with rad bad flip stick features like a super unique color swapping mechanic that uses colors, an upgradable ship you can upgrade with upgrades for your ship, and limitless replayability thanks to tons of distinct modes like survival mode, time survival mode, time attack mode, open mode, escape mode, waves mode, zones mode, Funtime mode, Octothorpe mode, and 54 challenge levels, all set to a Beat Sync original soundtrack that will blow you out of your...
No, there's no Octothorpe mode.
Yeah, but I just...
Action!
You want leaderboards? Good, because you got leaderboards! Backed up by a super deep scoring system that you'll need help from your parents or legal guardians or and whichever to figure out. Leave it up on Lodo Funtime is ultra. Hashtag Funtime is ultra colorful. Block rocking super exotic colors like blue.
Fans at Morby, and Judge Dino for all Sarah Meeks.
Maybe you watch him.
Robust hold soaring.
Got whoop and whoop for.
Like them for peculiar crosses of other origin summit.
Election year knockout!
Fans at Morby, and Judge Dino for all Sarah Meeks.
Maybe you watch him.
Robust hold soaring.
Got whoop and whoop for.
Like them for peculiar crosses of other origin summit.
Election year knockout!
Fans at Morby, and Judge Dino for all Sarah Meeks.
Maybe you watch him.
Robust hold soaring.
Got whoop and whoop for.
Like them for peculiar crosses of other origin summit.
Election year knockout!
Fans at Morby, and Judge Dino for all Sarah Meeks.
Maybe you watch him.
Robust hold soaring.
Got whoop and whoop for.
Like them for peculiar crosses are rather unexamined.
Election Year Knockout!
Van said Morby. And Judge Dino. For all Sarah means.
Maybe you watching.
Robust hold sword.
Got whooped him. Whoop for.
A little like them for peculiar. The crosses are rather unexamined.
Election Year Knockout!
Van said Morby. And Judge Dino. For all Sarah means.
Maybe you watching.
Robust hold sword.
Got whooped him. Whoop for.
A little like them for peculiar. The crosses are rather unexamined.
Election Year Knockout!
Van said Morby. And Judge Dino. For all Sarah means.
Maybe you watching.
Robust hold sword.
Got whooped him. Whoop for.
A little like them for peculiar. The crosses are rather unexamined.
Election Year Knockout!
Van said Morby. And Judge Dino. For all Sarah means.
Maybe you watching.
Robust hold sword.
Got whooped him. Whoop for.
A little like them for peculiar. The crosses are rather unexamined.
Election Year Knockout!
Van said Morby. And Judge Dino. for all serious needs.
Maybe you watching.
Robust hold soaring.
Look for.
Usually like them for peculiar hands. Crosses a rather odd summit.
Hey everybody, what's going on? It's RicJur coming at you. For today, we're here at 6 Seattle Indie Expo for the for this weekend. I'm here joined with Mac and Cheese, please, and the developers of Election Year Knockout.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. Can everyone hear us?
Yes.
All right. Election Year Knockout. Welcome, everyone. This is a hilarious game, I hope, to everyone. It's basically
the trailer, the hoot.
Thank you. The story of this game is it's the apocalypse. No one can talk to each other anymore, and politics is way too serious. So Congress decided to have everything, all laws, all states, all this stuff, including presidential elections, decided by boxing. And so you're just this random boxer. At the start of the stream, you saw how you could modify your boxer too a little bit. And your first opponent just so happens to be a very important person.
The first opponent? Who's the first opponent?
Our first opponent is called Jab Bush.
Oh my gosh, I love it.
Oh my goodness.
I'd like to introduce Alex here. Alex is one of the artists and animators on this project. I'm the other one, and not on camera, but in voice is our programmer, Tyler. Say hi, Tyler.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? I'm Tyler.
Hey. Welcome.
Hey.
Yeah,
so go
ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, for my first question, where did y'all get all the audio cues from the presidents?
Okay, so there's a lot of free sources you can go that are totally legal to use. And just to be extra sure, I cut them up into Banjo-Kazooie style little voice segments. And it ended up being funnier anyway, so I really liked it.
Yeah, because as I was listening to them, I'm like, it sounds like them, but it's really weird. It's kind of like distorted in a way, but it's the Banjo-Kazooie style. It's so funny.
We had so much fun making this, and I hope you guys have fun watching it. This game is on Steam.
Like a
it's
really
available
fun
right
game.
now. Thank you so much, Matt. Yeah,
tell me
the
more
game's available
about
right
it.
Alex,
tell me more about the game, and as far as how each round goes, how long is the game? How do you know who wins? Who's crowned president? I want to know everything.
To be crowned president, you're going to have to beat Donald Thump, and there are 5 rounds to each boxing match, but you can knock them down and do a TKO in the first round if you really know what you're doing, just like the original Knockout. It's a puzzle boxer. You have to solve the puzzle.
Oh,
tell them what's going on
like
here
that.
between fights.
Yeah, so we have this news scene that's reporting on you, and you're traveling up through the ranks of pop culture, basically. You get to name your party, whatever you want.
Oh, wow.
America,
sort of
I
like-
love that.
It's sort of like usual third parties that aren't Republican or Democrat. You have a really long, ridiculous name by the end of it because you're trying to appeal to as many people as possible.
Right.
That news announcer looks familiar.
I love the humor.
I wasn't.
He is based off of an ESPN news anchor, I believe.
I thought so.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, he looks like a sports, but I don't know his name off the top of my head, but yeah. I love all the fun, like Uncle Joe. How did you come up with these fun puns? It's so fun and so playful.
Are you taking that, Tyler?
So, well, I was going to let Ben take that, but I can take it. Yeah. So, our ideas for some of these characters, we pulled some ideas directly out of the old Punch-Out games, you know, for Super Nintendo and for the regular Nintendo, and then you know, like Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, Super Punch-Out, but then also the Punch-Out for the Wii as well. We took inspiration from that game, and we wanted to make it our own as well. So we took ideas and themes and moves sometimes from those games, but we tried to twist them and change them into our own style.
We used a lot of memes, political memes, for references and ideas. So if you let Jab Bush win, he'll do that big pose that he did. I don't know if anyone saw that meme during that election. I'm winning.
Oh man, and y'all have so many source materials to gather on to put into this. Oh
Yeah.
man.
Because
I
at the
can't
end
wait
of the
to go
day,
through it.
all of these politicians are just hilarious people, right? Our goal in this was to just be, you know, completely out of. We weren't going to make any stances or anything else like that. We're just having fun at the expense of everyone.
Yeah, that's the idea.
So how did y'all come up with this idea? I mean, was it Seattle's indies that y'all met through, and y'all just was like, hey, let's make a boxing game?
Well, we've been aware of Seattle Indies for a long time. We actually studied at DigiPen over near Seattle, both Alex and I. And while we're in Spokane on the other side of the state, you know, Seattle is still deeply in our hearts. So we've been keeping up with you guys and really love what you guys are up to. And Tim, especially, thank you for having us on and being able to show this off.
So we do have a couple of questions in chat if we'd like to answer those right now as well.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so Real Facts and Logic asks, how are we able to decide the jokes and references in the game? I mean, we're fighting both red and blue here. And I think that last point actually kind of nails home how we decided what jokes and references to use. You know, we wanted something that would be funny to people on both sides of the aisle, and also jokes and references that aren't mean-spirited, you know? We didn't want to, because that's the easy way, you know, to just say, oh, this person is bad, make fun of them, make them look ugly, you know, that's the easy route. But we didn't want to go with the easy route. We actually wanted to make something that anyone can enjoy, you know? And so I think that really is how we decided between those jokes and references.
That's
Absolutely.
actually really smart, because it is super easy to play down on people, especially when you think of elections and people bickering back and forth between one another.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's so downing. It's just like, man, but now we got a bunch of jokes where both sides can laugh at either one, and it's really cool to see that.
Absolutely.
Thanks so
You know
much.
what's our
That's
goal?
exactly what we were going for.
And I think we succeeded because we've shown this off a couple places before, particularly PAX over in Boston. And no one knew we were going to be there. It's kind of an unknown game entirely. But we had people lining up outside of our tiny little booth and getting us in trouble with people.
The enforcers, they're like, your line's
Yeah,
too
like-
big, it's blocking the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's great though when you're like a small game, like when people are like, oh, you have to play this game, you have to play this game. That probably warms your heart so much.
Absolutely.
Really did.
Keep them coming.
So the next question we have was from AlchemistJoker, who's playing the role of Doc Lewis.
We call him Maverick. That's all I'll say.
Maverick.
So does each boxer, do they have different stats? And if so, how did you come up with giving each character their different stats, if that's the case?
They're not exactly different stats so much as a different move set to memorize and different timing. So
okay.
AO did some video at some point where she was dancing before. Was that before she was elected or just during?
Oh, that was much earlier in her life, but it kind of blew up and people were like, oh, that's cool that she can dance and be free and, you know.
Yeah, so we made her the dancer because it's hard to find a politician who's going to have a dancing video. And so she has the really long, dancey wind-ups, which is also helping teach players that they can hit her before she hits them.
I love it.
Because you did mention that it's like a puzzle fighter. So talk a little bit about that. I haven't heard that before.
Absolutely. Especially to someone who's not familiar with Punch-Out, these games are less action games and more rhythm games where you have to read your opponent's actions and react. So there I dodged AO's attacks and again, and you can punish her for a decent amount of damage. And that's fun in itself to try to figure out, but the real end game is upon replaying them, how can I do this, better, faster?
Faster, especially. We have, it's a fun game to try to speed run, even for me who, this wasn't the first kind of game I enjoyed, but once I figured out I could, it was engaging.
And I'll make a shout out to King in the chat, who's been speedrunning this since day one, and thank you so much for your support, man.
Well, okay, King, how fast can you beat the game? I know it's going to take a while, but is there any difficulty settings or making it harder or changing the people's move sets or anything like that?
Absolutely. Tyler?
Yeah, so we actually have 2 difficulties in the base game. So we have casual difficulty and classic difficulty. Casual was more designed for the mobile market and was kind of designed to just make it easier to get into the game and enjoy the jokes and the gameplay and everything like that. Whereas classic mode, we really wanted to go with that classic difficulty and challenge of those old school punch-out games. So the main difference there is going to be in the directionality of things. So in casual mode, you just kind of tap the screen to punch, you swipe to dodge. It doesn't really matter where you punch or where you dodge, as long as you dodge their attack. Whereas in classic mode, each punch that you use and each dodge direction that you use actually makes a difference in how the character is going to react to that attack. So it makes it a lot more challenging. And then on top of that, we have like basically a second circuit. So in the old Punch-Out games, we had different circuits where you could go and complete each circuit and get harder challenges and harder opponents. So as you beat the game, or at least on beat each 5 challenges for each of the characters, you'll unlock a harder version of that fight. You see the EX fight there. That EX fight is the harder version of that fight where they add new moves, they get more damage, they're faster, and it just adds like this whole extra challenge and level of basically stuff to do in the game. There's 10 challenges for each character, so there's 5 for the non-EX fight and then 5 for the EX fight. And between that, there's a lot of difficulty to be found in that, I think. Especially in the final character, the EX Donald Thump fight. We really wanted to go with like a Mike Tyson level of Punch-Out difficulty for that one.
Yeah, I would have to check this game out on mobile and then play it on the harder settings and see how that is. So I bet mobile and console are 2 completely different things, because when you're trying to deal with timing events and pressing the button at the right time, there's some differences, I feel, between the 2.
Yeah,
I did have to read time. Oh, sorry, Tyler.
No, go ahead.
Oh, no, it's fine.
I know we had to retime some things for the console release because of the way swiping works on the phone. It just takes a little longer to register the hits, but the phone controls do work really well, especially when you compare them to other mobile games. Tyler really knocked it out of the park.
We're really surprised at just how well the mobile controls work. I'm playing on a controller here, but I recommend anyone, if you just want to try it, the mobile version is free.
Oh, wow.
So by all means, go for it.
I did notice when you were in a different screen, there were locked regions across America. Do you have to unlock all of it in order to win, or can you win a particular region?
Yeah, as it's a way of making sure you go through the fights in order. Every time you defeat somebody, the next region of America will unlock. The politicians don't quite fit in their region all the time. We tried, but we also had to pick the most well-known.
Right.
Like we already had a candidate for Texas, and we really wanted Ted Cruz in the game to fill out the right of center roster. And the joke about him back in 2016 was he kind of looked like who?
The Zodiac Killer.
The Zodiac Killer. So we took that instead of being like, let's make him a murderer, we made him like, well, let's make him literally a Zodiac person. So all of his attacks are based on the stars.
He's got big scorpion tail.
And we put him up in Alaska because that's...
Yeah, some of sometimes you have to dig a little bit. Ted Bruce's Twitter feed, I was digging through that for a week trying to get ideas. There was a lot of stuff in there. He also has a thing about he and some other senator keep stealing sodas back and forth and tweeting about it. And he actually went and stole the whole vending machine.
Oh, what? Just get my dolly and just take this machine.
The dolly, and I'm thinking, I don't know how to put that in the game, but I wish we had. That was funny.
So this is Captain Crenshaw.
Oh, please.
Oh, by all means, I was just saying this is the next character.
Captain Crenshaw.
So when you are doing research and trying to figure out how to theme each character and give them their own little fun moves, what type of things are you looking for? You'd mentioned there was someone who was dancing, and so you added the fun zodiac stuff. What are some other things that you added for other people?
So if there are memes on the character, I spend a lot of time on Know Your Meme, looking up different politicians just to see what people made fun of. And because we wanted to keep it even with the red and the blue, sometimes I had to go into their actual speeches and debates. I spent 2 or 3 hours watching Jeb Bush speeches and debates with Trump.
Gosh.
And that was, because you have all the quotes they say during the arrest scenes, and a lot of those quotes are based off of something they actually said that was a bit of a gaffe or a goof.
So I bet you're very political now. Like, you can go and run if you wanted to, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
If anything, this should make me never want to run for office ever.
Now you misspeak once, it's on the internet forever.
That's true.
And then memed and then put into a video game.
I'd rather just make games. Make people laugh.
I think this is the first that I've seen a game that deals with our presidents that has, like, I guess the memes from them and things that they said from their campaigns all put in, and you get to go through and hear them and just laugh at the jokes that come through. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they've all said something silly. I mean, when that much of your voice, your life is recorded speaking in front of people, you're going to say things that are just silly.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. And it's just so like heartwarming and fun and silly. It doesn't feel like if you are like leaning towards red or leaning towards blue, like it doesn't, as you said, it doesn't like you don't take offense to it. It's just fun to poke fun of both sides.
No,
truly, if we've done our job right, then your favorite person that you're in the corner for, you're still gonna laugh.
Yeah.
And that's what we were seeing in Boston too, where AOC, the person behind our AO character, is very popular over there, and I was very worried going in. It's like, are they going to run us out on a rail, tar and feather? But no, they loved it. It was great.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I did see a question in chat from ODS King. Will the game be completed X fights as well? I'm not sure exactly what he meant by that.
He might be asking if we're going to show off the EX fights, and I think in the 30 minutes that we've got, I won't get to that point. But the first part of the game where you run all the way up and become president, that's not too hard to beat. Like, you can complete this in an afternoon with a little bit of diligence.
Yeah.
But after that, there's a ton of content. We went back to every single character and completely changed their moveset, gave them something to throw you off.
Sometimes the artwork got a big reboot.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, who had the biggest art change? I think it might have been Warren.
Mm-hmm.
Warren had a big art change because partway through her campaign, she had a big campaign change. So we had to go back and update.
Oh no, really?
Part of the problem with making a politics game during an election year is that they keep changing their personas, and if you're watching it, you go, well, this is a problem.
Mm-hmm.
I can't keep up.
So are y'all expecting to add more onto this game, to do any type of DLC or anything like that?
Absolutely. I'll let Tyler speak to this since I'm about to start another fight, but the more people we can get to even know about this game, the more we can, this is my favorite character. The more we can justify adding, alternate history packs, World War II, you name it.
Yeah, so some of the ideas that we've had for DLCs in the future are like a 2000s throwback pack with like figures like Hillary Clinton and well, we don't really have a name for Barack Obama's character in our universe yet, but basically characters like that, you know, maybe George Bush, so Bush Sr. it would be in this game. Yeah, so that's one of the ideas. We've had like an Axis versus Allies idea that had been brewing around where you get a fight like Hitler and Stalin and stuff.
Oh, nice.
You gotta beat up Hitler.
Yeah, I mean, everybody wants to beat up Hitler. Exactly.
I was actually, one of my other questions was going to be, are y'all going to go out of the United States to where it's like, start dealing with other countries and their leaders and their presidents and stuff like that? That would be kind of interesting.
So we do have Justin Trudeau in the game based on Canada's Justin Trudeau. And we also have North Korea's Kim Jong-boom.
Oh my gosh.
So we do have a couple of other international figures in there, although we do have to be really, really careful making fun of other people in other countries because they don't have the same kind of like freedom of speech and expression laws that we do in our own country. So
yeah, we can't touch Britain. We wanted to, but we can't.
Yep, so we'll never actually have the Prime Minister of Britain in the game because we're not legally allowed to, unfortunately. But with like Canada, their laws are very similar to ours, and it was okay to have Justin Trudeau in our game. And North Korea, I mean, we're probably going to get assassinated if we ever go there now, but
it's a trade.
Yeah.
When you're doing this research and figuring out who you want to put in your game, what challenges did you face besides just realizing, oh wait, we can actually use this public figure? What challenges did you face and how did you overcome some of them?
Oh, one of the hardest things was making sure that it was an even roster between red and blue, especially in the US, because if more Democrats were campaigning this year for various reasons, which means there was just a plethora of good stuff, but we want it to be even. And so you have to find people who aren't right now in the spotlight. And there were some cuts made. I really would have liked to have like Tulsi Gabbard in. We had some really good ideas for her being like this cool surfer from Hawaii, but we had to keep it even. So there were more characters that would have been fun.
From all the characters, do you have a favorite that you feel like you just encompass them and you're like, this is hilarious, I love you, you're my favorite in this game?
I don't know if I could pick, because anyone that I did artwork for, I think I did an amazing job, of course. I guess maybe Trudeau, because I am Canadian by birth, and making fun of him just feels really good.
I think my personal favorite is probably Mike Pius, just for the design of the character in general. I mean, Mike Pence is known in our country as a very pious man, you know, highly religious Christian. So we took that idea and we kind of spun it on his head. So now he's kind of like a religious wizard. So he has...
White mage.
Yeah, a white mage, exactly. So he has a healing ability. He can heal himself. He can throw up like this holy shield that blocks some hits for him. He has this laser beam that he can fire at you, like literally Kamehameha status. And then he has this giant disembodied boxing glove that he can pull out of the sky and smash it on top of your head. And then the EX fight just takes all of those ideas and makes it so much harder because now he can just use them way, way more often. So basically, he's the only character in the game who has that yellow bar similar to the player, except his is not shown to the player except in his gloves. So when his special is full, his gloves start glowing and then he can fire out the laser or pull up the shield. So he's actually the only other character in the game who has a special bar like that, a special meter, so to speak. And I think
on his gloves.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So you see it on his gloves. Yep. And I think that mechanic in general was just amazing. I had such a great time like designing it and programming it and just making it all come to life. It was great.
On that note, there's a question. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say my favorite is Bertie Sanders because it's absurd. Go on.
Well, I was going to say, on that note, there's a question in chat from Cool Derp who says, what was the idea to make this game? Why did you guys make it? What inspired you to make it?
Everyone needs to laugh about politics right now.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone needs some place to both vent and remember that it's funny. We can laugh too.
Mm-hmm.
Life's not all that serious.
So somebody else
shouldn't be. Even serious topics, you should be able to just have some fun with.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah.
And even like branching out in this genre, I mean, we have another questions like, should do a Hollywood Stars version or a musical artist.
Oh, yeah.
Like the old Celebrity Deathmatch.
Yeah, it's like Celebrity Deathmatch. Yes.
Okay, should I do Mike Pius or Kim Jong-boom?
Kim Jong-boom.
Yes. Right. Oh my gosh, I need to see this.
This intro.
Oh my goodness. I love it.
Isn't that
it's so good?
So Kim Jong-boom, he's too short for your high punches. So you have to intercept him with a low punch before he builds a rocket and tries to hit you with it.
Oh, that's what he's doing. Oh, I see it on the side of the screen. Oh my goodness.
And it hurts. But if you can bounce him
off,
you can do a juggle. Or he'll pull out of the juggle and hit you.
Oh my goodness. Are all of his attacks with rockets, or does he actually punch you, or does he let his missiles do the dirty work?
He lets his missiles do the dirty work. He does body slam you if he bounces into it, so he will occasionally bounce at you. He's supposed to be kind of beach ball-like.
Oh my gosh. And I get that impression too. He's like moving around. It's very fluid. I love it.
Yeah, so he is the only character in the game who does not throw a single punch.
But from what I saw, I thought he throws his weight at the person, right?
Yeah, he does throw his weight at.
Okay,
he doesn't throw a punch though.
And his unicorn.
What's hilarious too is if you dodge out of the way of that lunge, he'll actually take damage. So you can get him to knock himself out.
Oh yeah, like this. Watch.
I love it. It's so good. It's so good.
I think he's the only character in the game who will knock himself out.
There's an achievement for that if you make it a KO.
Ooh.
So there's a question. So there's an achievement system. How many achievements are there in, is it easy to 100% the game, or is there a lot of replayability to try to get all the achievements?
Oh, you're going to have to replay, but I'll let Tyler answer this one.
Yeah, Tyler would know.
So there are 11 characters in the game, each with 10 challenges, so 5 for the non-EX fight and then 5 for the EX fight, which means that there's approximately 110 challenges in the game.
Wow.
Now, not all of those challenges get mapped to a Steam achievement, but several of them do. I think we have 30 or so Steam achievements. Maybe it's a little less. But we have all of those Steam achievements. So to get 100% in the game, you actually go up to 141% because Kim Jong-boom and Little Rocket, or Justin Turbo, I'm sorry, are both outside of the main storyline progression. So if you complete all of the challenges in the game, you'll actually get to 141%, I believe is what it is. Maybe it's 121. Wow. But yeah, so once you get to that point, that is when you have fully completed the game. And then at that point, if you're like King Orr in the chat there, you'll just start speedrunning the game and get better at each of the characters. But yeah, so to 100% the game, I think takes maybe a couple of days unless you've already done it before a few times. So, and that's if you're playing very diligently, going for all of those challenges. So there is a lot of replayability to be had in those challenges, I think.
Huh.
And you did mention a main quest line. So does that mean there's like a side quest and you can go off and venture and do something that's not a part of the main story?
So it's not so much a story as it is a series, I guess, or a campaign. So the main campaign, would be the 9 political figures from the United States that you challenge and go and beat. So once you become president after beating President Donald Thump, that is the main story. And then, like, the Little Rocket Man and Justin Turbo are just kind of outside that progression. And Little Rocket Man is also his name in the game. So he has 2 names. It's Kim Jong-boom, and then his EX fight is the Little Rocket Man.
I love that so much. That's so good. It's so witty. It's so fun.
Thank you so much.
I can't.
It sounds like our time's coming to an end here. So once again, thank you for letting us show this off. And I didn't get to Donald Thump, but he is the next character after this.
Oh,
and,
well, hey,
I guess everybody have to pick up the game and try it.
Right? Yeah, they're just going to have to pick up the game and try it, because we're going to leave it off at this. Thank you guys for coming out and showing us this really awesome game. I can't wait to play it.
Thank you so much for having us.
Yeah, thank you. And if you guys didn't have your question answered, stay tuned, because we will be doing a live Q&A with all the devs in the first half. So don't leave yet. You can still have your questions answered by the devs.
Yep. All right, we'll be back.
Quantum Astrophysicist Guild and One God Games present Octothorpe Funtime, literally the most innovative game.
What?
That's what it says here in the...
No one knows what an Octothorpe is, man. Just say it normally, like normal, for normal people.
Okay, sure, yeah.
Ligature an abbreviation for pounds of Funtime, literally the most innovative...
Say hashtag?
Number sign then? Pound sign, like an old...
Hashtag.
What even is a hashtag?
And action.
Hashtag Funtime! Literally the most innovative thing to ever happen in video games since video games is here to blow your entire mind up forever! Kablam! It's a color puzzle twin stick action backflip, pack, flip, jam-packed with rad-bad flip stick features like a super unique color swapping mechanic that uses colors, an upgradable ship you can upgrade with upgrades for your ship, and limitless replayability thanks to tons of distinct modes like survival mode, time survival mode, time attack mode, open mode, escape mode, waves mode, zones mode, Funtime mode, Octothorpe mode, and 54 challenge levels, all set to a Beat Saber original soundtrack that will blow you out of your...
No, there's no Octothorpe mode.
Yeah, but I just...
Action!
You want leaderboards? Good, because you got leaderboards! Backed up by a super deep scoring system that you'll need help from your parents or legal guardians or then whichever to figure out. Leave it up on Odo Funtime is ultra. Hashtag Funtime is ultra colorful. Blonde rocking super exotic colors like blue, green, red, and yellow. With a super unique color swapping mechanic unlike anything that's ever been seen before since the heat birth of the observable universe. Use those colors to kick flip enemy floor tiles, dodge enemy fire, kick enemy butts, and renegotiate manifold high-structure strategic narratives with OMG, WTF, BBQ, a wrecking ball! And some kind of energy lasso thing! And explosions with the addition of lots of explosions! And a smiley face and explosions and lasers and fire and bullets and explosions and space and
Toss in 1 or 2 particle effects. A dash of super chill relaxy pants. Breathe in, breathe out, lay back. And you get...
Knots and crosses, fracture, sharp, space, hex, comment, square, hat, two, pack, crunch, waffle, punch, scratch, match, flash, Octothorpe. Hashtag Funtime!
Good, right? How'd I do?
You're fired.
Quantum Astrophysicist Guild and One God Games present Octothorpe Funtime, literally the most innovative game.
What?
That's what it says here in the...
No one knows what an Octothorpe is, man. Just say it normally, like normal, for normal people.
Okay, sure, yeah.
Ligature an abbreviation for pounds of Funtime, literally the most innovative...
Say hashtag?
Number sign then? Pound sign, like an old...
Hashtag.
What even is a hashtag?
And action.
Hashtag Funtime! Literally the most innovative thing to ever happen in video games since video games is here to blow your entire mind up forever! Kablam! It's a color puzzle twin stick action backflip, pack, flip, jam-packed with rad-bad flip stick features like a super unique color swapping mechanic that uses colors, an upgradable ship you can upgrade with upgrades for your ship, and limitless replayability thanks to tons of distinct modes like survival mode, time survival mode, time attack mode, open mode, escape mode, waves mode, zones mode, Funtime mode, Octothorpe mode, and 54 challenge levels, all set to a Beat Saber original soundtrack that will blow you out of your...
No, there's no Octothorpe mode.
Yeah, but I just...
Action!
You want leaderboards? Good, because you got leaderboards! Backed up by a super deep scoring system that you'll need help from your parents or legal guardians or pet whichever to figure out. Leave it up on Lodo Funtime is ultra. Hashtag Funtime is ultra colorful. Block rocking super exotic colors like blue, green, red, and even yellow. With a duper unique color swapping mechanic unlike anything that's ever been seen before since the heat birth of the observable universe. Use those colors to kick flip enemy floor tiles, dodge enemy fire, kick enemy butts, and renegotiate manifold high structure strategic narratives with OMG, WTF, BBQ, a wrecking ball! And some kind of energy lasso thing! And explosions with the addition of lots of explosions! And a smiley face and explosions and lasers and fire and bullets and explosions and space and
Toss in 1 or 2 particle effects. A dash of super chill relaxy pants. Breathe in, breathe out, lay back. And you get
knots and crosses, fracture, sharp, space, hex, comment, square, hat, two-pack, crunch, waffle, punch, scratch, match, flash, octothorpe. Hashtag Funtime!
Good, right? How'd I do?
You're fired.
Just work off each other as we go along.
Hello and welcome everyone back to day 2 of Seattle Indie Expo Online. We are going to be talking about hashtag Funtime with our hosts, Goobers. I'm Mac and Cheese, please. We have RicJur with us and Brandon, who made hashtag Funtime. What's going on, everybody?
Hello.
Hey there. Hey. Welcome in. Thank you guys so much for having me. And Brandon, thank you for dropping in, buddy.
Yeah, thank you guys.
So single developer,
this trailer
right?
is. Oh, yep. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying. Yeah, it's single developer creating this very bright and vivid game. I mean, it looks awesome.
It looks insane. This trailer was so much fun to watch, and I need to know. Tell me everything about this game. I am very, very interested. It's so bright. It's so fun. Give me the lowdown.
So I'll just play through, but yeah, it's basic. Starts out as a basic twin stick shooter, navigating here through a little maze level, and then slowly but surely start introducing a couple more mechanics, mainly around swapping the color of your ship. So I'm playing with an Xbox controller now, and the face buttons are mapped to the color of your ship. And as you swap the color of your ship, interesting things happen.
So is it more like kind of like the swapping colors aspect is like I'm kind of getting like Tron Light Cycles vibes with that, but obviously it's color coded, so it's a little different, more PvE than PvP, I suppose.
Yeah. So I guess I'll just switch to the first level where I introduce color swapping. So interestingly enough, I started making this game with my son kind of just giving me feedback, and he was learning colors at the time. So that's one of the main mechanics. Awesome. So here, I'll switch the color of my ship, and I can make it through these lasers without taking damage. So this is just kind of a safe way of introducing this mechanic. And if I go through this red laser, ouch. So, and then the coloring of the background tiles is just, at this point, it's a visual way to kind of see what color you are, but it comes into play in some of the later levels. So right now there's no enemies. It's just, just.
You've got the kind of show don't tell tutorial style, which is like really nice.
Yeah.
Like,
yep.
I really like that the lasers have the face buttons on them, so you can not only is it color, but you can also see that it's the button itself.
Yep. And so
I gotta ask, you had mentioned that you said you'd made this game like alongside your kid. How much did that play into the development of this game and like the idea and wanting for you to go forward with it?
Most of it was honestly motivation, just to have somebody. Like the day my son was like, "Oh, Dad, this is looking like a real game," was pretty cool. Because it's a very slow process. I'm not a developer. I never went to school or anything. I mean, maybe I am now, I guess. But I'm an operations manager, and one day I saw a tutorial on YouTube, and I was like, "Oh man, maybe I should give that a try." And I started with this game. But it was taking so long since it's weekends and after work to have my little buddy alongside with me, giving me, positive feedback was cool. And negative feedback. Kids are brutal.
Where did you get all your art and your visuals from?
I made it. It took forever because I'm not a good artist.
It looks great. It looks very.
Yeah,
visually
I was gonna say I don't know
Beautiful
what
to
you're
look
talking about.
at.
It looks great.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
What was your inspiration for the game?
Honestly, at first it was just I want to make a game, and I didn't even have a plan. It was just was just going to be a project essentially. It wasn't going to be any specific thing. But like I said at the time, actually I have 4 kids. My oldest was the one that helped me, but a couple of them were learning colors, and I wanted to hand the controller to them and have them. It just started with being able to fly around and paint the map. And so it just I let the game kind of take it from there. So inspiration was just kind of colors. I don't know.
Oh, this is so neat to swap between the colors in order to trap the other colors to score.
So somebody, I get a triple score there, and it does a little explosion, and then this guy, I'll restart just so it's a little more clear. So this one doesn't spawn anything else. It's another one of those kind of show don't tell. I can shoot it all I want. It's not going to do anything. But when I switch the color, it'll follow me, and I can drag it in there, and that will explode it.
Oh, okay.
From there, the rest of the enemies start spawning. And again, these ones just, oh yeah, that was, if you sit still too long in one spot, a little meteor will come down and tell you to move. 'Cause camping over here in the corner is not too cool. So anyway, some of these enemies I have to use the color swap. Some I don't, but you get benefits for additional points. And then these multipliers also add up, and you can get more points by going around the field and collecting them, kind of encouraging some movement.
So are each of these levels like a situation where it's not necessarily like you have to achieve an exact certain thing and the level ends? Is it just kind of like survival per level to hit I see you have the target number of points over there, but then after that, does it just kind of keep going?
In some of the levels, yes. This one, so up in the upper left-hand corner, you can see I have infinite health there. This is just a time attack level, so I have right now I have 100 and something seconds left. So I'm just trying to get that score before the time runs out. So every time I get hit, my multiplier will reset, thereby obviously making it harder to get the score. But some levels you can keep going, although it keeps ramping up difficulty, and it'll eventually wear you out. And then other levels like this, it's high score against the clock.
Man,
I know.
Is definitely
crazy.
It reminds me of Geometry Wars.
Yeah, definitely. That was a definite inspiration. I remember on the original Xbox, what was it? There was a Project Gotham Racing, had a little arcade in the garage, and had Geometry Wars. 3-minute demo, essentially. I played that way more than I raced. So I really enjoyed that game.
So did you also come up with the music as well?
Yeah, I wrote the music.
Everything. Wow.
I had aspirations
Incredible, man.
Thank you. I had aspirations as a teenager. I was going to be in a band, and things changed. So I decided this was kind of a fun way to try some different music I had never done before. So
I gotta ask, we have kind of the basic idea of what we're looking at right now. And I am kind of curious, where you are right now with this game in the build state, and where you're kind of like looking to go with things.
At this point, I actually released it about a month ago. So it's actually on Steam, on Switch, Xbox, PS4. So at this point, there are a few. So again, it was a time attack level, so it ends there. But there's things I want to add, not necessarily DLC, just things that didn't have all the time to complete. I wanted to kind of get it out there and see where it went. But there's little things here. I want to add some more ships, some more upgrades. So in this mode, this challenge mode, I'm going through all these challenge levels. There's 54 of them, and this one again is kind of a 3-star challenge, and individual leaderboards for every challenge here. But there's also another mode in the game just the arcade mode where you have, it's like a roguelike in a way, where all the points you get go towards upgrades that are persistent.
Okay.
So you start with nothing, and then as you score points, it adds to kind of currency, and you upgrade your ship. But I want to add more ships. It was a long-winded answer. Sorry about that.
Man, this game's got really awesome potential for being a roguelite, whatever it's. I just call it a roguey boy because I can never remember the difference. But like this game's got great potential as you just see it on the game here for that element, that rogue element to it. Like I would be super interested to see what that turns into once you've kind of built that out and got that rolling and stuff in there. That has some like really cool potential there.
And
So,
in the
go ahead.
trailer, oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say in the trailer, I don't know if this was satire or if it's real, but it mentioned game modes. Are there different game modes, various modes,
Yeah,
or was that totally fun and?
Yeah, there are. There isn't an Octothorpe mode, but all the other game modes are real. So
yeah, where's
so
that? I feel like if you're gonna hype it in the trailer, like that's gotta be. I mean,
it's gotta be.
Yeah,
Come
the
on,
Octothorpe thing.
DLC.
Just
need Octothorpe.
It's gotta be there.
Yeah.
Hashtag DLC Octothorpe.
That's true. Maybe I should do that. So this type of level, it's not about getting a score. It's a point score rather. It's about you can boost through stuff. By the way, this is kind of if you don't do that, you die. So it introduced a few other mechanics slowly, but this one is just get out of this maze as quickly as possible, and it's just time based. Whereas obviously the other ones were score based. And then
wait. Did you just boost and change 2 colors at once?
I'm not that good, but no, I do. You have some invincibility during the boost, so I changed one color, and the boost carried me through. I was just like,
yeah, frames. Just like, well, that was like really fast switching.
Yep, and then there is open mode is one of the things in the trailer, and this one kind of gets rid of that grid, and so now you're kind of in deep space, and so you can kind of go any which way. And this first one's pretty basic, but later on there's introductions of, let's see where we got
asteroids.
Yeah,
like
some asteroids on your way.
Okay, right on. I just saw that and I was just like, hello asteroids, how are you? What is this now?
So this one,
oh, that's really cool. I see.
You've got the grid here, so then there's some enemies that you have to kill with the grid, so you can't go stray too far away. You kind of have to balance the color swapping, but you only have access to it per se when you're around these little panels here. So it kind of combines the different mechanics. So like this one is one that you can't kill without the color swap mode, so I kind of drag it there and get rid of it. Got some boss fight modes in here. Go ahead.
Ooh, boss fight modes.
Yes, please.
The various puzzle solving aspects of it too. It's not just like fighting. It's also, you have to like really think critically, like, okay, how can I kill this enemy? How can I kill this enemy? I love that.
Oh, and that's my little buddy right there. And if I change colors, it changes his firing pattern, depending on.
There's a little arrow that says friendship above him.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Hey, by the way, everybody watching this, while we're doing this, while he's doing this right now, let's turn up some questions. All right, let's get some. If you have some questions that you were wanting to ask, like, let's get those going. Might not be able to read them right away, but getting them loaded up, ready to go, will make it real good for us that we can crank through as many of those as possible. So go ahead and drop it in the chat if you haven't already thought of a question. Do so now.
So one of my questions is co-op.
Okay, right.
I don't have a co-op implemented in the game at the moment, but I do have some builds where it works. I'll say it's a little janky to release at the moment, but it works. And it's kind of working on some modes, actually competitive co-op modes, where you're actually trying to color the map and own most of the map with your specific color.
Yes. See, that's where I'm seeing, like, it wouldn't be exactly at least from what I'm understanding, you're saying it wouldn't be exactly like light cycles, but it very much has that element of like owning these areas, and you know, like, are you thinking like it's going to be a situation where it's like you color off this area, and if the other enemy crosses over, they take damage, or they just override the color?
At the moment, I have it overriding the color. And again, I am everything's self-taught, so I have an idea, and then I have to, well, how do I make that work?
Yeah.
So at the moment, because I really like the music aspect, it's the more of the field you have colored, the more the song that you're representing swells, and so it kind of gives you some feedback, auditory and visual, that you're kind of winning. It's not all working yet, but it's something I've been working on, and it's pretty fun.
That's a really cool concept. I mean, really digging into the idea of adding these like kind of secondary or tertiary like responses to what you're doing in the game that are more subtle, but then if you pause for a moment and go like, wait, it's the music. Like, those are some of the best things, because they dig kind of more subconsciously to let your players know what exactly they're doing, what they're achieving and stuff. And it doesn't have to be in your face like, you currently have 64% of the map. And no, I just have a louder volume than they do, Yeah. Which is really cool.
So this one is another one of the kind of different modes. And this one's just called Funtime mode. And you've got a little wrecking ball. Has some weight to it, so it'll kind of drag you around. But you can kind of use that to kill enemies. If you hit it with the end of your wrecking ball, you get multiplier increase. But if you don't match the color of your wrecking ball, it'll actually hurt you, and it slowly switches during the level. So it switches faster and faster. Right now it's switching to green, so I got to switch to green.
And I love the pulse effect coming from the chain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Initially, it's pretty easy to. All right, I'll switch colors, no big deal. But as I start layering on the different mechanics, so we had shown lasers. There's different colored fire in the game, different colored enemies. So you're trying to balance switching your color to get through lasers safely, but you don't want to hurt yourself with the wrecking ball. There's also health pickups that if you match the health pickups, you get more health. Right now, it probably sounds a little overwhelming, but the idea is to introduce all those things slowly over time.
So actually, I wanted to kind of go grab a couple questions from chat here. Prosperous Guard asks, are there any thoughts on a level editor? Which I think would be really interesting.
I have thought of that. I don't want to use the first game as an excuse every time, but it's a process for me. I hadn't since everything's self-taught. I'm trying to be cautious of everything that I commit to. Just scope creep has got to much better devs than me. So.
Feature creep is the nightmare of developers, I'm sure. So making sure that you're aware of that is totally reasonable. But that would be something that would be really interesting. But obviously, as we've talked about, it seems like there's a lot of things on your mind, on your plate, as far as where you might want to go with this and what's feasible for you being self-taught and stuff. So thank you.
Yeah.
And another question coming from chat is from Not Explosive, and they ask, how many music tracks are there, and can they buy the soundtrack? It's amazing. It's honestly really, really good.
There are 11 songs in the game, and you don't need to buy it. I'll put it on YouTube and link it in my Twitch. I mean, not my Twitch, but my Twitter. If people like it, they can have it. I appreciate it. So, or you can buy the game, you can get it there.
And somebody did also ask, they just wanted to know what program or game engine was it made in?
I made it in Unity.
Gotcha.
It's a free engine, and probably has the most resources for new developers to learn.
Yeah, Unity's up there. And then now Unreal's getting up there too, because I think Unreal's free, and then they have all the access to so much stuff now. So it's just like pick your poison. Which engine do you want to build off of? Because I mean they're all practically somewhat the same. So I mean from my experience with dealing with multiple engines, they're somewhat the same.
So with this being your first game, you're self-taught, what were some challenges that you faced when creating this game?
A lot of them were frustrated weekends where I'm like, I know this should work, and I'm spending like it just should be simple. Whatever I'm trying to implement, there's so many. It's hard for me to think of a specific one at the moment. And then at the end of the weekend, I find just the right forum post that's like, oh yeah, it just takes like 2 seconds. You have to do this, and then it's almost more frustrating how easy it ended up being. That I beat my head up, against the wall. But it's been great. It's actually really. Yeah, it's been great because I've been able. I know the resources, and then communities like Seattle Indies and other Discord communities are very helpful. Reddit, indie devs, they're super helpful. It was just tough at the beginning, not even knowing the right question to ask. But once you get the lingo, you're helping others help you, which is good.
And being part of those groups, there's a ton of them out there, so it's really awesome to have Discords to be able to go ask these questions, be like, hey, I'm stuck on this problem, and somebody might have probably already figured it out, or they'll point you in the right direction or help you out with the issue that you're having.
Yeah, and honestly, sometimes helping others or giving suggestions to others and seeing how they're solving problems can help you down the road too. Like just having that discourse, there's a lot of different perspectives on how to solve problems, so it's really nice.
So I wanted to ask, you've released it on Steam. You are at this point where you're looking to add some more things in there. Is there any sort of direction for yourself to either move to either another game or just continue to build off of this one? Like, where do you see yourself going with this game, or where do you see this? Yeah, I guess, where do you see yourself going with this game and or others if you plan to do that?
So since I didn't, participate in game jams and stuff like this or that before the development of this game, I really don't have a list of prototypes. I really wanted to flex my creative muscle, I guess, on something else. So I actually started another game almost the day after I released this because I wanted to work on something else. So I do have another game that I've started. It's not as fast paced. It's a little puzzle game centered around an AI that makes things hard on you, I'll say. But that's kind of what I'm chipping away at now, while doing bug fixes here and implementing small features on Funtime.
It's like
that's crazy, man.
You caught the game development bug. You're like, I finished this one, but I love it and I gotta keep doing it even though you're learning how.
Yeah, I just really enjoy learning new things, and something about having somebody, either listen to the music that I made or play the creation I made just feels good.
Speaking of that, go ahead, I'm so sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, the whole time that we've just been chatting, I'm just like nodding to the music. So I'm in the rhythm.
Like mesmerized by not just the music, but the graphics, all of it. It's very, very beautiful.
I was going to ask if there is one kind of specific moment in this game or specific thing in this game that stands out to you as far as kind of your most, I guess, like one of the most proud things you have in this game, or one of those things where you're just like, yeah, I did that. That was a pain in the butt, but I made it happen and it's working well now. Like, do you have one of those things for this game?
I mean, it honestly, it's that wrecking ball because it's so physics based, and I mean, the amount of times it would fly off the screen and get wrapped around asteroids or things and when I finally got it to work and it worked how it was supposed to, it was pretty great. I mean, the game in general is still makes me smile if somebody enjoys it even for an hour or so.
Physics, oh, sorry, but like with dealing with physics and making a game and having to deal with the physics, that is a struggle. Because it's like with your bullets are hitting and ricocheting or like kind of exploding at certain points. Mm-hmm. That's another thing, because it's like you have to tell the bullets, hey, you're going to be hitting a wall, so explode at this point. Where when you're dealing with something that's dragging behind you and it has its own momentum, it's just swinging around. You're like, no, I need to swing the other way, and it's like, okay, I need to stop momentum and now go this way with you. And it's just it's such a big trouble, like a problem to deal with.
Yeah. Well, it was definitely a problem.
We haven't really touched on it quite yet, but I think it's a question that all of us need to know. Who is the voice actor for your trailer, and how do I hire him for my stuff?
I actually don't know the voice actor.
Really?
Quantum, so Quantum, the publisher of the game, and a few of the games on In6 were published by Quantum. They hired the production company that made that. They're out of California. I don't know the individual actor though, but it's great. He's funny.
It was an amazing recording for that. We were listening to it, and I was just like, wow, this is like ridiculously entertaining, and the guy's got range, and it's just fun to listen to that trailer. So like, whoever was that, worked with that individual who got you in contact with them and got that to, work for you, like, GG's to them, because that was an amazing trailer.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
there's another question. Tim asked, do you plan on adding a competitive or a tournament mode?
What would be a tournament mode? I mean, no, I guess, because I'm wondering what that means. What do they mean by that?
Maybe
right now the competitive.
Yeah,
maybe. The competitive aspect of the game right now is really can be found in the leaderboards. But no, I haven't given thought to a tournament mode.
When I'm thinking of a game like this and I'm thinking of tournament mode, I'm thinking like there's so many different ways that you can go with this, and one of the ones that my brain goes to is like a Tetris mode. So it's like you got to fill in the blocks, and then those blocks will go over to their screen, and they have to unfill the blocks and then make them go back over, and it's just like a little swapping type of thing.
Funtime Battle Royale.
Oh my god!
Well, actually, I was just gonna say that, or you could do the other concept that you were talking about earlier, the multiplayer of conquering each, taking over most of the map and whatnot. You do that and just, have fun with the servers, but do that where it's like there. A ton of people, like a huge map, right? Like that could be built out like crazy. But I think overall, like the cool thing that we're all kind of touching on here that we all need to be aware of is the fact that what you've done is create an immensely versatile game that a lot of people are looking at and going, well, what about this aspect? What about this aspect? Like, this game is built upon layers of functionality and different ways to play the game, and it continuously evolves through your playtime with it. So what you've done here is built a game that is like, well, we could go about one of 100 ways. So let's pick one, And that's great. That's really impressive, man. Especially for someone who's like self-taught, just like, I just want to make video games. Like, that's awesome. Yeah. That's so cool.
Thank you. And I probably should have more of a plan when people ask me, but it's how I've kind of done the whole development cycle. Like, oh, this seems fun, and I spend a weekend or usually two trying to figure out how to make it work, and it's fun. I keep it in and polish it.
Stick with that, man. Stick with that. So many people might be like, what's your plans? What's your this? Man, do what makes it fun for you, because obviously when you do that, you make good stuff.
Thank you.
I just figured out. Go ahead. From the trailer, that guy's voice. I'm sorry, I'm going back to there. I just figured out where I know his voice from. He's from the Jackbox games.
No way! Oh, okay. Wow, that's awesome.
If you listen to that and listen to Jackbox, that's the same voice.
Nice. You got a famous guy on the trailer.
Famous guy on the trailer.
Definitely lived up to the hype. This is really cool.
Yeah, that's a really cool boss.
Yeah, this is insane.
Is there any sort of mechanic going on with the smoke trails?
The fire. So pretty much stay away in that sense. There are, let's see which level that maybe this one, I think. I do have an enemy that's like not a main boss. That's like that'll spawn a little bit in this one, and it has a kind of flames and smoke that come behind it, and it's still the same kind of mechanic. You match the color and you're safe. Or you can panic and use a bomb and just run away.
I like how you've made sure to add the panic button to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This, no illusions that I've been practicing all the while developing. So I'm pretty good at it, but it can be a little overwhelming. It's pretty fast paced, and this color swapping is not in many games.
So I, unfortunately though, I want to see all of what this game's got to offer, but we are unfortunately coming close to our time here. And before we do that, I wanted to give you a chance to kind of talk to everybody watching, to say where they can play your game. Oh, there, I see the smoke stuff. Nice. Okay. But where they can get your game, where they could follow you, and just kind of last little bits for everybody watching to go know more about you and #Funtime.
Yeah, the game's out on all consoles and Steam. Right now it's on sale on Steam, so you can pick it up there. And then you can follow me on Twitter at _OneGuyGames. YouTube, OneGuyGames. That's me. I don't stream or anything, but it's the first time.
Oh, good, man.
And if we didn't answer your question, stay tuned, because there will be a live Q&A just after we finish the next game that we're about to do. So the first 4 people that we talk to, we'll bring them back on for them to answer any more questions that you may have. So think of questions, and we'll be back.
Thanks, guys.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Seattle Indies Expo Online Week 2, and we are covering a whole bunch of awesome games here that are from the wonderful, wonderful place known as the PNW. That's not, no one calls it that. The PNW, the Pacific Northwest. Whole bunch of awesome people out here making video games, and this whole event is designed to showcase some of those games. And so today, we have, or right now I should say, we have Princess Castle Quest, and I'm going to go ahead and hand it to the dev team to fight over who is going to introduce each other first. So good luck.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a full room here, so it'll be interesting to see how well this goes. So I'm kind of the lead on the team here. I'll introduce. So my name's Taylor. We've got Devin here to my left, your right, Kyle to my right, your left, and Kayla above me. So this is Princess Castle Quest. It's a puzzle game. I wanted to explain a little bit just beforehand what we're going to be doing with the gameplay because it's a little bit more complicated. Kayla's actually doing Steam Remote Play with us, so we're going to play the co-op mode where we have two princesses playing at once, which you can play on any of the levels. So you can go here and you go start friendship mode, as we call it, and then Kayla can use her controller and I can use the first controller, right? Awesome. But we actually had done some work this last week to do what we call a director mode. So we added like a whole new cheat command. So if I open up the console, I can do director and I get this little wizard hat, and this allows me to spawn portals and cheat. So I'll just be kind of directing Kayla around as she plays. So that's kind of
no
our
one
plan.
share this with the speedrunning community. No one tell them.
Yes.
No one tell them about this.
Yeah, it's on Steam as well.
So if we could get if we could just get like a overall, like, we know we're talking about like puzzles and I mean, frankly, it seems like you guys have done a lot of different stuff with this game. Like, let's talk about the overview. Let's get people kind of waded into the waters. What is this game at its core?
Yeah. I think a lot is probably the best way to describe this game. So we started out, we made a game in high school. Me and my brother had a programming class together where our job was to make a game during a semester. So we made a game that we called Princess Dungeon Smasher, so slightly different. We tried to come up with a better name like a year or so back. It's not that much shorter, but at least a little bit more descriptive. But yeah, so the idea here is it's very Chips Challenge-y. If anybody's played Chips Challenge, it's we started out with a basic block pushing puzzle game, very Sokoban-esque, the Japanese Sokoban game, right? I started working with Devin here after a little while, after a couple months on the newest version of the project. This is about 3 years ago now. And Devin is what we call the idea guy. For a good solid like 6 months, we started coming up with just endless lists of things that could go in a game like this. And then we just started implementing some of them. And that's kind of how we got here. So it is made in a custom game engine, kind of a list, a little bit dissimilar to things. Sorry, I'm talking over you. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I did the same thing. I was just gonna say, I think I've heard developers refer to a list like that as a development doom list, where it's just a complete load of ideas, which are great in and of themselves, but then you go, oh, I actually have to make these work, and well, you sound like you guys might have done that. So GG's on that.
Well, I mean, I would say on a percentage scale, we're somewhere around like 15% through our list. So there's definitely a lot of stuff we haven't done.
What are
Best
some things
game
that you're
ever.
looking to
Pet the
add?
dog. Oh, sorry.
What was the question?
What are some things that you're looking to add? Some of the things that are on your list.
So there's some real technical ones that we're getting to that we really want to add that I think will be big game changers. One of them is like multiple layers to a level, like being able to go up and down stairs. Another one is having moving platforms. And I think the third most important one would be having objects that are larger than a single space that you can push. So like, larger boxes, longer boxes, that sort of thing. But I bet Devin has a bunch that he wants to add too, so I'll let him, if there's any that you want.
Yeah, I mean, most of the ideas we've come up with so far, we've tried to tag in our live Trello list, which anyone can go and look at. I think there's a link to it on the website and on Discord somewhere. I'm not sure if we've tagged it anywhere. To be honest, though, as he said, we've really, every time we have a meeting, we have a meeting every Monday to try and catch up. Okay, what have people been working on, and there's always new ideas that come out of that. And the tagline at the end of each of those meetings is, and the list grows.
So, and actually, I was going to say, while we have the chat here and everybody here, if there is somebody that can go grab that list or whatnot. If you're out there and you know where that is, feel free. We can probably get it in chat or get it to you guys at least in our Discord. And we'd love to get that out because obviously a way to engage with your community, it's always really important to do. So now, okay.
You can probably find it if you join our Discord. There's a link to our Discord on the website, and then you can get the link to the Trello from the Discord. So
let me see. If
right, great. So I'm actually curious, what, like, so you talked about, you sat down and you made this idea for this game where it was a whole bunch of different points, a whole bunch of different game concepts and stuff, but was there any kind of singular direction, inspiration point, if you will, that kind of sparked this game?
So I do think as I got more into development, I started out as just another project, right? But as I got more into it, I started to identify certain things that I liked about this game that I didn't realize were big parts of it until I really got into it. One of them is the game doesn't have a lot of text in the adventure. I mean, it has no text at all in the adventure that you have to know. So it's kind of language agnostic. And also, I remember as a kid, I used to watch my brother play Pokemon games a lot, and he would never let me play until I got old enough to read. Because he was always like, oh, you can't read, you can't play the game, right? So I always hated that as a kid. So I think that's one of the biggest things. We also have, let's see, what were the other ones? I forgot what the other pillars were, honestly, but a little bit of illness. But anyways, there's a couple things like that where, okay, yeah, the gender swaps. We started off with like having, a princess instead of like a knight in shining armor sort of thing. We thought that was kind of funny. So we kind of started off with a bit of a goofy atmosphere. We don't do quite as much hilarity as you might see in some of the other games we saw today, but we do have kind of just a dorky, weird kind of style, I feel like, that we try and hit home. But
Absolutely. And well, somebody actually asked it in Alchemist asked, and he said, how difficult is it to design puzzles for these types of games? Do you work in reverse when you're designing them? Like, just I'm out of curiosity, just like walking through the design process of these.
Yeah, so I think designing puzzles, I always thought that at some point I would become a puzzle designing adult. Like I'd somehow enter this stage where suddenly I could imagine a level before I created it. But what really happens, I think, most of the time is you just get good enough at your game that you try out ideas and try and solve the puzzle and see if it's possible. Right? And so you're just constantly getting better at solving things faster and figuring out whether or not something's impossible, but it never really becomes like oh, this idea is great, and you implement it exactly how you want it. So it is very difficult. It's very time consuming too. We have a lot of different mechanics in the editor too that you have to for proper adventure levels, there's a bunch of nitty gritty, like how does the flow of everything go? How do you set up all of the save states and everything proper so that everything works really, really smoothly? You don't have to do all that stuff, but when we're creating like an official level, there's just a lot of time that goes into the level design. So
awesome. Then we also have a question for, go ahead, Mac, I apologize.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, you mentioned getting really good at the game to be able to know if the level is possible or not. How long did it take to get to that point where it's not, this is just a hard level, but no, this level is impossible? Like, where's that bridge and how do you cross it?
You want to answer that?
Lots and lots and lots of iterations. What you're looking at here, this first level, I think it's probably at least the 12th version of this level.
Oh, wow.
Variations on puzzles, on locations, on level format, and that's all just on the first level. Of course, this one being very important because it's kind of the introduction into a lot of the game. But
right.
The reality is, I think, with a lot of these things, the more you test, the more you find issues and you fix them.
Absolutely.
Puzzle creation in general, I think, for most of us has come from, you see something in the game, some sort of mechanic that exists, and you're like, that's a neat one, I want to play around with that. And naturally it evolves into a puzzle as you think about what would be a neat thing to do with this, and oh, how can I make this more difficult or more interesting? At least that's how it often ends up for me.
That's awesome. That is crazy cool.
I've turned off. Let me get this turned on real fast.
Are you showing a game speed?
Yeah,
they are.
No, I got it.
I've been taking a lot of footage for the trailer recently, so we have a bunch of random settings that are turned off. Where is the...
We have a lot of accessibility options that we try to work on. We realize our game is horrible for colorblind people, so we're planning on trying to tackle that a little bit better in the future. But we try to make it, it's a puzzle game that kind of has some, you can die, so it's not just puzzly at the same time. Your character can be stepped on by scary rats and pop, So we try to make it so that depending on how hardcore you want to play the game, you can turn off or turn on different accessibility options.
That's a bug.
Oh, yeah. Woo! Hey.
Oh. What bug? What bug are you talking about?
It's a feature. It's a feature. Everybody calm down. It's just a feature. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I actually had a question for Kayla. You were you have like this awesome art style here, and it's definitely obviously very pixel arty and stuff, but I'm curious, you know, what were some inspiration or direction or where did you start to, you know, like derive where you wanted to go with the art style with this game?
Well, it was really interesting because the difficulties of making some of this pixel art, everything is 16 by 16. And so one of the issues I was having was how detailed you can make a certain item or even a wall or just anything, because you can't have it too detailed and then you can't tell from a distance, and then you can't have it too simple or it's like that. So most of the inspirations I looked for was things like Zelda and checking to see like how distinct each each chest is like, or looking to other pixelated games. But I also take some inspiration in just everyday things that I thought is unusual to help spice up our choices for our placement for our editor, because since when I first came on, there was a lot of greens, there was a lot of basic colors and wall types, so I decided, oh, maybe I should try something different. So I took a lot of inspiration from actual architecture from all over the world and then try to condense it into a visible pixelated thing. So hopefully in the editor portion that you'll be able to see some of my wall types that I've done.
That is so cool. I mean, to be able to take like actual architecture and stuff and go, now I have to compress it into 16 by 16 and make art, and that's awesome. That's super cool to see.
Yeah, and in all reality, Kayla's been a godsend. We didn't have her at the beginning of the project, so once we finally got a proper artist on the team, it's been so nice to have like real satisfying artwork in various places that it makes a big difference, right? So a lot of the basics of this was set up by either me or my brother or Devin or Kyle, but Kayla's helped us a lot, like refine the artwork and everything. So
it's a good challenge for me too.
Yeah, this is like, I mean, it seems like this is the kind of situation where you guys have a lot of variety of the individual art assets, a ton of variety in those assets. They are 16 by 16, you know, pieces individually, but there are a ton of them. So when it comes to like cranking out and getting your experience and time in with different things, this seems like a really awesome game for that, where you can you're just doing so much and across such a wide span that you really have to get some practice in with a little bit of everything, it seems.
Yeah, and I will say the fact that it's 16 by 16-bit artwork is the only reason it's possible to do so much in a game. Like if we were making a 3D game, it would take us so much longer to make each asset that we wouldn't have nearly as many different items in the game. So it is kind of by design, right? But I also find I've tried many times to make like a list of how many sound effects do we need in the game, right? Like how many different things we need for the cutscene, or like making lists of stuff is just like you can't. You just like you never know how many you need until you start implementing it, until you get to a place you're like, we have enough that it's okay, right?
Yeah, it's like, good enough, right? Because at a certain point, you'll just end up suffering from analysis paralysis, and you'll just be like, I'm in list up to my ears and can't move. Like, so I get that. I absolutely get that. We have a question in chat that says,
oh yeah, totally fine.
Well, we just had a question in chat, real simple one, asking if it's supposed to be played with a keyboard or a handheld controller, or both.
Both. So it's actually, you can kind of see it's a little bit cut off at the top of the screen. It actually tells us which controller or keyboard buttons map to which player. So you can see Kayla's playing remotely with a controller, but you could also play with WASD, which I actually did for a little bit there while she was talking. But yeah, you can play with two controllers. You can play with one keyboard, one controller. You can play both people on one keyboard. So you have a lot of options there. It kind of auto assigns them, and you can just use them. And we will eventually have button remapping and everything like that, so you can change exactly how the controls work. You could even map like different people's inputs to different controllers if you don't like the way that the controllers auto map, right? So.
I think Kayla's dying.
Oh,
there she is.
My monkey brain is trying very hard.
Earlier, you did mention some accessibility features that you wanted to work on.
What's that?
Oh, sorry. I was going to say earlier you mentioned some accessibility features that you wanted to work on and some that you were implementing. Can you touch a little bit more on that? I feel like that is kind of a piece that's not really talked about when it comes to games, especially indie games. So having accessibility features is a pretty big deal to me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a while back we started to realize that when you do pixel art, you spend most of your time worrying about colors. I mean, you do a decent amount of silhouetting, right? Like you do have some amount of variability in silhouetting, but once you get like really complicated objects, it's kind of hard to really properly support colorblindness mode. And then we also even furthered the problem with that when we first started designing stuff, because every entity in our game can be recolored to a bunch of different options. So everything has to be like easily colorable to everything else, right? And so we started thinking about ways that we could solve, color blindness, inaccessibility stuff, right? I do have some ways of approaching it. We haven't quite gotten there. One of the main ones I would like to try is maybe allowing you to like hover over things, and it'll tell you what that thing is, what color it is, maybe, whether it's sitting on top of something. So not just color blindness, but also a little bit of like visual accessibility. So you can just say like, okay, I don't know what that is. Tell me what it is, right? There's also, we have right now the ability to speed up and slow down the game at will. So Kayla was doing that. I don't know if we really explained, but she was pressing some buttons to speed and slow down the game, or speed up and slow down the game. So you can play it at a harder difficulty or speed run it faster, but you can also slow it down. And there's a fine grained control in the accessibility option. So you can go like, 95% the speed. So you don't often, accidentally fall into the water. One of the other biggest ones I want to do too is that, death is fine, but it's not always the way people like to play puzzle games, right? There's a certain amount of like adventure that we have mixed in. So I kind of want to add some modes that like prevent you from walking into water automatically. So you just can't push the button to go in. Maybe even just like auto respawning in various ways, or having a multi, health bar system. Like maybe you get hit once, you don't immediately die, then you hit it again, then you die, sort of thing. But we already have options for, you can rewind after death. You can turn that on. So if you don't like the dying and then auto rewinding and having to redo your stuff, you can just die and then hit undo and, get right back to where you were before you died, right? So there's a bunch of ways to split it. So we still have a bunch of things on the table to try.
Alrighty, and guys, make sure that you are, if you are watching, make sure that you guys are dropping those questions. Give us, if you had any sort of questions right now or whatnot. We definitely do have the Q&A here in a second, but always looking for questions and want to answer everything that you guys have. But I did want to ask, okay, so we talked about the design and your guys' development and stuff, but let's talk about the game. What is, so we know that this is a puzzle game, that it is that's an understatement. This is an extremely vast puzzle game and diverse puzzle game. But what is, if there is much, is there a story or a goal or a direction or an endpoint that we are striving towards as being the characters in this game?
Yeah, totally. So we didn't end up showing it off. It's still kind of a work in progress. There's an intro trailer. So whenever you start a new game or from the main menu, you can start the trailer. And essentially shows off that this princess that you're playing as, she's living in the castle with her dad, and she wants certain things and has a birthday bash, and she's just a little bit selfish. She's had everything she needs in life. So she asks for too much finally, and the king says, no, get out, and kicks her out of the castle. And she decides that she wants to go out on her own, use her own skills, and go get her own castle. So she goes out in the world, and we want to add at some point some actual NPCs in the game that you're kind of helping out, like going through the yard, cleaning things up, solving things, so you get these diamonds that are just scattered throughout the world that you kind of see. We've been picking up diamonds and gold bars. And the whole idea is that you need 999 of them to buy your own castle. And that's kind of where the whole name came from in the start of all this. But ultimately, you're getting the castle is actually only going to be like a third of the way through the game. At that point, you're going to continue to go around the world, pick up diamonds, and basically buy furniture and unlock different things in the castle that you can decorate and just continue to solve puzzles. We're hoping that people just love adventuring around and exploring the world and solving the puzzles that we give them, and we try to give a good challenge for that. We plan on adding as well. Every single step you take in the game, every undo, every second that passes by is tracked. And so we have a lot of things for speed running, for having eventually kind of an online base for comparing who's done this level the fastest or in the fewest steps, stuff like that. We have already a weekly theme going on where we have certain mechanics that we ask people to use and certain types of decorations to try and make levels and submit them. So anybody who wants to can make levels, submit them on the Discord right now is how we're doing it. We're working on having an online server, so they'll be able to make levels and submit them on there as well and share them with the whole world, whoever wants to download them. Right now, we just have simply download the level from Discord and literally drag the file onto the game and drop it, and the game automatically handles the file and downloads it and adds it to the game. So you can already kind of do that. It's just not as user-friendly. We want to make it easier.
That is awesome. So, and I mean, this game with speedrunning, it would be, because not only are we talking about like yes, if somebody wanted to speedrun this game and they played enough, if they could memorize all the puzzles and all that stuff. However, because of the fact that you've built in that hyper speed ability, the memorization and the tactile ability, the dexterity and response time that's required to be able to accomplish that is, I mean, that would be the limit pusher right there, which would be super cool to see.
I definitely am into a lot of different speed. I feel like if we were to do it, we probably will have a separate category for regular speed. So not everybody's required to play the game at 1,000% speed to try and get a decent time. But we also want to do a bunch of different options for fine-grained control of that speed or quickly switching up and down the speed. So you can do your puzzle at a regular pace, but then you can speed through the running sections real fast, right? And so it's not always 1,000% speed where you can get nothing done. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I'm very excited to see if speedrunning works well. I've never seen that many games that are box-pushing puzzle games like this that are sped run in a proper way, that are interesting. It's when you introduce the time mechanics, you get a decent amount of performance into the mix, right?
Also, I don't know if we really haven't shown off any of them yet, kind of on purpose, because it's no fun to spoil them. But these levels are chock full of secrets, including some things that we don't have trackers for up top. And some of those secrets, we plan on having special things get unlocked from them, such as cheats. We'll actually give the players some of the abilities that we have. I don't know if we'll ever give them dev mode like we have here, but maybe.
Well, so all of the cheats and stuff in the game, one of the things I wanted to mention is I approach this game with a very programmer-heavy viewpoint in mind, right? So when I make a game, I want to allow anybody that plays the game to experience the stuff that I experience, right? The weird quirks that I find, the cheats that I give to myself, the things that I do. I mean, the level editor has been a big focus for us. Having the level editor is one of our main selling points, and making sure that that's an interesting experience, I feel like, is what allows other people, when they're young, to play a game, or maybe they're old and they just have never programmed before. I feel like that's what really opens up that door to becoming a game developer. Seeing the inner workings and seeing how cool it can be to have control over what the game is, I think, is what got me into game development. So I'm always very interested in doing stuff like that.
There's a question in chat from B-Rob that says, with the level editor, how do you ensure a level is able to be completed?
That's actually my brother, probably, B. Robbins. Maybe it's not. But anyways, so right now, we don't have any way to upload to an official database, so you don't have to validate it. But what we eventually will do is force you to validate the level, make sure you can get to the end. We might make it so you have to get everything in the level or something like that. But that'll also serve as a par time for the level if you want to figure out whether or not you did the level in a decent amount of time or not. So hopefully that will be the main source of it. You have to actually play through the entire level to verify that it's possible.
Think Mario Maker.
Yes.
Yeah.
However, with Mario Maker, they're very, very focused on every single level on the thing has to be beatable on any version of the game. We're probably not going to go to that extent. It's not going to be as ruthless, has to be every single one, because we're not really planning on forcing people to be able to complete the level to continue, sort of thing, right?
Right. I do have another question. I see there's all these diamonds. Do you need all the diamonds from the level to progress to the next level? And is it a kind of thing where you'll come to a road stop where it's you need 200 diamonds to advance, and you have to go backtrack and get those other diamonds?
Yeah, so the way the progression works in the game right now is the story point is you have to get 999 diamonds to buy your castle. So you have this overarching progression. You're trying to get more diamonds, but you're never required to get very many diamonds. There are a few diamond doors where the door won't open until you get all of them in the room or something like that, but that's like a puzzle mechanic, right? But you're never required to do all the puzzles. There's only a certain subset in each level that you're required to do. And we may even have some non-linear level unlocking where when you complete like the first level, you get like 2 more or something like that. So you're never required very often to complete a specific puzzle, and if you can't get it, you're screwed, sort of thing, right?
Awesome.
We don't want it to feel super constrained and linear and, oh, I don't like these puzzles. They're too tough for me right now. I'd rather move on. We want them moving on to be an option. We don't want people to be forced in to playing through every single hard, sometimes, want to pull your hair out puzzles that we may have in the game.
Right on.
Right.
But still be able to experience the whole thing.
With where you guys are at right now with development and stuff, let's talk about where you guys are in development, where your, kind of, I should say, short-term goals are, and where you're aiming for as far as, releases or, any sort of feature improvement, stuff like that. Like, let's just talk about, like, your kind of, I guess you'd say, like, your roadmap. Where are you guys at right now?
Yeah. Quick note on that. So right now, the game demo is available for free on itch.io and Steam. And the demo actually includes the full level editor and the very beginning of the curated levels that we've made for the adventure mode. The full adventure mode we do have for the full game only, but basically anybody who wants to get in, play levels that other people have made, make their own levels, and get a general feel for the game, that is all free and available right now for anyone who wants to. And did you want to announce the contest?
Yeah, so we had mentioned before that we have these contests that we go on, right? And one of the things we'd like to do with this is probably one of the first major times we've really shown off the game in a proper way and done any sort of marketing. So one of the things that we're really transitioning into is getting into that marketing phase, right? But we really want people to mess around with the level editor in the demo, so you can actually get the entire level editor for free. And we'd like to see what people can make. That's one of our biggest goals here personally, is just like see what kind of things people come up with the stuff that we make. So what we're going to do is we have a contest going on for the next couple weeks, and anybody that submits a level, we're going to give out, we're going to choose at random 5 Steam keys for the full game. So if you submit a level within the next 2 weeks, what date is that, I guess, right? But before the 28th, or before the 28th. So before the 28th, if you submit a level before the 28th on the Discord server, you have a chance of getting a full copy of the game. So definitely check that out. Go to the itch, or you can get the demo on Steam as well. So.
As for the final product, I think ultimately we want the full adventure to be here. So we want you to be able to get your castle, customize it, have a full set of puzzle levels to go through in the adventure mode. That for sure we are going to finish, as well as kind of fixing all the bugs along the way. Outside of that, it kind of depends on, what kind of a community we can build. If we get enough people interested, if, people really like the game, we would love to have more features. One of the more stretchy goals we have out there is there's actually a whole 4-player local co-op, not co-op, but local multiplayer Bomberman mode of sorts that we mess around with, where you lay out different fruits that explode randomly. And it was really fun when we originally messed around with it, but we just didn't keep it as we progressed through working on the main game.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, as we kind of come to a close here, I just wanted to kind of give you guys an opportunity to talk about where they can find you. Obviously, their Twitter is on the screen, as you can see, where they can get the game, and any, I don't know, I mean, you said it originally with the roadmap and stuff, but any other important dates or things that you wanted to mention to everybody watching here right now, specifically, that you want them to know about your game.
Yeah, the best place to get in contact with us is the Discord server. So definitely join there. We have a bunch of screenshots that we post. We have conversations about like what kind of stuff to add, what kind of stuff is working, what kind of stuff isn't. We also will have a sale on the main game starting on Monday this next week. So if you're looking to pick up the main game, it'll be about half off. It's not very expensive right now anyways. We eventually will go out of, we are currently in early access on Steam, so we kind of have a rough estimate of sometime next year. We want to ship the full game, have everything done to the point that it's a proper experience, but we don't know exactly yet what that entails, so we'll see how far we get and stuff. Kayla's going to show off the level editor here a little bit too. But
and of course, the most important thing is petting the dog, right?
We've got multiple dogs you can add in the game. And every level of the adventure mode will have a dog, sometimes hidden, and a bone you can find somewhere to feed to the dog. And we're actually going to have achievements and trackers on that as kind of a secret. Well, I guess it's not a secret now that I'm saying it, but.
Awesome.
You pet
awesome.
the dog 7,000 times.
Exactly.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys so much for joining, and I'll go ahead and let Mac take us out to the next segment we've got planned for you.
Yeah,
Thanks
up
for
next
having
we
us.
have a
Thanks so much for
live
having us.
Q&A session with the people that were on this morning. So if you have any questions about any of the games for any of the devs that we talked about so far today, get them ready because we're going to come back with the live Q&A.
Combine twin stick shooting with unique coloring mechanics and you get #Funtime by Quantum Astrophysicist Guild. Earn bonus points by coloring the playing field, explode enemies in your path, and upgrade your ship for lengthier runs and more mayhem. Fight to become president in the ludicrous alternate reality of Election Year Knockout by Exceptional Games, where elections are decided through boxing. Witty and playful cartoon caricatures line up against your new third party. Defeat them all and take over. The princess must travel through the wild countryside to establish her own castle after leaving home in Princess Castle Quest by Piggyback Studios, a unique puzzle adventure game with a complete level editor for creating your own puzzles. Revitalize puzzle platforming adventures in zero gravity. Humanity has abandoned Earth, leaving all of the animal kingdom to fend for themselves. Space Otter Charlie and his sea otter friends set out to design a shuttle and follow humans into space by Wayward Distractions. Sail Forth by David Evans and QAG is a procedural sailing adventure about classic naval action and exploring beautiful scenery. Embark on a journey through varied environments, grow your fleet, and do battle with pirates, sea monsters, and the sea itself. Start as a seed and grow into a beautiful plant and lay down your roots by Potatoes Are Not Explosive. Collect water, raise up your stem, and collect energy to produce flowers and one day, a seed of your own. Combine twin stick shooting with unique coloring mechanics and you get #Funtime by Quantum Astrophysicist Guild. Earn bonus points by coloring the playing field, explode enemies in your path, and upgrade your ship for lengthier runs and more mayhem. Fight to become president in the ludicrous alternate reality of Election Year Knockout by Exceptional Games, where elections are decided through boxing. Witty and playful cartoon caricatures line up against your new third party. Defeat them all and take over. The princess must travel through the wild countryside to establish her own castle after leaving home in Princess Castle Quest by Piggyback Studios, a unique puzzle adventure game with a complete level editor for creating your own puzzles. Revitalize puzzle platforming adventures in zero gravity. Humanity has abandoned Earth, leaving all of the animal kingdom to fend for themselves. Space Otter Charlie and his sea otter friends set out to design a shuttle and follow humans into space by Wayward Distractions. Sail Forth by David Evans and QAG is a procedural sailing adventure about classic naval action and exploring beautiful scenery. Embark on a journey through varied environments, grow your fleet, and do battle with pirates, sea monsters, and the sea itself. Start as a seed and grow into a beautiful plant and lay down your roots by Potatoes Are Not Explosive. Collect water, raise up your stem, and collect energy to produce flowers and one day, a seed of your own. Combine twin stick shooting with unique coloring mechanics and you get #Funtime by Quantum Astrophysicist Guild. Earn bonus points by coloring the playing field, explode enemies in your path, and upgrade your ship for lengthier runs and more mayhem. Fight to become president in the ludicrous alternate reality of Election Year Knockout by Exceptional Games, where elections are decided through boxing. Witty and playful cartoon caricatures line up against your new third party. Defeat them all and take over. The princess must travel through the wild countryside to establish her own castle after leaving home in Princess Castle Quest by Piggyback Studios, a unique puzzle adventure game with a complete level editor for creating your own puzzles. Revitalize puzzle platforming adventures in zero gravity. Humanity has abandoned Earth, leaving all of the animal kingdom to fend for themselves. Space Otter Charlie and his sea otter friends set out to design a shuttle and follow humans into space by wayward distractions. Sail Forth by David Evans and QAG is a procedural sailing adventure about classic naval action and exploring beautiful scenery. Embark on a journey through varied environments, grow your fleet, and do battle with pirates, sea monsters, and the sea itself. Start as a seed and grow into a beautiful plant, and lay down your roots by Potatoes Are Not Explosive. Collect water, raise up your stem, and collect energy to produce flowers and one day, a seed of your own. Combine twin stick shooting with unique coloring mechanics and you get #Funtime by Quantum Astrophysicist Guild. Earn bonus points by coloring the playing field, explode enemies in your path, and upgrade your ship for lengthier runs and more mayhem. Fight to become president in the ludicrous alternate reality of Election Year Knockout by Exceptional Games, where elections are decided through boxing. Witty and playful cartoon caricatures line up against your new third party. Defeat them all and take over. The princess must travel through the wild countryside to establish her own castle after leaving home in Princess Castle Quest by Piggyback Studios, a unique puzzle adventure game with a complete level editor for creating your own puzzles. Revitalize puzzle platforming adventures in zero gravity. Humanity has abandoned Earth, leaving all of the animal kingdom to fend for themselves. Space Otter Charlie and his sea otter friends set out to design a shuttle and follow humans into space by wayward distractions. Sail Forth by David Evans and QAG is a procedural sailing adventure about classic naval action and exploring beautiful scenery. Embark on a journey through varied environments, grow your fleet, and do battle with pirates, sea monsters, and the sea itself. Start as a seed and grow into a beautiful plant, and lay down your roots by Potatoes Are Not Explosive. Collect water, raise up your stem, and collect energy to produce flowers and one day, a seed of your own. Combine twin stick shooting with unique coloring mechanics and you get #Funtime by Quantum Astrophysicist Guild. Earn bonus points by coloring the playing field, explode enemies in your path, and upgrade your ship for lengthier runs and more mayhem. Fight to become president in the ludicrous alternate reality of Election Year Knockout by Exceptional Games, where elections are decided through boxing. Witty and playful cartoon caricatures line up against your new third party. Defeat them all and take over. The princess must travel through the wild countryside to establish her own castle after leaving home in Princess Castle Quest by Piggyback Studios, a unique puzzle adventure game with a complete level editor for creating your own puzzles.
To Seattle Indies Online Expo. We are here
Revitalize
with our
puzzle
live
platforming
Q&A
adventures
session.
in zero
We will
gravity.
be chatting with
Humanity
all
has
those we talked to
abandoned
this
Earth,
morning, and we
leaving
have our
all of the
hosts,
animal
Goers
kingdom to
and
fend for
RicJur, and I'm
themselves.
Mac and Cheese, please.
Alrighty, so as we had stated before, this is a Q&A time, and we want all of your questions, all of them, okay? We've got the developers for #Funtime, Election Year Knockout, and Princess Castle Quest, all here, ready to go. They're ready for your questions, so, you know, let's give them the tough ones, like, you know, does pineapple belong on pizza, and things like that, you know?
Yeah, everything is fair game here.
All right, listen, I'm always down to throw hands for something like that, okay? Okay, and it looks like we do have some questions ready to go here. Alrighty, so we have okay, so let's start off this way. So this one is simply just what's next for you after this game? Do you have any other things that you're working on? And we're gonna go ahead and we'll start this one with well, we talked about Funtime a little bit earlier on with that. We didn't talk about that. I don't know if you guys covered that in the election year knockout or not, as far as that goes, but we can start there if that wasn't something that we got to.
Yeah, I don't think
How
we
about we
did.
start there?
All right, so
Yeah,
Vampire
and then we can
Box,
do like a
please.
little round robin with it.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Election year knockout. What's next for you after this game, and what other things are you working on?
I think in Discord they do have audio there. Let me double check. Go ahead and give us a test there, Vampire Box.
Testing 1 2. How can you hear me?
There you go. Yep, they are talking through Discord, so see if that works for you there.
Sure thing. Yeah. Next for us, we have a secret project. I'll probably leave it at that. But in terms of more characters for the game, we would absolutely love to add more characters, more campaigns. We just gotta get people to know about the game. So please, go try it.
All right.
Get it hyped, get it knowledgeable.
Absolutely. And Mac and Rick, I'm going to leave this to you guys to direct for just a second here while we work on some audio difficulties in the background here, but you guys can take this on as we move forward here.
Whoa.
Yeah, so what's next for our Princess Castle quest? Are you guys working on anything else after you guys complete this game? What sites do you see?
Yeah, Princess Castle Quest. I actually went full-time on the game starting the beginning of this year. I'm planning on doing that for a while longer, but eventually I'll get back to doing a regular time. I was doing microcontroller programming before this, so I probably will go back to something that's not in the game industry, but we'll see how it goes. So I'm not necessarily trying to turn this into something where we make a bunch of new games, but we're always excited to make games. We'll always have projects we're working on. So
very cool.
Awesome. All right, my good sound check 1 2. Don't echo. Audio is dumb. We good now? I think we're good. All right.
I think we're good.
Okay, let's go ahead and dig back into some of these other questions here. Did we cover? So we covered hashtag Funtime with what future stuff is going on. But yeah, go ahead.
If they weren't here, like if for the viewers that weren't here when Funtime spoke about it, Funtime, go ahead and share with us what you're going to be working on upcoming after this game.
Yeah, so I kind of needed a palette cleanser, I suppose, from an arcade-style game. So I've started developing a puzzle game with an AI antagonist that builds all the puzzles and receives joy if you complete the puzzles correctly, and is not so happy if you do them incorrectly, and it kind of plays out in the game that way. That's all
neat.
I got to share at the moment.
Huh.
Cool. I'm excited for what you put together. Hashtag Funtime looked like a really cool game. As someone with who's just learning their game experience, it's very cool to see what you're doing. So I'm excited for that.
So we have a question here from Biren Robbins here asking about achievements. Now I think that was geared towards Princess Castle Quest. However, I think I'd like to open that up to everyone here. And again, we'll just kind of go through the same order there, starting with Vampire Box with Election Year Knockout. Are there achievements? Do you have plans for that? And is that something that your team has really put a lot of thought into, or is it something that's beside the point for your game?
The Steam version, we just added achievements. Some of them mirror the achievements that were already in the game on the mobile side, but there's some unique stuff in there.
They actually, not all of the achievements from the mobile game, or challenges I should say, get mapped to an achievement in Steam, but all of the Steam achievements are associated with a challenge there, so I don't think there's any unique ones yet, though that was something that we would like to add. So
yeah, it's been a while.
For Princess Castle Quest, achievements fit really nicely into like the secrets category. So we have long lists of achievement ideas, but we haven't actually implemented any yet on Steam. So we're getting to that eventually. We have a bunch of icons made for them. We haven't implemented them yet. So.
Oh, cool. It's good to have the icons, but it is pretty tough to try and come up with achievements for games. It's just like, okay, what do we need to do to add things? Like it's.
I don't know. We don't seem to have a shortage of ideas.
So yeah, for hashtag Funtime, there's 20 Steam achievements, 20 trophies on PlayStation, 20 achievements on Xbox. Many of them are mapped to challenges in the game, and then there's a couple hidden ones for just kind of doing some goofy things.
Absolutely.
Something
That's awesome.
I would like to ask. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I cut anybody off?
Nope. I was just saying that was awesome. You're good.
Something that I would like to ask all of you is when you're coming up with ideas for your games, not necessarily achievements, but what you're going to do in your game, how it's going to look. What does that process look like? I know for each individual game, it's so different in how the vast variety of types of games there are. How do you pin an idea down and say, yes, we're going to run with this one?
First, us.
Well,
yeah, anyone can go first. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for us, we had this very 2D cartoon style. A lot of that was by necessity. We knew we had a lot of content to make with rather few people, and we leaned into what we knew.
Very cool.
Coming up for ideas on Princess Castle Quest really just came, I think, from all of us, just from our childhood memories of playing some of our favorite games. And then going forward, just research. You play games, even watching movies or reading books sometimes, you can come up with different themes or ideas that seem like, oh, could I gamify that? Would that fit into the game? And if you've always got that in the back of your mind, oh, I'm working on this game and could something apply to it, I think a lot of ideas just come naturally from living life. At least in my case, that's kind of how it went.
We've been playing Terraria recently. We've been thinking like maybe we should do some sort of like growth mechanic, like they have the corruption that grows. Like that seems interesting. We could do puzzles out of that.
And as an artist standpoint, usually I would Taylor would have something in mind, and then I try going with the theme that they have. For example, there's a desert theme or a western theme, and I'll look at stuff that you usually see in video games, and then I try to push it further by saying, okay, what have we not seen in a normal video game as a theme to that would go to there.
Yeah, and for me, I second all that. A lot of things come from life, and I think there's no shortage of ideas. I think what it comes down to is how quickly can you prototype it to determine if it's actually fun. Because some ideas sound great, they're not fun at all. In a game, for instance.
Yeah, definitely. When you implement them, you're like, oh.
No, that's too hard. That's not fun at all.
So we have another one here that I'm curious about. We want to know about what are some difficulties in development that you guys overcame. Like, I'm curious to hear about like the one. Like, what was that one where you went just hour after hour, just grilling away at it, trying to figure it out? What was that accomplishment? What was that mountain that you climbed via your development process? And just curious to know a little bit more about it. And I like the way that we're doing this with just scrolling through. We'll do, start with Election Your Knockout, go to Princess Castle's Quest, and finally Funtime. That's a pretty solid thing. So let's go ahead and keep with that.
Yeah, Tyler, you want to speak to that?
Yeah, so I guess my personal difficulty, one of the things that took me a really long time to do was to make the controller navigation work. So in a lot of game engines and stuff, that's just something that's a given. You have controller navigation if you write UI stuff. Like Unity has implicit controller navigation if you give it the right UI elements and everything like that. But the engine that we're using is called Cocos 2DX, which had no implicit controller navigation for the stuff that we were using. So I literally had to manually program the controller navigation between every single UI element in the whole game, and then figure out how to make it work with the map scene, which had a map, which wasn't a UI element. It's a spine element, which is something else. It took weeks. It was like 2 weeks or something of me just trying to get this controller navigation to work when we decided that, yeah, the controller is a really cool idea and it feels cool when we play the game with the controller. So now we have to make the whole game work with the controller.
Mm-hmm. And I can remember from a game design standpoint, we spent a very long time trying to find the right balance, the risk-reward system between your health, your stamina, and your power meter. And once we found, to play one off against the other and really nailed that balance. The game really fell into place for us, and it felt really good to play.
For Princess Castle Quest, I mean, whenever you're making a thing from scratch or like a custom game engine, there's always a bunch of technical problems to go through. But the ones that are the worst are the ones that I didn't expect. And I think going into this game, I was thinking it's a top-down game. It's not like a real-time physics-based thing. I don't have to do a lot of math or hard challenges with collision detection. Turns out writing like a perfect puzzle movement system has been the hardest part of this game. We've probably made like 4 different versions of a massively complicated thing, and it pays off. We have a lot of really cool stuff when it comes to how things move at the same time and in sync, and how the mechanics work out in a nice way. But it took a lot of work to do that. So.
And for the artist standpoint, I think one of my hurdles that I had to deal with was stylizing choice and keeping to the style, or trying to find a new style. Since I came into the group a little bit later, I had to try match something that would still similar be like Princess Castle Quest, but maybe a little bit more detailed or more towards some solid ground or something like that.
Right. That sounds like it would be. That sounds like it'd be tricky. I mean, carrying your own kind of styles in, and then having to match, adjust, and find that balance between that would be a mountain to climb. So, well, like that. I mean, and I think everybody here watching and everybody here taking part in this has absolutely looked at this game and really been happy and been impressed by the art style overall. So, I think that was definitely a mountain that you climbed there. And finally, up we have Funtime, and I'm curious about what that is.
Yeah, so for challenges I faced, it was always, I've been playing the game so much that I've gotten pretty good at it. So all the chaos in the later levels was really, I'd get into the flow state. So then I'd go back to those earlier levels, and I would slowly but surely, I was ramping up some of the effects, like all the explosions, because it just seemed so boring to me. And before I knew it, I have had to go back and strip a lot of that away, because then later in the levels, it was just hard to see where the player was, and it was just chaos. So for me, it was just like a lot of learning by failing at little things, like thinking it was fun and almost designing the game for myself, which it sounds good up front, but as a developer, you're so close to it that sometimes you just need to take a step back.
Yeah.
Yeah, because when you're building something, it's your baby, and then you're just like, oh, I don't want to do anything to this, and then other people come in and critique it, or just like, have ideas, or just say something negative about it, and you're like, no, it's my baby. Don't say bad things.
Great. So we have a general question from Tim here, saying, how has Seattle Indies community helped influence game development process? And we can broaden that up to community involvement and stuff. So like, let's start with Seattle Indies and kind of like move forward from there. Like, how much does that affect your development, your game, and what you end up with?
Yeah, absolutely. And I touched on this during our playthrough of Election Year Knockout, but following Seattle Indies allows me to stay in the loop with, Seattle itself. That's where the hub of all the great creators are right now. And when I moved out to Spokane, I would say there's maybe 2 or 3 game developers out here. You got Cyan Worlds around the street, and they pop their heads out, see if there's shadows on the ground, and then they sleep for a while, right? And so I really do miss being able to go to a coffee shop and randomly run into one of my idols, and have a chat. Seattle Indies has allowed me to stay in that loop and provides inspiration to this day.
Awesome.
That's great.
And Princess Castle Quest?
So honestly, I was living in Seattle for a while, and then I actually moved out here to Wenatchee because of all the pandemic stuff. But I really miss being able to go places, meet people, that kind of thing. And so, I definitely miss that influence.
And is that something that you feel, though, that, having the connection via, Seattle Indies, or even your own community in Discord, how much does that play a role in your development, in your direction?
I mean, it's most of the role. I mean,
really?
The world is how you plan the future. I mean, you're always, thinking about your experiences day to day, and that affects what kind of things you're excited to implement and what kind of stuff actually gets into the game. So,
And for me, Seattle Indies is what got me onto doing Princess Castle Quest. So
Oh yeah, that's right, Kayla. Yeah.
that's how we met each other. So
Wow, awesome.
it's
Okay.
very changed me. So I'm happy to follow Seattle Indies because of that. Is finding new people and new projects.
That is so cool. Awesome. Okay. And how about Funtime? How are we doing?
Yeah, for me, I'm very new to the game development scene, so I haven't met anybody in person since I really didn't get connected to Seattle Indies until the pandemic was already kind of in full effect. But it's really cool because the feedback you get from other game developers is so much more thoughtful than family and friends. And you know, in many ways, they not that they're trying to hurt your feelings or whatever, but they're just so honest and helpful in a way that sometimes your buddy might not be. And so that's another way to just really improve the game in the end.
Awesome. Okay. And Mac, it sounded like you might have had a question that you wanted to ask a bit ago, and I wanted to make sure that we got that in there.
Nope, you're good. I had one and I literally just lost it. So.
No worries.
I was like, in my head, like, I'm going to remember this, and then nope.
So I got a really quick one here. This one is just simply, how long have you guys been developing this? And I know that the idea behind how long a game has been in development is a very convoluted question. So let's just go with the biggest number.
That was my question. So thank you for asking it. Yeah, it was literally that. How long did it take you guys to develop the game to the product that you have now? And is there any extra room for development later?
So that is 2 years. So we had to predict elections and drama out 2 years in advance. We almost did okay on that. Like, there's a few issues that cropped up, right? But yeah, 2 years of active development on this with a small team. What the second question, was there room for more? Absolutely. For us, it really does depend on can we justify it. I love making games just for the fact that I can make games. There is also a financial reality of that we often overlook as indie devs, and I want to make more if people want to see more.
Heck yeah.
I love it.
For Princess Castle Quest, it's a little hard because we started a version of the game in high school, me and my brother, who's probably on stream, Colby. And so we made a game called Princess Dungeon Smasher, but that's 8 years ago now when I was a freshman in high school. And this actual version of the project, I made a few different versions of Princess Dungeon Smasher, but this one started in 2017, December, so it's been almost 3 years now. And we'll probably work on it about a year yet or something like that. But we've also had different times for people joining. So
yeah, for mine, it was a year in. We've been together now, and yeah, of course, there's more stuff that we still have to work with and stuff like that. Yeah.
Awesome. That's crazy.
It's certainly
fun
time just because, like Taylor works on this basically full time now, but it was kind of part time before. He had a full time job, and I've got a full time job, so it's kind of like sometimes weekends and in the evenings I'll be able to do a little bit. Want to fit some time in to work on the game, but for the most part, it's just been more talking on Taylor with Taylor about ideas on the phone and testing levels as they come out and stuff, creating things.
Yeah, and with Funtime, I've been working on it for 2 years, and I have a full-time job as well. So weekends, any extra hours, I can get on it. So yeah.
Game makers out there
too. So.
Yeah. I was going to say, yeah, game makers out there that have like a family and a full-time job and you're still making games, like, you are the heroes. Thank you, my friends. Thank you.
The passion just rings so true and really comes forward in that. There is a question in chat that is on the same vein of this. Has the pandemic changed the way you guys are developing the games right now? Has anything in your process of what normally would have happened, or how it's working now? How has that looked?
Absolutely. For Election Year Knockout, we went completely online for it for certainly the first few months of this, right? And the challenges that brought were mostly in communication, much the same as we've had to move Seattle Indies Expo online this year. Game development has to pull the same tricks. There's a constant fight between how much communication means for the efficacy of the team. And I do believe that we've navigated that about as well as we could.
Can I add something?
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it, Alex.
When we have text meetings or I'm trying to send a quick message to somebody and I'm dyslexic, doing everything remotely has been really painful, and the team has been very nice in not correcting my spelling.
You have a good team. I know that feeling so much. I'm so dyslexic, so I feel that. It's bad.
It's so bad.
That was a good answer, Alex.
Why are texts so complicated? Why is that?
It's so bad. I had friends make something called a Rictionary.
That's great.
So for Princess Castle Quest, I'm the same way. I have terrible dyslexia, so it's like, so I'm talking to people. It's always great when you're talking and they're showing off their work, and it's like, I did nothing this week. Okay, well, and then you're like, well, I gotta get on it, but mostly it's just been weekends for like me and Devin trying to do the stuff. So
for me, I mean, anybody that's living with me, you could ask. I've been telling them I'm going insane. I feel like the combination of being at home all the time working on a game. I'm a pretty happy person living by myself, but being at home all the time working on this massive project, it makes me much worse at like speaking, like much worse social skills, just scatterbrained most of the time. So
we're gonna come out of this just grunting at each other. That's all we're gonna do into this. Is just,
For me, it's been a little bit interesting because let's see. So I since Taylor's from a moved to a different area, we were already doing online. So that hadn't changed, but of course, because of the pandemic, energy levels are always just a little bit lower. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and for me, it hasn't changed much per se, being a single person team, but definitely working on the ports with the publisher Quantum. It's when there's issues, it would just be so nice to pop in and work on them face to face. Me being so new, it's sometimes I just need to see the problem and have somebody, rather than just like we're saying, just over text or whatever. It's a little hard to communicate.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm a very visual person, and so trying to read the text and then be like, how do I solve this problem? Can you just show me? So yeah.
Yeah, and then writing back, I don't understand any of that. Is kind of embarrassing. So it's just easier to chat it out.
You just don't want those words there for eternity for you to be able to look back and go, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, and then the person has to go, well, that's the thing now. So we are closing in on the amount of time we have, but I do want to ask one good question. One last question here. By Humphrey in chat says, have any of the developers or designers from any of the games got college degrees specifically for game devs or design? And the reason why I wanted to ask this for young developers out there is really, digging into more like, do we need degrees to get into this? Is this something that would help? Like, where is the industry on that? And for our little corner here, like, it'd be good to know where are you guys at for that?
Good question.
Very good question. And it's not too different from the hiring processes of other companies, really. A college degree is much more than the paper that it is, because it's telling the person that you want them to give you their money, that you can complete something to a high quality standard. Now, the answer realistically is no, you don't need a degree. But what you need is to show them that you're serious about making something cool, that you can do it. So
yeah, I think certain kinds of personality types definitely benefit a lot from going to school and getting that kind of refined by fire kind of experience. But I think all the people on our team only Devin has an actual degree, and that's electrical engineering. So none of us went for game design, right? Like we all just learned this on the side, and it's not required. You just have to have a lot of gumption, a lot of effort put into it.
So for me, oh yeah, go for it. Oh, never mind.
I was listening to a podcast on Scriptlock. I don't know if you've heard of them, but they were discussing video games and creation. And something I've heard a couple of times on there about degrees and everything for different people in the game industry is that degrees help do one specific thing, and it is force you to sit down, focus, and work on the game. You for that time, you are focusing on all your skills that you're going to need to apply to the game. So either you sit down, motivate yourself and work on a game, or you go to college and get them to motivate you. But either way, you're learning. So I don't think a college degree is necessary, but it helps kick yourself into gear, I guess.
I just one other comment.
I'm the programmer for Election Year Knockout, and I actually have a bachelor's in science and computer science, but not specifically in game development or anything. It's just a generic computer science degree, you know? So I definitely agree that it's not a requirement, though I think if you want to work in the AAA industry, it is kind of a requirement. Either that, or you have, as they've already said, a good portfolio of work that has shown, you know, yeah, I can do this stuff. I have dedication. I know my stuff.
Yeah, I had one more comment. In case the question was specifically the game design degree, there's no one on our team that is game design. The artist, helped design the fights. It's when you're an indie, everyone gets to do the design part.
Right, and that's a really big thing to mention, everybody, is that like when you're talking indie, a lot of cases you have people that, you know, sometimes like you'll have degrees and you'll have people who are like, okay, I'm really good at this kind of thing, and then they do a lot of that. But when you have such a small team, and frankly, in whether you're talking about game development or just development in general, when you are looking at a small team, you have problems and challenges to accomplish that aren't within the realm of the specific slots of people that you have hired. So everybody pitches in a lot of times and does a little bit of everything. And I suppose that that's a good thing to keep in mind for anybody who's interested in getting into this space, that while a game related degree is not the end all be all, it is something that can help in its own right. But at the core of it all, I think what Vampire Box said really hit the nail on the head, is the idea that it's something to prove that you as an individual are ready to learn, ready to work, and are going to deliver something that's going to be awesome at the end of the day.
I totally agree with that. As a person who has actually gone through and get an animation degree, not for video games but for the entertainment, a lot of the things that they teach you is how to sit down and work on projects, and a lot of project management too, and that I think is very important.
But also you start to learn the tool too, like the tools of the trade. You start to learn those programs and how those things work. And it's just like, oh, yes, I know how to operate these. And they're like, well, you know how to operate? Well, come on and help us.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to do it for the Q&A portion of the first half of today's event. So we are going to say goodbye to all of these wonderful devs and move on to the next bit. But before we do that, I want to say a quick thank you to all of the sponsors for today's event. Let me make sure that I say this right. Academy of Interactive Entertainment, Play Everywhere. It's spelled with the capital E and the capital W. It's tricky, but you'll get it. For Culture, and then the indie sponsor is Modern Wolf. Thank you guys so much for helping put on this wonderful event where we can showcase wonderful developers like all of these here with us today. So thank you guys so much for joining us. Thank you for showing off your game and blessing this stream with more goodness. I appreciate that so much. And we're going to go ahead and move along on the show here. Next up is a look at Space Otter Charlie. Thank you guys so much for joining. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Bye. camera. Oh, there we go.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. We are back for week 2 of the Seattle Indie Expo Online. And joining us today, we have some awesome individuals. I myself am Goobers515. We have Alchemist and Stephazoid, and they are joining in to help me with the hosting business because, it's no joke out here. It's no joke out here. So we also have the wonderful individuals from Wayward Distractions, or rather, I should say, Space Otter Charlie, and the dev team for that game. So welcome in, everybody.
Hello. Thanks for doing this. Totally appreciate it.
Not a problem. So we're going to get into talking about this game and really digging into what it is and your guys' thought process and creation. But first, I have to ask, is that a garage door behind you?
Yeah, I've been indie gaming in the garage for the last however long it's been now, and it's a good spot. It's a little smoky down here today, but
Oh man, it's so bad. It's so bad.
Yeah.
It's just I had to make a run to go drop my girlfriend off to work, and driving there is just oy. It's the crazy.
It's nuts.
The
I remember
craziest
this.
thing.
This has happened a couple
Go ahead.
times, but this is by far the worst, I think.
Looking out the window in front of me, it looks like the set of The Martian. Like, I feel like if I were to go outside, I'd just be like sucked into a vacuum. It's insane.
Honestly, like I was seeing pictures from California, and it was so smoky, and with the sun and all, they were taking pictures, and it looked like they were on the set of Blade Runner 2049, and it was it was wild. Like, what is this world we're living in? Either way, let's not talk about things that are on fire. How about things that should be on fire, like this awesome game? So,
Otters.
let's get down to it. Let's talk about the basics. Give us the spiel. Give us the shtick. What is this awesome game?
Cool. Well, essentially, from the story perspective, Earth has become just uninhabitable, and so otters have taken to the stars to find a new home, and that's essentially the story of it. There were several missions out into space that failed ahead of these otters, and so Space Otter Charlie is the third. There's Alpha, Bravo, Charlie. So Alpha and Bravo, we won't talk about what happened to them, but Charlie has made it out to the stars, and this game is about looking for a new home. And facing off all kinds of bizarro aliens and things. And it's put together by just 3 of us right now. There was a 4th member at one point, and then he moved off to Pittsburgh. So it's just been 3 of us working on it for about the last year, but it has been in development for about a little over 2 years so far. And we're getting real close to finishing it off here. We're not... Can't talk about which consoles it's going to release on yet or what the exact release date is, but we are aiming at a couple consoles and Steam. It's just getting really close right now. And to speak to the mechanic of it, it's a platformer obviously, but it's 1 in 0 gravity. So it kind of adds a different effect to everything. Like, I grew up playing Super Mario and Metroid and things like that, and designing levels for a game that is in 0 gravity is a completely different thing. And it's been an interesting wrestling match in some cases, and it's also pretty exciting just to discover totally different mechanics that you just hadn't tried out in other games. So there's a lot of stuff going on in that regard. So we're pretty excited about it. The Ed, who kicked the whole thing off, Wayward Ed, who's going to be playing the game for us today, he used to work at a little company called Sprout Games, where they made a game called Feeding Frenzy. And Feeding Frenzy, you're a fish, which is kind of similar to being in 0 gravity. So that was kind of like an early inspiration for getting this going, So instead of being underwater, we're out in space at this point. Ed and I ended up meeting at PopCap Games. PopCap bought Sprout. And so,
okay.
That's where we first met in about the mid 2000s or so, and then worked there until we were bought up by EA, and then both of us kind of departed the company at that point. Now we're making indie games.
That's awesome. That is awesome. I actually just, in the meantime there, I was really curious, wanted to check out Feeding Frenzy, and I think I played this game. I do think
I definitely
played
remember
this
playing
game.
it as a kid.
Yeah.
There's Feeding Frenzy and Feeding Frenzy 2, and I think it was the second one. There was even a stand-up arcade machine made of it, that in very small numbers, but they are out there. I've seen them. But yeah,
That is super cool.
Pretty fun.
So, we have this game that is really geared towards a. I mean, it's kind of like a. What is that?
Whoa.
Wait, sorry, I don't know what that was.
Yeah. So yeah, otters, in the wild eat urchins, and so we felt we had to put an urchin in the game. So when you find an urchin and you eat that sucker, things go wild. As you can see, that's what's happening right here.
It's like Popeye with the spinach. That's great.
100%.
Yeah. You just go. It's like a cat after it eats food in the morning. It just like goes crazy for a while. So
gets the zoomies.
It's the zoomies. Yes, it's the otter equivalent to zoomies.
So one of the things I noticed about this game that's actually really cool is I've seen that there are a couple of different blasters that Charlie starts off with, and one of the ones I see is the reflector. How difficult is it to come up with different types of weapons to implement in your game? Like, do you design them around different like puzzles that you're going to have up front, or do you make the weapons and then design the puzzles afterwards?
Yeah, it was kind of just spitballing at first, like what kind of weapons could work in this kind of zero-G environment, and that are different enough from each other that it's entertaining. And there was one that was kind of that we kicked out of the mix early on, and all of them have gone through iterations to just kind of improve them, make them feel better, make them move faster. The reflector, we just actually updated the way that works, and that every time it bounces off of something, whatever you hit after that, you do increased damage to. So the more it bounces around, the more deadly it becomes, and that's been a lot of fun to play around with. So whenever you can find reflective surfaces in the game and reflect off into an enemy, you can have a lot of fun with that. But yes, that's kind of been our process with weapons, is just trying stuff out initially, and it seemed kind of we wanted to have some very projectile based stuff, things that explode, things that like have a big area of effect, or a bunch of kickback to them, or there's a lot of different kind of approaches we've kind of tried to take to make it fun. And also something Ed just did there is he switched to a suit specific gun. So there are a bunch of different suits in the game. You can get like 5 or 6 different suits, and each one of them has a different kind of gun that goes along with it. He's using the Freedom Blaster there. It's literally an eagle that shoots weird colored things out of its face. Just like Freedom does.
Because we all know that an American yard is actually the wingspan of a bald eagle, and so
as it turns out,
just about
exactly little known factoid there. And there's a couple suits that do some really cool stuff. I'm kind of addicted to one that is our. It would remind you of like a Tron suit or something, the Electro suit, but that has a kind of a seeking weapon. When you shoot it out, it'll literally go around corners and find enemies and things. So that one's pretty fun. All the suit weapons are actually a lot of fun, and I've ended up playing with those more than just our regular set in recent times.
That's great. So,
you
are responsible for the sound and level design, and I'm curious, obviously we talked about it earlier. Oh, boss time.
Boss fight.
Yeah, there are boss fights.
All right. I'm actually just curious about, with that, the level design, the sound design, what did you find as kind of inspiration for where you wanted to go? I mean, we could talk about the sound design probably first, going from there, and say like, where did you find inspiration to go from there?
It's been kind of a long and winding road. Prior to this game, I worked on a different space-oriented game called Space Tyrant, and I did all the sound for that as well, and it really got me in a mode for making kind of sci-fi sounds. I really, I love all the early Star Treks. There are a lot of very distinct sounds that go on in Star Treks that, I mean, you hear them and you just immediately recognize what that's coming from. Now, I'm not going to say that I have anything that's that distinctive and kind of legendary that I've done in here, but I definitely wanted to create kind of a mood with some of the sounds, especially ones that were pretty important. Picking things up, obviously, but also, finding little secret areas or traveling through portals and things. I wanted to give it kind of almost like a Scooby-Doo-ish meets Star Trek kind of vibe, sort of thing.
Yeah.
So a lot of synth sounds being used. Ed has also contributed quite a bit to the sounds. He's been a sound designer in the past for other games, so we did share the duty to some degree. But yeah, I think it's really just being inspired by old sci-fi, like old campy sci-fi is the best thing I could describe it as, because it's fun, and you can make little sci-fi-ish melodies and things that sound like goofy 1950s robots and whatnot. It's
right.
It's a lot of fun.
Definitely. You had mentioned the Scooby-Doo aspect of it, and it's definitely apparent with, when you said that, what rung out to me is the floating green skeletons, like this guy right there. Like, I feel like that is before they unmask and it's old man Wilford or whatever his name is,
Yeah.
So that's awesome.
Definitely it. Yeah, our artist on this, Matt Holmberg, he's done tons of stuff. Did a lot for Plants vs. Zombies and Peggle, and he's done a lot of stuff that is pretty well known, well, in certain circles anyway. Whenever we're sitting around, it's always a conversation about old cartoons, old TV shows, Dungeons and Dragons artists and things. Like, he's really, really into a lot of. He's just looking at all art constantly, and he's a guy too that, like, he can just crank stuff out endlessly, and then say that he's burned out, and to go to refresh himself, he'll like go sit in a pub and draw in a sketchbook. Like, he literally draws things to relax from drawing stuff all day.
That's awesome. That's so cool.
So, yeah, really just absolutely dedicated and just kind of genius artist guy who's spent a lot of time on this. And he's the old Scooby-Doos and stuff are, we're all fond of that kind of look and feel. And
awesome.
I guess that is pretty apparent in this particular boss fight. This one here is his face shield goes up and you got to hit him in the face. There's also a couple other areas on him that you can nail if you reflect into it just right. But
so we have somebody in the chat who actually asked.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, somebody in the chat asked simply, were the physics difficult to implement? Is that something that was? Yes. Because usually when somebody says physics in game development, it's usually followed by. So I'm just curious, what was that like for you guys?
It's been a kind of like we put stuff in place and then just slowly peck away at what the problems are with it. And there's another mechanic that we've seen a little bit here of, but that I should probably call out because it's a little subtle when you first see it. And that's sliding, and that's been a pretty tough physics mechanic to keep working right. So because it's a direct interaction with the surfaces it lands on all the time. And if our surfaces, if the colliders there have anything funny going on at all, like, I swear that'll pick up on it and it'll kick you off in weird directions and strange things will happen. And so we've slowly had to identify where these things can happen at and how it should behave in certain moments. Oh, you're sliding off the edge of something. Should it pivot you down or straight forward or up, or like how should it handle that? And so it's been a long, just constant massaging / wrestling match to get it feeling just right. But there'll be these moments when you're doing stuff like this where you hit like a plateau and you realize, like, oh, this is feeling really good. Like, this is we're on the right track and we can start focusing on other aspects of it and things. And we've had a lot of those. We've hit a number of plateaus with the physics interaction with this. So, and it's not 3D physics, which is nice, but I swear this is as complex in some cases. Just given all the various things you can bounce off of. Oh, I should point out here, and I'm sure Ed would like me to mention this. As part of the game, you can beam your friends up from the dying planet Earth, and as you collect these little blue energy pods. So what he's done is he's collected enough energy pods to upload some friends here, and when you do it, they all end up in this kind of fish tank in your ship that you've got right here, until you can find the new planet and set them free. So. So it's kind of goofy. It's not like a real. What's that?
I love the animations when they're talking because you can actually see them, like with it being 2D and it's hand drawn, you can see the difference in how they're feeling about a particular thing just from the different sketches. So I think that's really cool. There was a scene there where Charlie was kind of frustrated that the person didn't know who he was, and you could see like the classic anime angry face, and I just love that.
Totally. Totally. Yeah. There's Matt, it really captures some great expressions when he's doing this stuff. And as a side note, I'll only say this here, other people won't know this, but there are a couple fish or friends down in that tank that are modeled after people that we used to work with. Just because we couldn't resist,
That's great.
The guy who starts everything with "actually" and then corrects you incessantly, like we've got him down there in the tank.
That's perfect.
Yeah, the super edgy coder who's always asking you why you're talking to him. We got him down there.
Actually, is that the same coder, the guy who doesn't know what you're talking to them? Is that the same coder that when he needs to help with something, he does the whole move? Is that the same guy, or is that a different
totally
guy?
Yeah, totally. Like why can't you just figure this out, and then just kind of shoves you aside. Yeah, definitely. And
I don't
there's
know,
one
maybe
in
'cause
every
we've got
office.
different job titles, John.
That's a fun thing I'd say about working on indie games that I'm sure every indie game maker can attest to, is that you got a lot of freedom to parody people, situations you've been in, other games, shows that you like. It's just there's a lot of room to have fun with your game, and that's kind of what we've found in game making over the years, is to just kind of constantly do that, like always have as much fun with the game you're making as possible, because you feel it when you're playing it, and other people pick up on that, and that's really been like something that we've tried to cook into this one too, is just the amount of fun that we actually have working on it.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something where when you're talking about what to put in games and how much of yourself to dump into your games, and is there a level of too much, and where is that line and all that stuff, I think that it's something to remember that when you have those elements in there that maybe only you and a couple other people might get, that idea of the player being a part of that, being involved in that, even if they don't know the full depth of that, is I think arguably what a lot of people call character and call charm and call that there's more to this game than just like, you are a dude, you must do this and go. That's the investment, that's the dev speaking through the game itself, which is always really cool to see.
I think so too. I really like games that'll do that, even if I don't, if there's an inside joke I don't entirely get, and I realize you can go a little too far in that direction too. But so we always try to keep it like it's funny on the surface level, even if you don't get what's going on. Like when you go run into Jeff the angry coder in your, down in your fish tank down there, like it'll be amusing whether you've ever met Jeff the angry coder or not.
Absolutely.
So it's
100%.
yeah. And it's also kind of fun as years goes by, other games that I've worked on, and there'll be, some will come up in a forum and some will have a question about something like that. And it's fun to just talk about it and continue to fill in the spaces for people, and just, I don't know, it helps to kind of, it makes it more likely that your game will end up being kind of a cult classic or something, if there's just a lot of, secrets or crazy stuff, Easter eggs, or just funny stuff cooked into it that people, keep wondering about.
Absolutely. And I was actually curious, like, Steph, we haven't heard a lot from you, and I was actually just curious, did you have some things that you wanted to point or ask about or kind of dig into or anything like that? Wanted to make sure that I'm not bogarting the crap out of this.
Oh no, you are fine. Thanks for the carry. No, my biggest question at the moment is we were noticing that we can recruit different people here and different animals. Do each of the animals do something different? Do they add something different to the team, to the level, to your settlement, to creating life in space?
That is a good question. Right now, that is not something. They're literally just there for the fun of it. Because we realize, see all those little blue things he's picking up there. You accumulate a lot of those over time, and they fill up your energy and whatnot. And we just wanted to have something fun that you could do with those. And so it was literally just upload your friends, but they don't have a deep function or anything like that right now. That might be, Space Otter Charlie 2 is they all come into play or something. I don't know. We haven't really talked about it, but yeah, they're pretty inert right now. They're just kind of hanging out.
Okay. Well, life in space has got to be better with friends.
Here we go. He was just pointing out or showing the Otter facts. That's another thing we've got throughout here. We thought might be fun for like kids that pick up on the game or adults who are otter enthusiasts. I don't want to downplay the adult fascination with otters. So there's lots of otter facts. Like if you play the game and read all these things, you'll learn about just how dense their fur is, and like how they like to hang out with each other. And there's all kinds of just ridiculous facts in there. So
where was that? I'm sorry, and I must have missed that. Where was that at? Was that little like bubble thing before the door?
He's bound to pick another one up here. It's like a little gold card basically, and it'll pop up a little kind of like a log entry.
Gotcha. Okay.
So
here we go. Okay.
Here we go. There's
Otter facts.
There we go. And if you
don't collect all of these and read and memorize them, like you're not doing anything right. I'm just pointing that out right now. Like, don't add us until you've memorized everything. Okay, there will be a test and you will be graded. Don't fail. Okay.
End of the game. That's how you finish it.
Yeah. There you go. There's your game. It's just an otter quiz. That's perfect.
Cannot 100% until you do the quiz.
Yeah,
exactly.
So I see.
And then if you get them all right, you actually become an otter. Oh, check this out. Okay, so here's something that wasn't we didn't necessarily plan on at first, but we just thought it'd be fun around the office to like create a multiplayer mode. And as it turned out, it's manic and crazy. I don't know if any of you have played like Samurai Gun or Nidhogg or any of those, but
yeah.
Kind of same screen multiplayer experiences that are just intense, and that's what this is. So he's playing So Urchin here, which is
I love this. So you guys are so the Urchin is that like the Smash, the Super Smash power up thing, and you're just trying to eat as many of them as you can.
Yeah, you get a hold of it and then you start chomping on it, and if you chomp one, then you get a point. But if the other guy can shoot you before you finish chomping the whole thing, then it'll knock it loose from you, and the other player can pick it up. And so, yeah, it's just this constant battling over the Urchin. This one's kind of funny. So you've got a button where you can open a door to go get the Urchin, but there's a button on the other side where the other player can close the door on you and lock you in there. And if you spend too much time in that little room, 5 lasers will turn on and fry you. He's trying to open it, and we got out of time.
I love the face of the Urchin, just like, this is my life, and I hope it's a good one.
I am content with this.
Mm-hmm.
I am squishy, and I float in space.
Lurching for an Urchin. There you go. I like that.
So these on the left and the right here, are those power-ups that you can grab to help you get to the Urchin faster, eat it faster?
Yeah,
what do
actually,
these do?
Those are gun power-ups that show up.
Okay.
Like, and then there's the golden Urchin that'll give you like 5 or something like that right now. But
oh wow.
Yeah, so you pick up separate guns. You don't really just have the full usage of all the guns until you pick those up. And yeah, you can bring whatever suits you've earned in here too. Like one of them has the shark suit on, which is a personal favorite of mine.
Is he playing against the computer right now? Because
no, he's playing against his child. His child has entered the mix
is his
here.
child number 2? Because he's whooping his butt. This is great.
Yeah. That's the thing about kids in games. It's the Twitch level is just cranked up, and I think Dad's probably getting the smackdown here.
You always have to applaud the kids when they beat their dad in video games. Like that was a proud day.
Yeah. Especially when it's Dad who made the game. You're literally beating him at his own game.
It's so awesome.
It's really desirable.
Good luck sleeping tonight, Dad.
But yeah, that was encouraging when when they
Go
first took the multiplayer mode home, both his kids played it a lot, and apparently could not stop playing it. And Ed went out and got some food and came back, and they were still playing it. So that was promising to hear that the contentious, angsty, competitive vibe is really coming through
Great.
in multiplayer mode. And you can play up to 4. Now, I honestly have not seen 4 people in a game yet. That just sounds insane to me, but it can be done.
Is it local?
And here's one you can actually
multiplayer.
You can. What's that?
Is it only local multiplayer, or can you play it online as with friends as well?
Well, here's a funny thing. It's all local multiplayer, but we found on Steam, Steam gives you the option to do that online without having a server. It'll actually just connect one version of the game with another, and so you can have what would otherwise be local multiplayer. You can play it online. And I don't know how that'll work with consoles, if that's going to be a function with those. But we've definitely had some fun multiplayer matches just through Steam as we've been testing it out.
Great.
And yeah, this is one where you can smash your friend.
While we're winding down here, we are coming to the end of our time here, but I did want to get some other kind of basic questions out there so everybody knows what's going on. Let's talk about where you guys are right now for development, where you are planning to go, as much as you can talk about, and give everybody a kind of an update on what they should expect to see with Space Otter Charlie.
Yeah, so we don't have an exact release date nailed down. My guess is it's going to be early next year. If maybe late this year, I don't know. It's going to be coming up kind of in that time frame though, and we're real close to done. What you're looking at here is very close. There are a few little bugs we're ironing out, but there's been nothing serious. We've completed the whole game loop, or just the whole single player experience all the way to the end. I don't want to give away too much about what happens there, but it gets pretty monstrous. And there's several big boss fights that we're not showing off just yet here, but all that stuff's done. I'm still finding little areas where I'm plugging sounds in. There's still some effects we want to tweak. There's a couple portals where the otter spawns off to the left a little. I mean, just kind of minute bugs like that we're fixing, but it's getting really close. And so I would say, to be safe, I would say early next year, like literally January or so, somewhere in there, as I can see this being done. And it'll be Steam and several consoles. Not entirely sure all of what just yet, but feeling pretty good about it. It's been a little over 2 years, and it's just about ready.
Okay, great. And one final time, let's just make sure that we let everybody know where all of the different places that they can find your game. If you guys have a Discord, your social media, it's just plug central. So go to town, my friend.
Yeah, good call. There's a Facebook page for it. There is a Twitter for it. We actually even have our own Discord right now where people have been coming on, and if people want to check out an early version of the game and help us test it, we've been allowing a few people in as beta testers. We're trying to do it in kind of measured lumps so we don't give away the whole game right away, and then we like to try and keep fresh eyes on it, basically. So I've been letting in about 10 folks at a time. But if you were to find our Discord and get plugged into that, you could play the game and see where it's at. So yeah, Discord, Twitter, and Facebook are kind of our 3 major outlets right now for information and promoting the game. And Astrophysicist Guild, who's publishing it for us, they've also got their site, which has contact links on it. You can see the other games that they're publishing as well, which are pretty cool. I feel like we've kind of ended up in good company there. We're all pretty excited about what they're doing. They're the ones porting it to consoles for us, and they've just been a tremendous help and just really awesome people to work with. And they've even helped us with QA and things as well. So it's been a really good partnership.
Great.
And so you can find us on their site as well.
Awesome. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, thank
you have not
you
made a
so much.
But yeah, thanks for hosting this and asking us about the game, and just excited that you guys have been doing this indie games thing in Seattle for a while now, and I think I friended up on Facebook with the group probably a couple of years ago on a different game I was working on. So I've kind of always had a quiet eye on stuff going on, but so it's fun to kind of get involved and see how this has been growing for everybody.
Great.
Pretty cool.
Great. Well, thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for jumping in here and giving us a little taste of your awesome game. We will be back for the next game. We're going to take a look at Sail Forth. We're going to be joined by Phosphor. Am I saying that? I think it's Phosphor. Phosphor? Doesn't matter. That we'll clarify that when we get back. We'll be back in a few minutes. Sit tight, guys. Go buy, download, talk about all of these cool games everywhere you can. Don't go anywhere. Seattle Indie Expo Online will be back in just a few. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for the Seattle Indie Expo Online Week 2. We are now getting ready to talk about a game that is a calming and also has to do with the high seas, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe the low seas. I don't know where this game takes place.
Absolutely.
Either way, joining me, we have Alchemist and Stephazoid and the developer, David. Okay, is it Phosphorer?
Yeah, I guess you'd pronounce it phosphor. Yeah.
Phosphor.
Yeah, it's just like some
Dang it.
stupid name I picked in high school from a song I liked.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. I just wanted to make sure that we had that conversation about dyslexia earlier, and it's playing into names is the worst part.
It's important. A lot of people think
thank
it's
you so much for joining. I really appreciate it, man. It's good to see you here and talking about the game. So let's just, without further ado, let's just jump right into this thing full speed. Give us
let's
the
hop
spiel.
right in. Yeah, so this is a sailing roguelite, I guess, is what I've been calling it. As you can see right now, I'm kind of picking out what boat I'm going to start with. I have a few different ones unlocked already that I've unlocked through the course of being the developer and playing it a lot. Yeah, so a little bit of a perk there. Yeah, so pretty much we're starting out here on day one. We're going to get a little tutorial, a little bit of like explanation of what's going on here. All this kind of narrative stuff is work in progress. But pretty much, they're saying that there's some scary Skull Clan pirate dudes running around the seas, and we've got to look out for them. And we're going on some kind of journey. We don't know exactly why we're going or where we're going, but we got to leave home for some reason. See what we can accomplish out there.
So it's essentially the starting off is essentially the curiosity factor and playing into that of just like, you're here, we're not going to tell you what to do, but there's kind of an obvious one that you could go do.
Absolutely, yeah. It's like I was saying, like what's in there right now narratively is all placeholder, but it is going to stay pretty kind of vague and just like the minimum amount of story necessary to kind of give you a reason for what you're doing, and still provide some of that mystique and intrigue to keep you interested, while focusing on the sailing and the fun stuff, which involves like shooting stuff with your cannons like it has you do here, and by doing that I got some boat parts and some items, and what I can immediately go and do is go and upgrade my boat, or possibly even get a new one. So you can see like here it's showing me like some possible boats that I can get. You can see there's like a pretty big variety in terms of like the size of boats, and these are just a few of the ones that are available. Whenever you talk to this merchant, there's different stuff available. They have different stuff on the shelves, so to speak. So I think we're going to buy these cool hammers. They seem pretty great. They will allow us to repair for cheaper, which is cool. And this is kind of just like the little starting area, to get us going on our quest. And like, it's one of those nice things where like you get a few bits of upgrade stuff that'll let you get a taste for like the progression that you can unlock later in the game. Like, oh, I can get new items and new guns and stuff. And so like this screen, like you're able to customize every cannon,
that's
and
really cool.
All that stuff's on your boat. Yeah. And so with that, we're ready to go on to the next area.
So now, is there a new vendor in every area? Or do you have to come back to the home area?
Yeah. So they're like scattered around pretty much. And what you'll see here is some of these areas are marked as friendly territory, and some of these are marked as Skull Clan territory. There's also neutral areas where like you don't quite know what you're going to run up against. The friendly ones obviously are like where you are more likely to find a vendor who might be able to give you some stuff. But we're going to go right into Skull Clan territory because we want a little bit of action. We're feeling spicy right now.
That's one of the things I want to enable with this campaign map is like the ability to kind of choose the experience that you're having. So like if you're feeling like, man, like combat just sounds like too much right now, like you can pick a friendly area to go into. There's different types of activities that you can do there. Yeah.
So there's one thing I have to ask you, because it's been one of the things that has drawn my attention to this trailer every time I've seen it. The music in this game is spectacular, and everything about it I've seen has been delightful. But now that I'm on camera with you, I noticed there is a guitar behind you. Was the music for this game made with that guitar?
No, actually, surprisingly. It's sort of a random coincidence there. I recently got into guitar while making this game. The music is all done by a friend of mine, Andrew Knack, or he goes by the name Yuxie, Yuxxie, as his music producer name. His normal style is very like intense, but he did this very chill stuff for my game, and I love it. I think he did all the sound design and all the music, and he did an incredible job. I think he's a friend of mine from college.
He definitely did an incredible job. That's the soundtrack is definitely something I think all of us have commented on at some point while watching the trailers.
Yeah, it's carrying the game for me.
You're in. So tell us about the combat aspect here, because you have these like, these displays on the waves showing where your fire range and path is. But
yes,
is it just kind of like if they're in that, it'll shoot at it, or is it just kind of like that's where they're going and maybe it'll hit? Like, how does that work?
Yeah, so this is actually one of the aspects of the game that has probably seen the most churn or like iteration. I've changed this aiming system like 5 or 6 times at this point, and it's always been in service of making it easier to understand. So like the way it works right now is those arcs that you see kind of projected onto the waves. That's showing like where all of your guns can aim. So if I zoom out here, this boat in particular has 2 guns on either end, on the port and starboard sides. And so those are basically showing us the range. Like we can try and shoot, and that's as far as they'll go. And we can't, right, with this boat, we can't shoot directly in front of us. And then while you're in this aim mode, by like entering to the aim thing, I have a little aim assist cursor there that's showing me like if you shoot here, like you'll probably hit where he is.
Okay.
Similar, yeah, similar to like in games like Freelancer and like stuff like that. Hang on a sec, I'm just gonna prevent myself from dying.
Is this a higher tier ship?
Yeah, this is a little bit of a better one. This one I would say is close to evenly matched with me. And one of the things that I like doing in games that I make is I really like the whole concept of like every contender, like all the NPCs, they're equals to the player. Like the player is just a boat with this crew, and the enemies are the same. There's no special sauce in the player boat that makes it somehow inherently better. So like every battle that you're in is it's a fairly it's a challenging encounter. They have just as much ability as you do. Yeah. But yeah, so going back to aiming, like, go ahead.
Go ahead, sorry. Actually. Oh no, I'll wait. Sorry.
Okay. Going back to the aiming, just real to tie it off, on top of those arcs, you have this little crosshair there, and then basically the cannons will try and shoot wherever your crosshair was pointing, and they'll be able to reach it as long as it's within that arc, and then you just can't shoot if it's pointing outside. Okay. And there's actually a little dude that we can talk to over here.
So one thing I noticed when you finished that fight was you got your rewards from the fight as normal, but you also was able to recruit a member of the enemy crew. Do the different crew members offer different bonuses to your ship?
Kinda. So yeah, when you let me just snap this pic of this dude. All right, that's pretty good. Cool. Yeah. So when you sink a boat, all their crew members are just kind of left swimming there. They don't drown right now. They just kind of tread water indefinitely. And when you pick them up, they switch over to your team. they just happily join your crew now, and now they're one of you. And there's no specific bonuses per different types of sailors, so that's an interesting idea. But the way it works right now is that in this UI at the top, you'll see that little people icon, MSN Messenger looking thing. And that is like showing you how full the crew of your current boat is. So every boat can hold a certain amount of crew members. And there's bonuses involved with, if you have a full crew, you get, like, everything just works on your boat a little bit faster. You can repair your boat faster. You can reload the guns faster, all that stuff. If you have below, like, the minimum crew number, then there's...
Is it just a matter of, like, just the crew number, or is it, do each of the individual crew members, like, have some sort of a bonus to them themselves?
It's just how many of them you've got. So, like, one crew member is an equal to another, basically. Though, like I was saying, it's kind of an interesting idea to have them have specific bonuses. That's interesting.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. I mean, it's
throw it on the pile.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I've been I am a big BattleTech nerd, and the kind of naval combat of moving through and aiming ahead, and like your games where you're playing as a ship or a big large thing, and you have to maneuver that thing and anticipate a lot of the target paths, like you are doing in this game, or there's a lot of other like naval combat-esque games that kind of have that element to it, but that reminded me of that. And then there's like pilot bonuses and stuff, so I went down that route when you had said how many players or crew members you have on the ship, and talking about the roguelike stuff. It just, yeah, it's something that I feel like would be a really interesting aspect to it, but obviously just having the crew members that, and by the way, you recruit them by just finding them, right? You don't have to like, you don't go to like, do you go to like a vendor to get them?
That's another possible way that you could, find crew members. You could, it might be possible. Uh-oh. Might have broke something here real quick. Just
it wouldn't be an indie game unless it had fun glitches. Okay, that's part of the charm.
We'll just restart that real quick.
As we're going through this, my question is, in we're talking about the rogue aspect of it. Is this a linear rogue kind of situation where it's obviously we saw the beginning there, the map shows like branching paths and whatnot. Do they all culminate in a single area, and then you kind of like do the loop again, or how are you feeling about like the progression of the game?
Yeah, so they kind of, I guess they all go towards the same place, more or less. Like, so the way it is working right now is there's kind of a sequence of worlds that you go through. So we're in what's called the Sandy Shores right now, and it's kind of like the starter area. It has like the most, the easiest challenges to be found. The pirates are fairly mild as far as pirates go. And as you progress through the different areas, they all have different environments, and basically the branching paths serve as a way to alter the experience that you're, to alter like the route that you take to get to the end goal. So you'll still end up, you're going to fight the same bosses and have the same progression in terms of the environments that you go through, but it's a matter of like, did you go to the pirate fort and steal the treasure, or did you go compete in the race? However you ended up, it's kind of like the Star Fox thing of like, maybe you chose to go to the asteroid belt, or maybe you chose to go here, but you still fight Andros at the end.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
Kind of has.
So before we get
me...
too far,
sorry.
That was good. It's before we get too far away from the islands. Tell me more about this taking pictures of the creatures, of the people. What does that do for you? Does that add to your what does it add to for you?
Pretty much it's a way. I threw in the camera mode because it's, like a trendy, fun thing to have. It's a really nice way to like, I don't know, appreciate the visuals of the game. And then I had these wildlife, and I like things like Pokemon Snap. So that's like just a fun way to kind of like keep tabs on like the creatures that you've discovered and like give more point more interest towards like the things that you see. So like these birds over here, I could go get a picture of, and what I can do with that. In fact, right ahead of me, I'm a little bit scared to talk to them because I'm not going to open the photo collection screen because that appeared to break the game just a second ago. Don't know why that would be, but so I'm not going to talk to this photo collection guy in case that messes anything up. But basically, when you get new photos, you might have noticed it rated the quality of my photo, which is kind of like the Pokemon Snap thing of like, it's like how centered and close was the shot. That guy will buy the photos from you. There's also some jellyfish here. He'll buy the photos.
So
from
if you want to,
yeah.
I was just curious, like if you wanted to get, like if you were to get right up next to them, have them perfectly centered on the screen, like these are your determining factors for what is a quote good picture or not?
Yeah, but like basically each photo takeable thing has some parameters about like what's the best distance to get a photo of this thing from, and like that kind of thing. And so like, you know, if you find a whale, you don't have to like be 3 feet away from it and have it be filling the screen, but
right.
You can get the best shot possible.
Makes sense.
For it. And like one thing I want to do at some point that I've always thought would be cool is like getting, I think that Pokemon Snap had this where like different situations that you could get a photo of them in, like get a picture of a dolphin jumping during a storm or something.
Okay.
Like the modifiers about when the photo was taken or what the circumstances of the photo were. That could be pretty fun as well.
Like some sort of like if
right
it's
now
linked
it's
with some sort of animation or whatever, that would modify or
Yeah.
like multiply the value of it. That'd be really cool.
Yeah, jellyfish in the rain or something, you know, like various like combinations would be fun.
Well, on that
Piggybacking
topic
off
of
of
various
that.
conversations, somebody in chat asked about achievements from pictures. Will there be achievements for regular pictures? Will there be achievements for, let's say, jellyfish in the rain?
I think that that's a great idea for an achievement that I could have. So yeah, probably. I feel like yes, achievements is still kind of on the roster of things I need to work on. So now is a great time to point out cool achievements ideas that I can take.
All right, it's now an achievement brainstorming session. Everybody in the chat, just no wrong answers. Let's
Chat,
go.
let's go.
Hit them all. So, is there an overarching story that carries through this yet, or planned that you have?
Planned, yes. There's not too many details about it available yet. I'm working with writer Don Thacker he's from, he works with Devolver a lot. And, you know, we've got some plans kind of cooked up between the two of us of what we want the narrative to be. Right now, like there's kind of just this sort of generic catch-all, like there's the Skull Clan, we know that much. The Skull Clan are these baddies, these skull mask wearing people that seem to be just generally causing a hard time in this world that we're in. And you're definitely on some kind of quest to, like, you know, reduce the amount of evil in this world. Like, I think that things have become out of balance and you're trying to kind of restore the balance, and that's about as much as I know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not happy with that.
We're kind of broaching into that topic there, and I'm curious, you know, where do you feel like, where are you guys at right now as far as development? Where do you see yourself going? And, you know, kind of what are you feeling as far as the progression and the roadmap of your game?
Yeah, we're getting close. The game is, I think it's like it's decently, you know, it's starting to feel like a game to me. And at some point, you know, I've thought each year was going to be the release year, but right now I feel pretty comfortable saying that, like, we're looking at months of development left, not years.
Nice.
So yeah, probably 2020, like early 2021 seems pretty likely.
Awesome. We won't hold you to it. We're just curious
but,
where your mind
yeah.
is. You know, you always want to make the good game first, and then we'll be patient enough and make sure that it's the game that you want to have made. That's always the most important thing. But we're overall just generally curious about where you kind of feeling like. So now, after you're talking about releasing, you know, are there plans for continued development? You know, when it comes to additional content or I mean, even, you know, DLC related kind of stuff? Like, is there some ideas and thoughts about where to go with that?
You know, I definitely have things that I know I won't be able to make it into the initial release that I think would be awesome to have in the game. And so there's lots of potential content and features that I would want to do. I don't think I can make any commitments about DLC or like version 1.5 or anything like that yet, but I would imagine that kind of thing would be very likely if the game comes out and is successful.
Great, absolutely. Yeah, and overall with the game release and the DLCs and stuff, I think that overall people are really interested, especially for a game like this. I mean, especially for a game that looks and feels as good as this game does. I think the kind of players that, in my opinion, I think the kind of players that will be interested in this game are also the kind of people who are okay with like waiting to make sure that this is just the perfect kind of chill. You know what I mean? Like it's just got that right feeling to it. So whatever that might look like. I do want to ask. Well, actually, you had started a race, and you finished a race. Is this
so close?
Whoa!
Look at the play of that. Yeah.
Wow.
Did you win or lose? I can't tell.
He came in second to
on that. just a millisecond before me, he hit the line, I guess.
Wow.
Very close.
So can you now, piggybacking off of that, can you repeat that race? Are these types of events repeatable?
Some of them are. I think that I would prefer to have them all be repeatable. This one is not, just with the way that it's been set up. I have a few other kind of little. I was kind of channeling like a lot of inspiration from when I played Breath of the Wild. Like they have so many of these little fun things to do that you just come across. So I've been trying to do a lot of stuff like that. Like there's a little target practice shooting thing where like this guy's got some targets set up, and you have a timer and you like try and shoot them all. And that one, like, you'll be able to do as many times as you want to get it down perfectly. And that's another area where, you know, achievements could come into play.
So I'm curious, in that regard, talking about the art style rather, this is a very distinct art style you got going on. Very, very, you know, charm-inducing art style that you have here. Yeah. And I'm curious to hear, like, you know, where did the inspiration come from? Was it difficult to create something like this, as stylistic as it is?
So a lot of the inspiration, most people, like, the immediate thing that they think of is Wind Waker. It definitely draws from that and Breath of the Wild, and like lots of other games that have cell shading and just generally stylized. A lot of it also has to do with just I'm not professionally an artist. I went to school for programming. I've always been interested in 3D art and art in general, but I've never put serious learning behind it or time studying it. This game has been like the biggest practice for me in the world. So like part of the choice behind the style was like working within my limits. Like I don't think that I could pull off like a realistic style. I don't think I could make that look good. So with this approach where like there's very light amount of textures, it's mostly solid colors, and then I let like the lighting and the water mainly kind of sell the look.
Absolutely.
It made it a lot easier for me to make something that is visually appealing.
It really is striking. I mean, like, I'll just go ahead and say that right now. Like, this game is extremely, like, visually striking, and people, this is the kind of game that, art-wise, people are going to remember this and go, oh, that's that one game that's like it's got that really beautiful, I mean, like, I don't, would you, is this called cell shading? Is that the terminology for this? Or is this something different as far as how you describe it?
I guess it's kind of a mix. Yeah, it's sort of a hodgepodge of, like, me just tweaking the visuals of things based on how I want them to look. Like, the water itself is sort of, you know, it's stylized. It's not maybe technically cell shaded, I guess. The most of the environment and characters and boats and all that stuff, they use like the classic cell shading technique where, you know, you have a few different light values that things can be lit with. Like you can see on the sail and on the boat, there's just like a few different shades that it allows. But then I also mix in like some gradients and stuff, so it's not just solid colors always. Yeah, I would, the closest thing to it I would say is cell shading.
That is awesome.
A lot of the art style is very similar. Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine.
A lot of the art
it's
style.
a really good looking game.
It is. It's a fantastic looking
Thank you.
game.
I
For me,
appreciate it.
the art style looks very similar to Journey. I don't know if anybody ever played Journey, but it's like it's like Wind Waker mixed with Journey to me, and like the vibrance and just the clarity is spectacular.
Journey has always been a huge inspiration to me as a game. Like, it's one of my favorite games, and I really like their use of color. How like different areas have specific color themes. Where you're like, oh yeah, that was the blue area or that was the red area. So I'm trying to do a similar thing in this, where like, you know, we're now in the second world, the green runes. Yeah, the green runes it's called. And so it has kind of a more green theme to it. The water is always different colors in each of the environments, and the sky has its own set of colors that it can be. So yeah, trying to do a lot of stuff where like with different palettes for the environment.
That is wonderful.
And here we find these big structures as well.
Do the different structures in different areas offer something different for you?
Yeah, so like sometimes you'll find so there's this whole little mechanic that we haven't really touched on yet, but there's these star points, or like I think they're called star points. And they are essentially like the mechanism to unlock new content. So like the things that are available to you in the merchant, who we're coming up on right now, once I finish sailing up there, got to do a little bit of tacking here to get upwind. The things that the merchant can sell, like kind of the pool from which it selects, are determined by what boats and like content you've unlocked. And there's this other character you can talk to, the researcher, who will allow you to spend those star points and unlock new boats and new items. And then those things will become available in the store. So like you might get a new boat that wasn't initially in the roster via the researcher. Awesome. Okay. And so then those star points you'll occasionally find in the structures.
Cool. Cool. I apologize to cut in here, but unfortunately we are at our very end of this little time here that we have. Obviously, definitely not enough time to really get the full grasp of what this game is going to be.
Not at all.
So I want to play it back to you, David, just to tell everybody one final time where they can find you, get more information about the game, go to like a Discord if you got, just like I said last time, plug central, do everything and anything that you got. Let's get it out there and get people to go check out this game and who you are.
Thank you. Yeah, so you can find the game at Sailforth Game in most places. On Twitter, that's the name of the website. You can also follow me. I think that my name is up there. It's Phosphor. That is where I post a lot of in-development progress shots and stuff, and just you can follow along with the development pretty much. Yeah, that's basically everything. And just want to give a shout out to Quantum Astrophysicists Guild, because they're publishing the game like a few other places here, and they're amazing.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for checking out and joining us checking out this game. Next up, we have Lay Down Your Roots, and that one is going to be tackled by Alchemist and Stephazoid because this is where I'm going to be bouncing off for the day. It has been awesome to host for you guys and join in on this amazing event. I hope you guys see more amazing games, not only today, but in the next 2-3 weeks that we have scheduled for you. So stick around, stay tuned, and make sure that you guys go follow and buy all of the games that you got because they're great, okay? Either way, thank you so much. We'll see you guys in a few for Lay Down Your Roots. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, guys, to day 2 of Seattle Indies Expo. We are welcome back again with Alchemist, and we have 2 people from Potatoes Are Not Explosive to tell us a little bit more about Lay Down Your Roots.
Hello.
How are you guys doing today?
I'm doing well. I hope everyone enjoyed the music in the trailer, because that's the last you're going to hear it, because we couldn't get audio to work.
I will try not to be sad about that, but the music has been really, really cool, and it kind of lends itself to the vibe of this game, which seems like a very relaxing kind of chill game.
That's definitely what we're going for.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Right.
So go ahead.
Go ahead, tell us a little bit about the game. What are your inspirations for this? I'm going to try my best not to fail miserably at creating some beautiful flowers here. But lead us into this. Tell us a little bit more about it.
So it's funny you mentioned that, because by design, like, it's very hard to play this game incorrectly. That you can play it slowly and you can play it quickly. Like, there are things you can do that are more efficient, but I don't think there's anything you can do incorrectly, really. And like, even if you do like really mess up and like you're totally in the negative on all your resources, then you can still like snip parts of your plant off, and then like, you know, can get yourself back to a stable state and start over. But the way this game works is you grow roots into the ground, and the roots get you water, and you use that water to then grow your shoots or your stem upward, which gets you energy from the sunlight. And you use that energy to build more roots, and it's just this sort of feedback loop that goes back and forth. So and there's, as of right now at least, there are no hazards. There's no danger. You're just sitting here growing a plant with some soothing ambient music in the background, and that's the video game, because that's what we need in 2020.
I agree. So what were some of your inspirations for this? What led you to creating a plant for us to grow?
Yeah, well, so I did a game jam a couple of years ago, or maybe a year ago-ish, where I made this sort of, I wrote this algorithm to make this like sort of swaying plant with a bunch of branches, and the branches had sub-branches, stuff like that, and it looked really cool. And I was like, this is a really cool effect. I'd love to make a game about that. And I couldn't think of a game to make, so I failed that game jam. I didn't actually make a game that time. That was a fake out, haha. But then a year later, I did a different game jam where I had this idea from playing Factorio, of all things, where like, if I don't know if anyone here is familiar with Factorio, but like, a major part of that is like in the late game, you just become this giant, like, I mean, you're running this giant factory that's just growing, like expanding and pulling in more resources. But like, I thought of it as like, you're this giant organism that's just spreading its tendrils out, pulling resources out of the earth. And I was like, I want to make a game that's that, but like more specifically just that part of the experience. Because there's the Factorio, there's like a million other things going on, and like that's just like the sort of broader scope of it, but I wanted to hone in on that.
Very cool. So I feel like there's at least a little bit of math here to how, because I've played this a few times now, and I'm be honest with you, I have not got past 5 flowers. That has been absolutely a nightmare for me. Like, I'll get to 5 and I'm like, I don't know what I did wrong. How did I get here? What did I do?
Yeah. So there is like a little bit of math, and I wish there was less math, but I don't know how to, like, it's at the end of the day, it's still software, and software is still numbers, so you still need to but what I think might help you in this case, just to help you out a little bit, when you grow a tendril or grow a stem, like that gets you one of those like nodes or buds. They're called different things if they're underground or above ground. Like the nodes themselves do not generate any water or energy. You have to branch them out to generate more. So like that might be part of the problem. Like that, one of the things you can do to, like, if you're just trying to generate a lot of resources really quickly, is you can make a really long branch and then branch that branch out like along every single bud just by one. So like if you were to select all of those nodes and individually branch them out right now, you'd get like a ton of water income like that. See?
Wow, that is going up a lot faster now.
Yeah, it makes a big difference. So I've learned that, at least for me, going straight down initially with the root system has been the most beneficial for me. As far as trying to be able to branch out. And I mean, like, I was playing around with it and trying to be super creative the first time I played with it, because you can be so creative with just the root system. And I realized that I was just facing a lot of issues with that. Like,
it seems like right now you're just trying to go. You're just trying
I'm
to
just
go
going
to
up and down, man. I'm trying to figure this out.
So I'm also I've been heavily iterating on this game in the last couple weeks in particular, leading up to 6. And actually, the version you are playing, you are the first person aside from me to play this particular version of this game, except for maybe Ryan, like yesterday. So like I'm like observing like, oh, you're like zoomed all the way out as you play. That's I didn't anticipate that. Like like the way I play is I'm like way more zoomed in on like the individual thing that I'm like working on. But you're
I think
you're
it's
very
super dependent on like what I'm trying to do, because I like to try to find a bigger picture, whereas if I'm right here, I'm gonna get lost and completely stuck. It might help me grow the flower more though, to be honest, just to get things growing, because I'm clearly not doing super hot in that field. But
you got like 32 energy per second, like 36. Yeah, you're doing fine.
getting there.
You're doing great. Like,
No pressure.
and like I said,
I was just gonna say
there's no lose condition yet. Like that
Yet.
that yeah. Like that you can play it efficiently and quickly, or you can play it slowly and meticulously, but like either way you get to the end eventually. So
piggybacking off of that, is there any idea of like creating a multiplayer mode where you're like playing against another person and you're both like growing plants side by side?
I hadn't thought about multiplayer, but I had thought about like having other like non-player character plants that you're competing with. And that's something that like I've been like, the tech behind that would not be too challenging, but like their performance is what I'd be worried about. Like I'm already at the point, because you can make the plant infinitely big, right? So like inevitably there's always going to be someone who's like, oh, my plant's too big and the game lags too much. So like having a second plant on screen, or like a third plant even, like that problem just becomes like 3 times worse, because now there's 3 plants. So but multiplayer is interesting. I had not thought of multiplayer.
And kind of another thing going off that, is there an idea for adding in like, because right now I see that you have the below ground view and the above ground view, and I see the beams of light coming in. Is there any idea for adding in like rain or like other kind of events like that might help boost, or in some cases be a detriment to what's going on?
Yeah. Like I have this whole like I think someone alluded to this earlier in one of the earlier interviews, like trying not to plan too far ahead, because you just get analysis paralysis. Like I have this the game I have in this notepad document is great, guys, but the game that I have in the world is nowhere near that. But no, so I thought a little bit ahead of like having weather patterns and like even seasons. So like that like it gets winter, so there's less sunlight, and like there's less water because it's all like frozen or whatever. So like but currently that's just an idea. I haven't implemented any of that yet.
Okay. So pivoting from the gameplay to the audio, this question is for Ryan from the chat, and it is: did you have any inspiration behind the music for the game?
Well, I mean, currently there isn't exactly any music, just because of technical stuff. But yeah, I think in terms of exactly there. So you got a little taste. But I don't think there are any direct influences. But I think just in general, just kind of keeping this very specific like ambient, like soothing vibe. Because like as it stands right now, the game is very much just like build your own, do it your own pace. Like there's no pressure at all. And so, yeah, I mean, like there's like, the typical like, quirky Nintendo-y stuff and like other offshoot indie games that really rely heavily on like, very like calming atmosphere and calming presence. And so, yeah, I think that's kind of the gist of a lot of my thinking when it comes to this music. So,
okay.
Yeah.
And how did you go about producing it? Like, how did you take the music that you created and kind of get it? Like, did you guys start out in the beginning kind of working together with the music and the gameplay, or was it something that kind of came about later on in the development process?
So the original build of this game was made during a game jam, and that's where the original tracks came from. So the music and the initial gameplay was pretty much simultaneously. Like they just kind of came together. I don't remember the exact timeline. Ryan and I have done a couple of game jams together now, and what I've learned from my perspective is that like, we talk at the very beginning of like kind of the themes and stuff that we want, and then like Ryan vanishes for about 24 hours and he just comes back with a masterpiece. Well, actually, rather, he comes back with something that sounds great, and then he's like, yeah, it's an early draft, but like, it needs a little bit more work. And just like, okay, I just pop that in the game. Like,
yep. That's how it works. Perfectionism. Yeah, but I think like one idea that we really wanted to touch on with this game in particular is just having a very sturdy foundation, because there's basically 3 modes to this game. There's the like ground level, and then there's the like a sky kind of part where you're actually growing the flowers, and then the underground. And I kind of started with the basis of the ground and making it very neutral, so that like slowly but surely as you climb up, you get to hear more and more of the song, kind of like it's like a form of very simple dynamic music. And so same thing with underground. As you go more underground, it starts to get a little more like active and some of the percussive instruments. And so, yeah, I think that's definitely one aspect that it was, a challenge to make something that worked for all 3 kind of states of gameplay, but I think it worked out pretty nicely. So, yeah.
From the trailer and from listening to the music in the trailer, it's been like the music from this game is definitely one of those things that I tend to play a lot of like really calming games at like the end of my streams, or sometimes at the end of my days, and having music that has like having a game with calming music in addition to calming gameplay is always really, really nice, because it kind of lets you zone out and just focus. And as we're seeing here, Steph has been growing like crazy. I think she has at least 1 flower so far at the top.
One. Don't judge me. I'm working on it, man.
No judgment at all.
You're doing great.
But
I realize that I'm building up this water storage, and I've got a plus 32 here, and I should be growing more. It's like this process, though, that you're just like, oh, I didn't realize that I have to do this thing that I got to do.
Yeah, so I have a Twitter thread that I have pinned on my Twitter profile that is a list of game concepts, like a list of genres I have not made games in. And like my goal is to eventually like reply to each one of those tweets with like, oh, and then like, a year later, or 2 years later, this is the game that I finally made. That's like, I finally made a 4X game or whatever. One of the tweets there was gardening. So I decided this is my gardening game. This is because it has a lot of those elements. It's technically a gardening game. There is a plant.
Yeah.
On the note of gardening,
you
it does. On the note of gardening, do you garden at all? Like, is that something that you kind of was able to take and go, well, this is something I enjoy doing, so I'm gonna kind of build this around that? Or do you have a black thumb like I do?
I have 1 plant in my house, and I'm pretty sure it's dead.
Oh no! Oh no!
That's fantastic.
Wow. Rest in peace, plant.
Rest in plant.
Rest in plant. Well, this plant is doing fairly well.
Yeah, this is thriving. It's thriving and vibing.
I am so happy you are saying this.
You're doing great. No, but like, one of the ways I initially marketed this game is that it's like, because in its current state, because there's no lose condition, like, it. I mean, I don't want to get into the semantics of a definition of what it is and is not a game, but like, that I marketed it as like, it's, a relaxing strategic nature simulator / art tool, because like, really, like, that's, it's, to me, it's more about just like the expression of like, the fact that Stephazoid's plant here looks different than any other plant I've seen made in this game, and that's not a commentary on Steph, that's just how the game is, and I really like that.
So another thing I'm curious about is because of the nature of like, building your roots underneath and growing the plant up. Is there any idea for like taking this type of game and like implementing it into maybe schools, like for educational purposes? Because I know that a lot of people started doing that with Minecraft, and then with this kind of game, you could easily teach, like earth sciences, but botany, things like that, and it would be something that kids could like learn while they're playing it.
Yeah, like, I haven't thought about it from particularly that angle, but I have been making a distinct effort to like, try to be realistic, the try to like, have things work the way they actually work. Like the pieces of root you can build that increase your energy capacity are called starches, because that's how like plants actually work. They build starches in their roots underground and they store energy. Now, like, they aren't necessarily diamond shaped, and they aren't necessarily orange. They don't, they're like little things that don't work. And like the equivalent for water is vacuole clusters, which is totally not how that works. So like it doesn't work 100% of the time. But like I would like, I hadn't thought about schools in particular, but I might consider that as the game progresses. It depends on what direction we go. Like if we lean more into the realism or lean more into just like, if
the abstract.
Yeah.
I also think like in terms of kind of the mechanical aspects of the game, I think like it could be a really interesting teaching tool of that as well, because like in order to be successful in this game, you have to actually manage your resources in a mindful way. And so like I think that's definitely a very interesting kind of layer to this game that I think can actually push it forward in a in a cool way.
So one other question we got in chat that I actually think would be really interesting is it possible for you to actually spell things out with the roots underground?
I've thought about that. So I've not made a distinct effort for this yet, because I wanted to like, wait a little bit later in development. But like, I was thinking that eventually the logo for this game would be like, the words "lay down your roots" spelled out in the game. I believe it's technically possible. It would be quite a bit of work, but yes, I'm gonna say yes.
Cursive.
Yeah, it'd be cursive and probably mostly underground. Rut row.
I heard an oh no from Steph.
So I do this every time where I'm like, yeah, I'm close, and I get to 5 flowers, and I'm like, oh no, where's my energy going? I have
Icarus is flying
water,
too close to the sun. So, would you like some pro gamer tips?
Yes, tell me the pro gamer tips.
So I would recommend you build some leaves. Since you don't have the energy supply for it.
I don't have the energy anymore.
Oh no!
You're in a real tight spot now.
I'm in a very bad spot.
Okay, yeah. So what you should do is any buds you have along the surface, you should branch those out, because that will get you some immediate energy pretty quickly. So like, not growing the stems, but branching out the buds that are already there. Yeah. So like just
these little guys.
So yeah, branch that left or right. And then do that for all the little guys.
Let's see if Steph can. I want to see if Steph can recover this now. I believe in her.
I believe.
I also believe. I think it is.
I like the confidence. I'm now losing water. I don't know if I can get back that water. I'm getting some energy back. We're getting somewhere, guys.
See, without the music, it is an unusually stressful game. Yeah. You have to bring it back.
Actually.
Normal playing experience. You're like, okay, my plants are dying, but that's okay. The music's
just Steph, if it's already good with you, could you zoom in a little bit on the just on the upper part of the plant, just so we can kind of appreciate the swaying and the maybe a little bit more relaxing,
Oh, nice.
Yeah. For what it's worth, Steph is very close to the current end of the game. So currently the way the game is that you grow flowers, and then the flowers eventually allow you to build a fruit, and then when you create the fruit, you just win. It's literally that's the description of the fruit, is that you win the game.
Okay.
Yeah. So now actually, Steph, you have enough energy to build out some more roots and maybe recover your water supply.
Get some water over here.
Oh, and yeah, you might be able to build into that water patch. That'll save you.
That'll help out tremendously. So one thing I do want to ask, because I'm a little...
That wasn't quite the way I wanted to go, but that's okay.
So I see the energy in the water. What does the pollen do? What is the effect of the pollen in the game?
So the pollen is the third resource that you get from flowers. So basically we introduce a new mechanic in the sort of third act of the game, I guess you could think of it that way. That flowers functionally they increase your pollen capacity, which you start at with 0 pollen capacity, and they just generate pollen for they consume energy and water. Actually, yeah, that's an option. You could cut off one of your flowers, and then you'd be able to recover. You hold down right click and draw a line to snip off. There you go. There we go.
Now your water's shooting up again. Okay.
Yeah. What I want to do, and this is actually in the near future, possibly in the next couple of weeks, because I'm hoping to patch this game ideally every 2 weeks or so. I did that with the previous game Ryan and I worked on, which is called 3 in a Rogue. You can check it out at nonexplosive.net. But what I'm hoping to do is do patches every 2 weeks or so. And one of the things I want to add pretty soon is bugs, not as in not a bug, it's a feature, but insects that some of them hurt you, some of them try to eat your plant. So they would introduce the first real hazard of the game. But then others would be bees that the flowers would function differently. The flowers, instead of generating pollen, they attract bees, and there'd be some secondary loop there. But I haven't thoroughly thought about what that'll look like, but that's sort of where I'm looking.
Well, I feel like this game is something that I could end up just spending hours and hours into. Are there any ideas? Are there any other ideas that you're thinking of in terms of features that you want to add in? And now that you've said that you want to add in bugs, I genuinely in my mind was I hope he adds in a bug that's just a bug, just a weird little glitchy avatar.
Missing
yeah. I mean, could do that. So one thing, I have a couple ideas in my head of things that would be really cool if they could happen. If you could turn if you could have different types of plants. So what I was imagining is that you create a fruit, and rather than being the end of the game, it's just a start of a new game, a sort of new game plus, where you create the fruit and you get to choose an upgrade, and that's your what the next generation will have. So then you plant a new seed and you're a new plant, and now you have the slight modification of oh, now your leaves are pointy, are serrated, so now it hurts bugs to eat your leaves or whatever, or something like that. And the type, there's sort of only one specific type of plant that's sort of modeled by this game, and the thing that I really want to do is you can play as a tree, and so you have a much thicker sort of base stem, and then you have a bunch of narrow branches that come off of that. And then you could have little birds' nests and stuff like that come into your branches, and you can choose to be hospitable to the birds, or you could choose to not be, and that's part of the game also.
I like that. So since I'm in here and I can see this and I've played this enough that I understand it, I think anyways. Tell us a little bit more about the impact of the light rays to the plant.
Yeah. So the light rays they function sort of like how the water patches do underground. They double the like the amount of energy generated by that particular part of the plant. So if you see the little like glowing orb around the tips of the stems, that's showing that like they're getting ×2 bonuses, which is like, if you look in the top left, you can see that plus 50 is kind of oscillating. It's like 53, 50, 47, 45. That's because you're swaying in and out of the sunlight. And currently the sun rays, like they don't move and they're entirely static. Like those are handcrafted. I specifically chose those sun rays should go there.
Gotcha.
And like eventually I want to have like a day-night cycle where like half the time there are no sun rays, or maybe the sun rays move around. I haven't quite ironed out exactly how I want that to work, which is why I haven't done it yet. But yeah.
Okay. And I noticed playing that the placement of the water is different. And is that just a complete randomizer, or are there only a set amount?
It's currently it generates some set number of them, and they're randomly placed with some, they randomly place and they moving downward basically.
Okay.
But what I want to do is like a more like sort of chunk based generation. If you think like Minecraft type of thing, that like, because I want you to because like currently like you have to build down because that's where all the water is, but I want you to have the option to build out like that so you can build larger varieties of plants. And like one thing that we haven't showcased, and we might not have time, but you can actually grow a root up above the ground and it will turn into a stem. So you can have like, multiple heads, I guess.
I literally watched Steph's eyes get big when she was like, "Oh, really?"
I cannot
Don't want
do
to do that.
That's okay. It's okay. I have plenty of energy, so let's do this.
Yeah.
All right. Well, since we are getting to about the end of this segment, there is one thing I want to give you guys the opportunity to do, and that is to plug all the places where this game can be found, as we've kind of done throughout this, like your Twitter, websites for the game, all the things like that.
Ryan, you go first.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just a composer. So I have a SoundCloud at QuarkyMo. That's my like online name. Also Twitter, same thing, twitter.com/QuarkyMo. Yeah, you can find the music there as well. So check it out, and that's basically it for me. So
Yeah. So I am Not Explosive on just about every platform. And you can find this game at notexplosive.net. You can also find the dozen other games that I've made, one of which has music composed by Ryan as well. Let's see. I have a Twitter. I have a Twitch that I never use. I have a YouTube channel that I never use. But there's Not Explosive on all of them, so you can find me. Yeah, you can find this game at notexplosive.net. That's probably like the like main place where I want you to go.
No.
Right. And I have one last question.
That I would have enough time.
And my last question is: you say the potatoes are not explosive. However, I'm wondering, have you ever used the potato cannon? You like load a potato in a PVC pipe and then boom, or is that just me?
My username on Steam is potatoes are not explosive, and it is amazing how many random people on the internet will challenge that statement as if it's as if it's a debate. And I love it, but I don't get it.
But I don't get it.
Give the internet a question, it will come back with a challenge.
There you go.
Give the internet a statement, they will turn it into a question and thus a
Give the
challenge.
internet a statement and someone will tell you you're wrong.
Perfect. Perfect.
So thank you so much. Thank you all for everything, all of the things. This has been an absolutely phenomenal opportunity.
Thank you guys for coming on and sharing your game with us. We've greatly appreciated it. Thank you, Ryan, for sharing your music. Thank you, Wyatt, for sharing your game. And what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll be back with the live Q&A with all of the developers we've had in the second half of our session. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
puzzle platforming adventures in zero gravity. Humanity has abandoned Earth, leaving all of the animal kingdom to fend for themselves. Space Otter Charlie and his sea otter friends set out to design a shuttle and follow humans into space. By wayward distractions. Sail Forth by David Evans and QAG is a procedural sailing adventure about classic naval action and exploring beautiful scenery. Embark on a journey through varied environments, grow your fleet, and do battle with pirates, sea monsters, and the sea itself. Start as a seed and grow into a beautiful plant, and lay down your roots by Potatoes Are Not Explosive. Collect water, raise up your stem, and collect energy to produce flowers and one day, a seed of your own. Combine twin stick shooting with unique coloring mechanics and you get #Funtime by Quantum Astrophysicist Guild. Earn bonus points by coloring the playing field, explode enemies in your path, and upgrade your ship for lengthier runs and more mayhem. Fight to become president in the ludicrous alternate reality of Election Year Knockout by Exceptional Games, where elections are decided through boxing. Witty and playful cartoon caricatures line up against your new third party. Defeat them all and take over. The princess must travel through the wild countryside to establish her own castle after leaving home in Princess Castle Quest by Piggyback Studios, a unique puzzle adventure game with a complete level editor for creating your own puzzles. Revitalize puzzle platforming adventures in zero gravity. Humanity has abandoned Earth, leaving all of the animal kingdom to fend for themselves. Space Otter Charlie and his sea otter friends set out to design a shuttle and follow humans into space. By wayward distractions. Sail Forth by David Evans and QAG is a procedural sailing adventure about classic naval action and exploring beautiful scenery. Embark on a journey through varied environments, grow your fleet, and do battle with pirates, sea monsters, and the sea itself. Start as a seed and grow into a beautiful plant, and lay down your roots by Potatoes Are Not Explosive. Collect water, raise up your stem, and collect energy to produce flowers and one day, a seed of your own. Combine twin stick shooting with unique coloring mechanics and you get #Funtime by Quantum Astrophysicist Guild. Earn bonus points by coloring the playing field, explode enemies in your path, and upgrade your ship for lengthier runs and more mayhem. Fight to become president in the ludicrous alternate reality of Election Year Knockout by Exceptional Games, where elections are decided through boxing. Witty and playful cartoon caricatures line up against your new third party. Defeat them all and take over. The princess must travel through the wild countryside to establish her own castle after leaving home in Princess Castle Quest by Piggyback Studios, a unique puzzle adventure game with a complete level editor for creating your own puzzles. Revitalize puzzle platforming adventures in zero gravity. Humanity has abandoned Earth, leaving all of the animal kingdom to fend for themselves. Space Otter Charlie and his sea otter friends set out to design a shuttle and follow humans into space. By wayward distractions. Sail Forth by David Evans and QAG is a procedural sailing adventure about classic naval action and exploring beautiful scenery. Embark on a journey through varied environments, grow your fleet, and do battle with pirates, sea monsters, and the sea itself. Start as a seed and grow into a beautiful plant, and lay down your roots by Potatoes Are Not Explosive. Collect water, raise up your stem, and collect energy to produce flowers and one day, a seed of your own. Combine twin stick shooting with unique coloring mechanics and you get #Funtime by Quantum Astrophysicist Guild. Earn bonus points by coloring the playing field, explode enemies in your path, and upgrade your ship for lengthier runs and more mayhem. Fight to become president in the ludicrous alternate reality of Election Year Knockout by Exceptional Games, where elections are decided through boxing. Witty and playful cartoon caricatures line up against your new third party. Defeat them all and take over. The princess must travel through the wild countryside to establish her own castle after leaving home in Princess Castle Quest by Piggyback Studios, a unique puzzle adventure game with a complete level editor for creating your own puzzles. Revitalize puzzle platforming adventures in zero gravity. Humanity has abandoned Earth, leaving all of the animal kingdom to fend for themselves. Space Otter Charlie and his sea otter friends set out to design a shuttle and follow humans into space. By Wayward Distractions. Sail Forth by David Evans and QAG is a procedural sailing adventure about classic naval action and exploring beautiful scenery. Embark on a journey through varied environments, grow your fleet, and do battle with pirates, sea monsters, and the sea itself. Start as a seed and grow into a beautiful plant, and lay down your roots by Potatoes Are Not Explosive. Collect water, raise up your stem, and collect energy to produce flowers and one day, a seed of your own. Combine twin stick shooting with unique coloring mechanics and you get #Funtime by Quantum Astrophysicist Guild. Earn bonus points by coloring the playing field, explode enemies in your path, and upgrade your ship for lengthier runs and more mayhem. Fight to become president in the ludicrous alternate reality of Election Year Knockout by Exceptional Games, where elections are decided through boxing. Witty and playful cartoon caricatures line up against your new third party. Defeat them all and take over. The princess must travel through the wild countryside to establish her own castle after leaving home in Princess Castle Quest by Piggyback Studios, a unique puzzle adventure game with a complete level editor for creating your own puzzles. Revitalize puzzle platforming adventures in zero gravity. Humanity has abandoned Earth, leaving all of the animal kingdom to fend for themselves. Space Otter Charlie and his sea otter friends set out to design a shuttle and follow humans into space. By Wayward Distractions. Sail Forth by David Evans and QAG is a procedural sailing adventure about classic naval action and exploring beautiful scenery. Embark on a journey through varied environments, grow your fleet, and do battle with pirates, sea monsters, and the sea itself. Start as a seed and grow into a beautiful plant, and lay down your roots by Potatoes Are Not Explosive. Collect water, raise up your stem, and collect energy to produce flowers and one day, a seed of your own. Combine twin stick shooting with unique coloring mechanics and you get #Funtime by Quantum Astrophysicist Guild. Earn bonus points by coloring the playing field, explode enemies in your path, and upgrade your ship for lengthier runs and more mayhem. Fight to become president in the ludicrous alternate reality of Election Year Knockout by Exceptional Games, where elections are decided through boxing. Witty and playful cartoon caricatures line up against your new third party. Defeat them all and take over. The princess must travel through the wild countryside to establish her own castle after leaving home in Princess Castle Quest by Piggyback Studios, a unique puzzle adventure game with a complete level editor for creating your own puzzles. Revitalize puzzle platforming adventures in zero gravity. Humanity has abandoned Earth, leaving all of the animal kingdom to fend for themselves. Space Otter Charlie and his sea otter friends set out to design a shuttle and follow humans into space. By Wayward Distractions. Sail Forth by David Evans and QAG is a procedural sailing adventure about classic naval action and exploring beautiful scenery. Embark on a journey through varied environments, grow your fleet, and do battle with pirates, sea monsters, and the sea itself. Start as a seed and grow into a beautiful plant, and lay down your roots by Potatoes Are Not Explosive. Collect water, raise up your stem, and collect energy to produce flowers and one day, a seed of your own. Combine twin stick shooting with you.
Hey guys, we are now back. Thank you for joining us for week 2 of the Seattle Indies Expo. I'm joined with Stephazoid and Sarah, and we have all of the developers that you've heard from during the second half of this session. And we're going to open it up for Q&A. So first thing, I kind of want to ask a general question to everyone. and that is, what's next for you guys after the game that you're currently working on? Like, what do you guys have planned, or any ideas you have to work on after this?
So yeah, this is Wayward Distractions, Ed from Space Otter Charlie. We are we're still finishing this game. We've got all kinds of ideas that we could dig into, but we're sort of in the meat of finaling right now, and we're trying not to get distracted with new stuff. Because for me at least, the most fun part of development is the early prototyping, playing around with a new idea. And if I start playing around with a new prototype, then the world will never see Charlie ship. So we're trying to stay focused and get Charlie out the door, and then we'll play.
Okay.
Yeah, this is David from Sailforth. There's a lot of stuff that I want to do after. I don't exactly know what it's going to be yet. Some of the things I'm looking at, like I really like space games, and yeah, I don't know. It's hard to see. Once this is out, similar to what Space Otter said, it'll be easier to know if I'm still doing sailing stuff or going on to something new.
We should team up for a space sailing game.
Yeah. I mean, there's lots of things in the format of like the roguelike thing where like I could, that I want to try applying to other themes.
Please, space sailing. I beg of you.
Solar sailing.
This is Wyatt from Late on Your Roots. And like for me, like I do a lot of game jams, and like all of the games I've made started out as game jam games that grew into something more. So like I'll probably continue working on Late on Your Roots until the next big game jam happens, whether that's like a Ludum Dare or Global Game Jam or whatever. And then I'll probably work on whatever that turns out to be. And like that'll just be my new project. So that's usually how it works for me.
Very cool. See, we have quite a few questions here. We have a few that are just kind of generalized for everybody here. What have been some of the biggest difficulties of development, and how have you overcame them?
Probably one of the biggest difficulties for indie development, at least, is life, kind of the rest of life. You kind of wish you could be working on this all the time. You wish you could turn off the distractions of the rest of the world, but the rest of the world is a little distracting. So, we, Space Otter Charlie, we were in a tiny little office, and we were all working together. It was a leaky little office that had centipedes crawling on the walls. But then came the pandemic, and we all had to figure out how to work remotely. And, we had a big whiteboard, and we used to turn around and share ideas all the time. But that all kind of went away, and we had to figure out a new way to work. So I think for Charlie, that's kind of the biggest one we tackled was sort of getting used to not seeing each other and finding a rhythm that worked remotely.
Yeah, for Sailforth, there's kind of two main things. Like one is just with the concept of sailing, like teaching the concept of sailing to people in a pretty understandable and quick way so that you don't get bored with the game before you see what's fun about it. It has a little bit more complexity to the sailing in it than a lot of games out there, and it's hard to like get that across understandably. And then the other thing is just how big the surface area of what you can do in the game is while designing little encounters. Like there's so many ways that the player can mess things up for like whatever little quest it is that they're trying to do. Being like physics based and dynamic like that, like there's just a whole bunch of weird stuff that can happen to account for. Yeah.
For Lay Down Your Roots, I think the biggest challenge in development is like that. I want people to be able to build a plant as big and as complicated as they want, but eventually you're going to hit a sort of either hardware or software limitation of like it's going to start lagging eventually. So I can kick that count down the road, and it's like, oh, now you can have 300 nodes or 500 nodes or whatever. It's like, okay, well, I want 1,000. So then it's it's an always losing battle because there's always going to be like, that next benchmark that I want to hit.
I'm curious for all of you throughout development what a highlight of development has been, and what were your favorite moments of making these games, or your favorite moment of making, any game, of being in game development?
For me, one of the best parts is when you've got an idea for, some kind of, we've got a lot of creatures, monsters, those kinds of things, and seeing some idea that actually kind of comes to life, kind of that moment where all of a sudden a monster is kind of thinking and moving and doing stuff like you kind of hoped you would, and kind of surprising you. That's kind of a special and kind of oddly like Frankenstein-y moment, is kind of the it's alive moment, and I love that part.
Sailforth, like my favorite thing in game development in general is just making cool stuff happen when the player presses buttons. I think that is what catches me about it. And then in Sailforth, my favorite thing is just implementing a new boat, like making the model, putting it all together, and then sailing it for the first time in the game. It's like getting a new toy and then like playing with it, It's very enjoyable.
Yeah. So like I had said, I do a lot of game jams, and I think like the that 48 hours or 72 hours of actually just focused work of making something is like, to me, like my favorite time to be alive. Like that's the only time that I'll like wake up at 7 a.m. with no coffee and just be like excited to just get to work. I'm excited to exist. I just love, I love game jams. They're my favorite thing.
That's so important, right? Like finding the thing that you're really passionate about that like doesn't feel like a job because you're just having fun doing it. That's awesome.
So kind of going off of that whole thing, kind of bringing this all together, how has the Seattle Indies community kind of helped you guys or influenced you or guided the game development process for you guys?
Space Otter Charlie is a little weird because we sort of knew each other from past jobs before going into it, and so we were sort of hermits for a while developing this, and we're just really kind of connecting with the indie community in Seattle now. So it's been amazing to just start making connections and to see just how much cool stuff is going on. I knew of some of it, but the scope is just amazing. How much cool stuff, the variety of what's going on, and the supportiveness of the people is just awesome.
Yeah, I'm in kind of a similar situation where I was an indie hermit for quite a while. And now that I'm, getting acquainted with the community, like there's been a huge benefit just from having people play the game and getting really great feedback. And then obviously events like this that are like really great for getting the word out there and just seeing people's reactions and stuff to it. So yeah, I'm excited to even explore more ways that I can engage with it.
Yeah. I think what I was going to say is pretty much the same as what the other two have said. Like I was sort of I live like not in Seattle, but on the east side. So like to go to back when we did things in person, it was kind of a lot of effort for me to actually go to like indie support group and stuff like that. And now that it's online, I'm able to participate a lot more. But the Seattle Indies Expo, this particular event, is the reason why I know Ryan, the composer for Lay Down Your Roots, is because he composed music for a game that got into Seattle Indies Expo last year because he's just that talented. And like that was how we met. So in a very direct, concrete way, Seattle Indies has been very significant to this game in particular.
Yes, likewise.
We've come full circle.
Yes, the cycle is complete.
We have some questions here directed for specific games. For Space Otter Charlie, do you have any plans for co-op mode? I know we saw a little bit of multiplayer, but do you have plans for that, expanding that in the future?
So the multiplayer right now is all just competitive. We thought really hard about adding co-op mode to the single player. The tough thing is to make a really compelling co-op mode, you really want to design puzzles and experiences that really play into the two players. And either you're making stuff that a lot of people aren't going to see if they're not playing co-op, or you're just making stuff that doesn't really matter if you've got two players, whether you've got two players playing or not. So, you know, we struggled with it. I think it'd be a cool game, but I think co-op is waiting for Space Otter Charlie 2, or maybe Space Otter, we need a D, Space Otter Diane? I don't know.
Delta. Sorry, the military in me. The Delta.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's where we got the Charlies. It was Alpha Bravo Charlie, but I don't know, naming an otter Delta, I'm not sure.
Delta sounds, I mean, Delta's a good name for an otter. I'm just saying.
You think? I don't know if it's cute enough. Otters are awfully cute.
You're right. They are awfully cute. I can't argue with that at all. So question for the guy, for Selforth. Are there any other games you drew inspiration from? Like you kind of alluded to Journey and Breath of the Wild, but I also noticed like there is a section where you can board other ships, which I've seen in like Sea of Thieves. So was there any other games you kind of drew inspiration from besides the ones that we kind of mentioned?
Yeah, like Assassin's Creed, the sailing part, there's a lot of pieces from that that I looked at, and a ton of different roguelike indie games. Like a recent one was Noita, or Noita, that I really enjoyed, and like I liked some of the ways that they did the progression model in that game. FTL, another big one, and then Sea of Thieves. Yeah, that was interesting. That came out in the middle, kind of me working on this, so it was interesting to see what their kind of take on all the different things were. I think boarding came sometime after that, so like I imagine I was influenced at least in some ways. It seems like it's just a natural thing to do, I guess. Like if you have boats, like everyone wants to board the other boat. Yeah.
We have a question from Dimala for Lay Down Your Roots that didn't get answered earlier. And they're asking if you have any plans to have different biomes like desert, swamp, ocean, different types of plants, things like that.
Yes, to pretty much all those things. Like I said, that like I'm trying not to plan too concretely too far in the future, but like I definitely have ideas for like like a desert with much more limited resources, and or like they would be high in sunlight but very low in water, and like you'd have to either adapt to that, or maybe you'd have different mechanisms that would be more conducive to that. Yes, absolutely.
One of the questions that we asked last time that I'm interested in as well is how the pandemic has changed your development, in terms of like, were you working from home before? Have you moved to working from home? Has that changed how you plan on launching? Anything like that?
It definitely lengthened our development. We got really used to working together and working from home. First, we had to kind of figure out how to communicate with each other, and that slowed things down. But also, I've got a couple kids, and so when the kids were homeschooling and I was trying to work, and my wife was working from home too, it was really utter chaos. So definitely stretched things out, but I've been pretty impressed with how often these kinds of like cool online events have started filling the void. So I really appreciate how supportive all the online communities have been to kind of picking up the slack for the in-person stuff.
Yeah, for me, like this has always been, this game started out as a thing that I was doing on the side from my full-time job. So like I was always working on it in various places. I was used to doing it usually at like cafes and bars. So like that's been a big shift
for me. That was like a nice way for me to like get out of my like home comfort zone where I'm not working. If I'm at a cafe, it's a lot easier to like not be distracted and stuff like that. So I've had to become a lot more disciplined in my own like kind of work ethic.
Yeah. So I like games has always been like my side gig. So like, you know, I've always made games from home. So like that hasn't changed a whole lot for me, but like events like this, of course, are quite different. That like, you know, rather than having a booth or a table and like people can come by and check out your game, like we now, you know, get individual spotlights, which I think, you know, it's a trade-off. So like that, I think that has an impact, but I don't quite know the impact of that yet. I think I will know, you know, sort of a couple of weeks from now after this event. But that's been the only big change I've observed.
Yeah, this is something we talked about at the beginning of last week's stream as well, that it's like this kind of event is normally in person, and this is definitely different, but it's like as close of an approximation as you can get. But hopefully in different ways it is better than in person, or just different. But yeah, we appreciate you all being flexible and helping us shift this into being online, because it's definitely necessary right now.
So I always start with a really fast prototype. I always kind of say it's got to be fun while it's still ugly, or it's not worth playing. So I really focus on kind of the controls and, you know, horrible. I'm kind of known, my artist loves my developer art because it is so bad. And so if you make it fun without any pretty art or effects, then you might be onto something. That's kind of where I start.
I guess, yeah, I approach it from a kind of similar thing, but I guess with Sailforth, it's a little bit, I've been on a weird path with it because I kind of just started from the standpoint of like, I want to try making like a boat that floats and like works with the wind, and that was really my goal. And I never really stopped to think. I was never like thinking like, is this going to be a good, fun game though? It was kind of more just like a thing that I wanted to make, and then it kept going, and here we are. And hopefully it's fun. It seems I'm enjoying playing it, so that's kind of the razor that I go by.
I think piggybacking off of that, like I think that you can make anything into a fun game. That I think that if there is something for the player to engage with, I think you can make a game out of it. And if you can make a game out of it, you can make a compelling game out of it. Because I don't think it ever occurs to me that like, oh, no, I won't do that. That's not fun. Like if there's something for the player to do, you can make it fun.
Absolutely.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, I don't think there has been a time that I have this is genuinely like the E3 of indie games for me. Like I've seen a bunch of really cool games today that some of them I didn't know I wanted until I saw the trailer. Some of them I knew I wanted the moment I saw them played. And my wallet is currently very upset with me because it knows it's going to get squoze probably by the end of the day. So just you know, thank you for bringing us these awesome games, and my wallet will suck it up.
We do have more.
I'll admit I am terrible at keeping up with what's going on in the industry for that very reason. Personally, I love making games more than I love playing games. Just sort of the act of creation is so much fun to me that I often kind of lose track of what's going on out there. for the most part, I actually watch my kids and what they're doing because that's a lot easier to track than me keeping up with everything that's going on out there. So I wish I had more time, but I don't. So I live vicariously through them.
Yeah, there's definitely a large amount of vicariously living through GIFs of games. And in addition to that, I've just become very comfortable with playing just enough of a game to get the gist. Like when I see something that looks pretty interesting that I want to give a try, I'm just comfortable, I'll play like an hour maybe. It's been a very long time since I've completed a game.
Yeah, I think like to that point, like I'm a huge fan of Let's Plays for this reason, because like I can watch a Let's Play and work on my game at the same time, so I can kind of multitask in that way. And like that watching someone else play a game, like seeing the things that frustrate and confuse them is really good, because even if it wouldn't confuse me, it's really good data of like, okay, the average person like doesn't understand this thing, because I assume that this Let's Player is an average person, and it's not like, it gives you yet another perspective. I find that very valuable.
Vampire Box is in chat asking all the important questions here. What was the moment you knew you wanted to make games? Is there a particular game that influenced you, or a particular moment that was ultra inspiring to you wanting to make games?
I fear this is going to date me really horribly, but I knew I wanted to make games back when I was in probably 4th grade, and I was typing in basic programs from the back of computer magazines for text adventures. And kind of since then, I kind of realized, wow, you can use computers to make stuff. And since then, I've kind of pursued it any way I can to use computers to make creative things.
Yeah, at a similar time in my life, I had a pretty inspiring experience where just my dad is a programmer, and he showed me some like little sample program that like drew some circles on the screen or something. And I asked him like, oh, like, can you, make this change? Can you make there just one circle? And he's like, yeah, does it. And then like, then I asked, can you make it move around? And he does that. And then just that feedback loop of like being like, can I make this happen? And then you can, and then it happens. That was like super exciting to me. And I've pretty much been only about that since.
I don't know if there was a particular moment, but I do find that making games is the hobby I never get bored of. That like, I have other things that I enjoy doing. Like I like, video editing and stuff like that. But like, those are things that, I reach a point of like, oh, I don't really want to do this anymore. Or like but somehow making games, I could make games forever. Like I never get bored of it. So that's how I knew. It's like, this is the thing for me.
There's another really good question from Vampire Box in the chat. And they say, the word fun is so often nebulous. What is the feeling you most want your players to get from playing your games? I think we can agree that like fun is the goal. You want your game to be fun. You want people to enjoy playing it. But is there something more that you're looking for your players to get out of it?
I think it's a little different for different games, and different designers I think have a different feel for what fun means. For me, it's always about the kind of feel of the controls. If picking up a controller and moving the character around on the screen just feels good and you want to do that, and it's fun to do in an empty box, that's how I try to capture fun, and then the rest of it is just excuses to do that for the player. But that's not the only way that I think of to have fun. That's just kind of the way I pursue it.
Yeah, I would definitely echo Ed's sentiments there. I'm all about like the interactions that I'm creating with the player and the controls, and like having just a pleasurable like feedback loop of like you press a button and like the game delights you. I like making toys and then making up a game to play with those toys pretty much.
Sorry, my bad. Well, I mean, that's okay, because I don't really have a lot to add to that. Those are like a lot of really great points. You got, yeah, like that it's, I want people to want to play again or to play more. Like the coolest thing in the world is like when you're like, okay, great. Like, if you're doing a play test, you're like, okay, great, you can stop playing now. And they keep playing anyway. Like that's the thing I want. I think, I think that's the thing we call fun, but that's specifically the thing that I want.
So we got a couple of really good questions in chat, and these are actually better questions than the one I was going to ask. One of them is going to be to all of you guys, and what's the most satisfying part of making your game? Like specifically the game that we talked about today, what was the most satisfying part of making this?
I think for me, the most satisfying part was we got kind of deep into it, maybe a year into it. And then I found laying around on a hard drive the original prototype that I made like a year ago. And I fired it up just to see kind of what survived, and kind of realizing how much of the original prototype kind of survived through to the, to be realized into the game. I was like, yeah, I guess maybe I was onto something. That's really cool.
Yeah, I think I'll kind of like continue with a point that I was making earlier, of like the satisfying thing is like seeing these boats like come to life, like these toys that you can then play with, and just the full realization of getting all the physics working, like getting the sailing to work right and with the wind, and like seeing reasonable things you'd expect to happen based on like the situations where you'd expect them to, like just all that stuff finally not exploding and like boats flying all over the place, that kind of thing was very rewarding.
Yeah, I think like watching someone play it and like just doing a play test where I'm just like sitting down silently and like sitting down someone in front of the game and watching them be like, oh, I get it. And like they like this sort of thing that clicks in their head. They understand like what the game is about and what the game is trying to be. Is very cool. It's very satisfying.
So my last question, and this one will probably be hardest for Lay Down Your Roots. So I'm really looking forward to hearing that answer, because I think it's going to be the funniest.
Thanks.
But in your game, is there a favorite character or item in your game, like in the game that you're currently working
on? For me, for Otters, it's a toss-up between the shark suit and the electron suit. But I got to go with the electron suit, because that is an homage to Tron, which is kind of near and dear to my heart. And you kind of dress up like you're an otter dressed up like Tron, shooting these discs that kind of home in on the various baddies and leave cool trails and everything. And it's just it's something about bringing Otters and Tron together that just makes my heart happy.
I do really like that shark cat though. It's wicked cute. It's another good one.
When we first put that in, that was definitely a big laugh out loud moment for the team.
Yeah, for Sailforth, none of the crew characters have names yet, but one of them is definitely my favorite, and it's this one pirate character who has a plank face, and in my head I just call him Plank Face. And I guess like he basically has, like, some pirates have peg legs, but this guy's got a peg face, and it's just like this big board with nails sticking out of it, and I think it looks really funny.
That's really good. I'm gonna say the flowers in Lay Down Your Roots. It's not really a character, but it is like the sort of I would say like the most iconic part of the game. That like I recently renovated the graphics for them, but like if there's one thing that would be like the logo of Lay Down Your Roots, it would be the flowers, because they're the things that really stand out, and that like the thing you really earn, I guess, in the sort of, I'm trying to think of it as like the third act of the game is when you get the flowers.
All good answers.
Well, that is fantastic. We are coming to an end on our stream here, though, but we want us to give a huge shout out to you guys. Thank you so much for joining us this weekend, showing us these amazing games. I hope everybody on stream does check these games out. Please pick them up. They're all fantastic. We do have a shout out to all of our sponsors, Academy of Interactive Entertainment, Play Everywhere, For Culture, Modern Wolf, and also a huge shout out to SOBA, it's Seattle Online Broadcasters Association, for helping us out here at the Indie Showcase, as well as Kenley for being the awesome human being that he is and working together to bring this all to you guys. But thank you again, Seattle Indies, and thank you again, developers, for giving us these amazing games here this week.
Thanks. This was super fun.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us.
And we will see you guys next week.
Bye.
Take care.
What do you get when you Next bring a week on microprocessor 6 Online to a night fight? A deck-building, sword-swinging tactical adventure. Meet the Floppy Knights. Tangible projections summoned from floppy disks. Earn cash and perhaps save the world. By Rose City Games. Set out with up to 4 friends to explore the whimsical world of Letterbound by Hunt & Peck Games. A couch co-op spelling adventure where you spell your way to a high score or battle to be the best speller. Dance it out when you succeed. Next week on 6 Smash
Online.
and slash your way through Waves of Enemies in Breakpoint by Studio Aesthesia. Experience the impact of twin-stick gameplay with full contact combat, bringing the unbridled chaos of arcade shooters into the world of Melee. Travel the world as a mischievous cloud in the slapstick comedy game Rain on Your Parade by Unbound Creations. Play a wide range of short and sweet levels, unlock new abilities, and watch as the game gets even more ridiculous. The story of a merchant house in a world on the mend, their leader sifting through the ashes of history for lost secrets, some better left forgotten. Experience the mix of RPGs and visual novels in Forgotten Faiths by Winter Court Studios. Boot flesh-wearing robots across the screen and cling to your sanity as you bail out the corporation in Cur by Really Ragdoll Studios. Hired to stop their demented AI, you're no hero. You just want a paycheck.